Hashtag C501 Spirit Level Embodiment Talisman and Lava Cracked Armor Gun. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader and gained 1.55 million experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 155 million experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader and gained 198 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 19,800 gold coins. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader and gained the manifestation Talisman Medicine Gold, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the Manifestation Talisman Medicine Diamond. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader, obtained the first level Arrow Tower Blueprint, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the third level Arrow Tower Blueprint. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader, obtained the skill Blood Sucking Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the skill Blood Sucking Advanced. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader, obtained the Diamond Equipment Weeping Blood Sword, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the legendary equipment Blood-Sucking Sword. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader, obtained the Diamond Equipment Weeping Spirit Wristband, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the legendary equipment Soul-Sucking Wristband. Ding, you killed a blood-sucking worm leader, obtained. In a series of system prompts, Xiao Han knew that a lot of things had exploded, but at this time he had no time to listen carefully. Although the blood-sucking worm had been killed, the red flame-cracked armor beast was still alive. This guy's physical attack is even more terrifying. If you don't use your full attention, you may die here accidentally. By that time, the equipment and coins on the ground will be cheap for others. Roar. With the death of the blood-sucking worm, the roar sounded again, and Xiao Han could even feel the excitement in the voice. Heh! You seem to be happy a little too early, he whispered softly, and immediately used a 3-hit combo. Minus 155,725. Minus 7,000. Minus 50,000. At the moment when the damage value appeared, he was lucky enough to trigger a 3-hit combo, and when the 5 layers of marks were stacked, an explosion was also triggered. In addition, a silence sign appeared on the head of the red flame-cracked armor beast. This is the special skill of the Shenyue necklace, the Moon Mysterious Seal. When the Moon Mysterious Seal is stacked up to 5 layers, it will silence the target for 5 seconds. Roar. The roar sounded again, and the red flame-cracked armor beast seemed to want to use the skill of Rock Guard. But unfortunately, it was destined to fail. Xiao Han quickly changed into the Violent Necklace and immediately used the Violent Special skill. At the same time, he roared, and his physical attack increased by 20% again. At the same time, the Wild Attack on the Wind Bracelet was also used. After stimulating the state to the peak, Xiao Han raised his hand and chopped down with a 5-combo slash of flames. Minus 347,548. Minus 7,000. Minus 694,526. The rock protection was not used, and the damage reduction of the red flame cracking armor beast was of course non-existent. 5 consecutive attacks, although only 2 combo attacks were launched, but the damage value of more than 2.3 million points was instantly hit. Hey, let's see if you can die. After fighting for more than an hour, Xiao Han was already exhausted, but he couldn't rest at this time. The health value of the red flame-cracking armor beast was less than 3 million points. In the remaining 9 seconds of invincibility, he only needed to successfully hit it 7 or 8 times to kill it. In the passage, Wang Man finally didn't listen to Xiao Han's words. He stood there and looked at the floating red numbers, but the shock in his eyes became more and more intense. The damage per second actually reached more than 2 million, which was something she dared not even think about. Han Xiao, he should still be in Jing'an now. Wang Man whispered softly, thinking to herself, "Such a perverted guy, I don't know if Lord Wang knows. Perhaps we can try to absorb him." Thinking so in her heart, her eyes suddenly changed, with appreciation, expectation, and even a hint of inexplicable taste. For all this, Xiao Han didn't know that after turning on the special skill, Crazy Attack, his attack speed was directly doubled. Although the red flame-cracked armor beast under his feet was very restless, he only took less than 7 seconds to cut 5 knives, plus the 2 combos. Triggered. The long-awaited system prompt sound finally rang. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast emperor, and gained 6.85 million experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 685 million experience points. Ding, your level has reached the upper limit and you can no longer gain experience points. Please complete the job transfer task as soon as possible to increase the level upper limit. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast, emperor, and gained 476 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 47,600 gold coins. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast, emperor, and gained the Manifestation Talisman Instrument, Legend, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the Manifestation Talisman Instrument, Spiritual Instrument. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast, emperor, and gained the Flame Pill Formula, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the Flame
Sun Pill Formula.
Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast, emperor, and gained the First-level teleportation array blueprint, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the third-level teleportation array blueprint. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast emperor, obtained the skill Berserk Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained the skill Rage Advanced. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast emperor, obtained the legendary equipment Red Flame-Cracked Armor Spear, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained the spiritual equipment Lava Cracked Armor Spear. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast emperor, obtained the legendary equipment Red Moonstaff, triggered a 100-fold reward, and obtained the treasure equipment Purple Star Fire Staff. Ding, you killed a red flame-cracked armor beast emperor, obtained. This time, Xiao Han could finally calm down and listen carefully to the system prompt, and at the same time he couldn't help but show a touch of surprise on his face. He had never expected a spiritual level embodiment talisman. And more importantly, he happened to explode a spiritual level spear. You have to know that the red flame-cracked armor beast is a level 110 boss, and all the equipment it explodes must also be level 110. He couldn't use this level of equipment in the game, at least for a short time. But with the spirit level embodiment talisman, it was different. He could directly materialize it into reality. Xiao Han really wanted to know what kind of destructive power this weapon would have after it was materialized into reality. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he picked up the spirit weapon embodiment talisman that was shining with precious light, and also picked up the lava-cracking armor gun. He wanted to materialize it directly into reality, but after looking at the priest not far away, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and finally didn't do it. Anyway, this thing can be done at any time and there is no need to be too anxious, so it's better to pick up the things on the ground first. #C502 Purple Star Fire Staff. More than 60,000 gold coins have piled up into a small mountain. It is not easy to find all the equipment, materialization talismans, skills and other things from it. Fortunately, the priest was sensible and still watched from a distance in the passage. Xiao Han grabbed a lot of gold coins and put them into his backpack without any intention of asking her to come over to help. As time passed, the gold coins on the ground became fewer and fewer. The dark passage seemed a little quiet, and only the sound of gold coins hitting each other could be heard, making a ding-dong sound. Da, da. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from a distance. Wang Man was stunned and turned her head to look, but the distance was too far and she couldn't tell who was coming. But this place is the 5th floor underground, and those who are able to appear here are not ordinary people, so he hurriedly reminded, "Don't pick up the gold coins, quickly collect all the equipment and materialization. Talismans. Someone is coming over there. It's okay, I know that guy." Hearing the familiar footsteps, Xiao Han picked up the purple star fire, gathering staff that had already revealed a corner of the gold coin pile, and continued, "You also made a lot of efforts to kill this big guy. This staff is not bad. You should be able to use it." "What? Give it to me." Wang Man was a little surprised to hear Han Xiao say this, because the two did not form a team. She did not hear the system prompt after. The blood-sucking worm and the red flame-cracked armor beast were killed, and she also did not know what equipment was exploded. But looking at the staff in Han Zhao's hand, you can feel that it is not simple. It is a red staff with a fist-sized purple heart-shaped gem on the top. Looks very cool. Even if it is not a legendary equipment, it is at least legendary level. If she could get such a weapon, she would be very happy, but she still asked, uncertainly, "This staff, it seems to be at least a legendary weapon. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" "Oh, what's the big deal?" Xiao Han chuckled and threw it over without any care, and then focused on the gold coins in front of him as well as the equipment and skills inside. Seeing this scene, Wang Man finally stopped doubting and immediately rushed forward a few steps, caught the flying staff in the air, and immediately looked at its attributes impatiently, and then cursed in an unladylike manner. "Fuck! Am I seeing it wrong? You gave me such a treasure equipment?" At this time, her face was full of disbelief, and her voice was even trembling, slightly because of being too excited. "What did you say, treasure equipment?" Cheng Meng just came over and heard such news. He immediately stared at the red staff with wide eyes, his eyes full of envy. Then he looked at Xiao Han, who was more than 10 meters away, and immediately saw the small mountain of gold coins, and he groaned unconsciously. "Fuck! What on earth did they do? How could there be so many gold coins?" As his eyes continued to extend to the distance, he also saw the behemoth that was still more than 3 meters tall even when it fell to the ground. "What is this thing? Could it be a overlord-level boss?" "Hee, you guessed wrong." Wang Man looked at the stunned look on the face of the strange man in front of him and explained in a very good mood. "This is an emperor-level boss. In order to kill it, we paid a heavy price." "How is it? I haven't seen it before." "Not only have I never seen it, I haven't even heard of it before." After waking up from the shock, Cheng Meng asked curiously, "Above the emperor level, are there higher-level bosses?" "Of course there are. Today he was able to kill the red flame-cracked armor beast and even got a treasure staff." Wang Man continued to explain in a very good mood. "Above the emperor should be the emperor and the emperor. As for whether there are higher ones, I don't know." "Emperor and emperor?" Cheng Meng repeated, and turned his eyes to the gravel cave in front of him. If he was not mistaken, this place should not be like this before. The reason why there is a cave covering an area of more than 500 square meters should be caused by the big guy who has been killed. Such a scene appeared before his eyes. He couldn't imagine how fierce the battle was just now. He said with emotion, "A narrow mine tunnel was opened up, like this. The emperor-level boss is so powerful, then the emperor and emperor-level boss must be even more powerful." "Of course." Wang Man's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, the emperor-level boss is rare. Do you want to see what it looks like?" "What do you mean?" Cheng Meng, after a pause, he immediately turned his gaze to the passage opposite the cave and asked in shock, "Is there an emperor-level boss in there?" "Heh! Why are you making such a fuss?" Seeing that they were talking excitedly, Xiao Han interrupted and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Even if you go there, you can only see a big eyeball. What's so good about an emperor-level boss? You'll lose your life for no reason. So, There really is one in there. Chong Meng took a breath of cold air. His eyes were very excited. In such a long time in the game, he has only seen a leader-level boss at most. As for the higher-level overlords, he had only heard of them. Now there was an emperor-level boss in front of him, and he really wanted to take a look, even if the price of a look was death. Anyway, he was only in his 20s, and it didn't matter if he died once. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't go over immediately, but stood in the passage waiting quietly, looking at the busy figure. The envy in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Xiao Han actually felt something about the two people's gazes, but he didn't plan to share the things that exploded with them. As for the Purple Star fire-gathering staff that was sent out, it was also because the female priest played an indispensable role in this battle. Without her, there would be no way to kill the red flame-cracked armor beast. The relationship between people, and even the history of human development, has always revolved around the word interest. And a single person, no matter how strong he is extremely limited. So if it is not necessary, no matter when, he can't make his eating too ugly. Since the opponent has made efforts in this battle, he should get corresponding benefits. The treasure-level Purple Star fire-gathering staff was also the harvest of her attack this time. He picked up all the equipment, materialization talismans, and skill books. For the scattered gold coins scattered among the stones, he was too lazy to continue picking them up. Looking up at the dead red flame-cracked armor beast, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly. At this time, for the remaining 7 blood-sucking stones on the stone door, he still had the idea of taking them all away. Since the teeth of the red flame-cracked armor beast don't work, let's try the teeth of the lava-cracked armor beast. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he immediately raised his foot and walked towards the huge red head. #C503 Flame Crystal Stone. Ding, you get a tooth of the red flame-cracked armor beast, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a tooth of the lava-cracked armor beast. Ding, you get a scale of the red flame-cracked armor beast, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a scale of the lava-cracked armor beast. Ding, you get a claw of the red flame-cracked armor beast, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a claw of the lava-cracked armor beast. This time, Xiao Han did not waste it. As long as he could see the scales, teeth, claws, and other materials, he got them all. And after the 100-fold reward, they all became level 11 materials. According to the level, these scales, teeth, and claws, if they can be fully utilized, can be used to create immortal weapons. Hey, the claws of the lava-cracked armor beast, I don't believe it will take more than an hour. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, called the female priest on the other side of the passage, and turned to walk across the stone chamber. Master, do you want these gold coins on the ground? Can I pick them up? Yes, I don't want them anymore. Xiao Han responded, without saying anything more, and disappeared quickly in the passage. Wang Man also looked down on the gold coins scattered among the gravel. Even though she didn't want to face the emperor-level boss again, she still chased after him quickly. She knew that Han Zhao's idea was probably for the eyeballs on the stone door. Although she didn't know what they were for, she could guess that they should be very important to him. In less than a minute, the two stood at the entrance of the destroyed stone chamber again. Wang Man thought for a while and advised, "Do you want to reconsider? The burning effect can last for 10 minutes. The cooling time of Peiyuan pill and Dilling pill is 12 hours. If you are hit by magma again, I can't save you with my current energy." "I know, but I still want to try," Xiao Han replied and continued, "Since I already know its means, I won't fall in the same place for the second time. The Emperor boss inside can use sonic attacks. You'd better step back and stand 50 meters away." "Well, I know," Wang Man responded and immediately stepped back. She had already persuaded everyone she should persuade. Since Han Xiao still had no intention of giving up, she couldn't say anything more. At this time, Xiao Han also slowly approached the stone door. Roar! Suddenly a roar came, and the harsh sound gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Hey! The red flame-cracked armored beast was killed. Is this guy angry? Xiao Han chuckled and immediately looked at the stone chamber carefully. At this time, the body of the earth-fire-cracked armored beast that was killed before had disappeared. The lines on the black crystal stone floor also became dim, and the blood that had flowed inside disappeared completely. The glowing crystals on the top of the stone chamber have also become much darker now. This formation seems to be a bit complicated. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han slowly approached the stone door. Although the Siming special skill has been triggered, it still has the golden body and the Earth Guardian. These two are active skills which are immune to all damage, so he is not too afraid of the flame-breathing skill. As long as the skill can be used appropriately, there will be no more burning damage. But when that guy will use the skill inside the stone door is completely random and there is no way to judge. And if you want to use the skill appropriately, you must always pay attention to the situation inside the stone door. But the trouble is that he has to use the lava-cracked armored beast's teeth. He just got to smash the eyelids wrapped in blood-sucking stones on the stone door. In this way, whether he can use the invincible skill just right is full of uncertainty. No, I have to trick the flame breath skill out first. Xiao Han muttered softly. A solemn look flashed in his eyes, and he immediately activated the Earth Guardian and rushed over directly. The red flame spear in his hand pierced in through the crack of the door. Without hesitation, since he wanted to trick it into using the flame breath that posed the greatest threat to him, then angering it should be the best choice. Dang! The sound of metal clashing came, and Xiao Han's brows couldn't help but frown. This shot successfully pierced the black pupil, but failed to cause it any damage. He had expected this situation, so he could accept it. But what was depressing was that there seemed to be a kind of mockery in that eyeball. Moreover, the expected fiery breath did not appear, and the lava cracked. Armored beast did not even blink, just watching quietly. This guy. There is something wrong. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han frowned slightly, and immediately changed into the violent necklace. While turning on the violent, a 5 combo of fiery slashes smashed down. Minus 87,785. Minus 7,000. Minus 88,576. With 30% penetration, it can finally cause damage to the lava-cracked armored beast. After a set of skills, the red damage value that floated out was about 2.5 million points. But the eyeball in the stone door still did not move. What's going on? Can't this guy move? Muttering softly, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then immediately changed to the Tiger Roar Flame Blade and chopped down with another 3-hit combo. But no matter how he attacked, there was no response from inside the stone door. This made Xiao Han more confused, and his eyes gradually became serious, and he gradually stopped the action in his hands. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and he must be more cautious. And even if the lava-cracked armored beast does not fight back or dodge, the possibility of killing it is almost zero. The attack just now was just to trick it into using the flame-breathing skill, while it was still in the invincible state. But the guy inside was smarter than he thought. Damn it! If this goes on, it seems that I can only give up those blood-sucking stones. When the 10 seconds were up, Xiao Han stopped talking nonsense and immediately turned around and walked towards the entrance of the passage. But, in the corner of his eye, he saw a touch of red coming from the crack of the door. Fuck! Is this guy waiting for my invincibility to disappear? Seeing this scene, although he was not sure, he immediately flashed and peered more than 10 meters away. Ha! The sound of spitting came from behind, and Xiao Han immediately turned his head to look. The red magma had already flowed down along the crack of the door, but the scorching temperature could still be felt even if he stood more than 10 meters away. That was a close call. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Han unconsciously took a few steps back. and his thoughts about the blood-sucking stone suddenly faded a lot. The lava-cracked armor beast under the stone door was obviously different from the earth-fire-cracked armor beast, and the red flame-cracked armor beast had a higher combat wisdom. Facing such an opponent, there was no need to take risks. Having made the decision to give up in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and turned back to the direction he came from. At this time, Cheng Meng, who was picking up gold coins, found a crystal clear red crystal from the rubble and quickly picked it up. After taking it in his hand and taking a look at it, he immediately exclaimed, "Fuck! This flame crystal is actually a level 7 fire attribute gem. #C504 boss level pet." After reading the properties of the crystal, Cheng Meng couldn't believe his eyes, because as long as this thing is embedded in the equipment, it will be accompanied by 20,000 points of fire attribute damage. And this means that out of thin air, he got a piece of equipment that can cause 20,000 points of constant damage to the target, even if the damage reduction effect cannot be immune to this damage. At that time, he can immediately upgrade his guns to cannons. With his current skills, he has enough confidence that he can definitely quickly stand out in Stormwind City. How can such a top-notch thing be here? With a hint of confusion in his heart, Cheng Meng immediately took out 2 torches and stuck them on the ground, staring wide-eyed, and continued to search carefully. The fiery red crystal, after being illuminated by the fire, immediately reflected a strange red light. In just a moment, 2 more flame crystals came into view. Picking up the crystal, Cheng Meng was very excited. Now he has 3 such crystals in his hand, which means that after successful embedding, the fire attribute attack will be as high as 60,000 points. Such abnormal attack power, even in the entire Stormwind City, will not exceed 1 hand. If a fire crystal is sold, it can be worth at least tens of millions. Cheng Meng muttered softly, thinking excitedly, but still a little puzzled. How could he not want such a top-quality thing? With such doubts in his mind, he also thought of Han Xiao in the depths of the passage, and then looked at the gold coins scattered on the ground and suddenly understood something. Such things will definitely not be given up voluntarily. It's just that there are too many equipment and gold coins that have exploded, so there are no such top-quality crystals. Thinking of Han Xiao's attitude towards him, Cheng Meng frowned slightly and muttered softly, "Should I give it back to him or keep it for myself?" When he first saw the properties of the fire crystal, he really wanted to keep it for himself. But now there is a biggest problem that cannot be solved. That is, how can these 3 fire crystals that can increase 20,000 fire attribute damage be embedded in the equipment? These days he has been mining, and in order to sell the ore at a higher price, he has visited almost all the blacksmith shops in Stormwind. But even so, he has never heard of any blacksmith who can inlay. And if the fire crystal cannot be inlaid into the equipment, then this thing is equivalent to chicken ribs. It looks very delicious, but it is like chewing wax when you really eat it. How about giving him one first and seeing what his attitude is? Thinking secretly in his heart, Cheng Meng continued to mutter softly, "If he is willing to help me, it should be good to follow the perverted big devil who explodes equipment. But if not, then sell one of the remaining 2 first and get a set of diamond equipment first." A set of diamond equipment? As soon as he walked out of the passage, Xiao Han heard Cheng Meng talking to himself and said with a smile, "This is not cheap, at least 30 or 40 million is possible. What do you want to sell? Could it be that you are lucky today and dig up or above level 8 or 9? That's not the case." Cheng Meng shook his head, spread his palm and said directly, "I just picked up this thing. It should be you who exploded it. But you may be a little careless and didn't notice it." "What is this?" Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, looking at the red crystal on his palm with a look of astonishment. "Although I don't know what this is, from the few words Cheng Meng just said, I can already know that this thing is not simple. The red flame-cracked armor beast is, after all, a level 110 Emperor level boss. And how could the crystal stone that exploded from it be an ordinary item? Now seeing Chang Meng actually took out such a crystal stone worth tens of millions, Xiao Han was still a little surprised. After a little hesitation, he said directly, "Since you picked up this thing, I can't rob it by force. But can you show it to me? If it's useful to me, you plan to sell it anyway, so you might as well sell it to me. Whether it's gold coins, equipment, pets, or manifestation talismans, I can get them for you. Hee. Since I took it out, I don't plan to take it back." Chang Meng chuckled and continued, "What's more, this thing is originally yours." As he spoke, he handed over the crystal stone. Xiao Han didn't hesitate and directly reached out to take it, and also took a look at it. Flame crystal, level 7 gem can be inlaid. Increases fire attribute damage by 20,000 points. Oh my god! Increases fire damage by 20,000 points? Seeing such an introduction, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, and a smile appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up instantly. For him, such crystals are the more the better. If all the equipment on his body can be inlaid with such crystals, even the lava-cracked armored beast can touch it. But unfortunately, this crystal does not belong to him now. Since he gave up the gold coins on the ground, the flame crystal mixed in the gold coins should also be given up together. If Chang Meng didn't take it out on his own initiative, it would be fine. If he didn't know, he wouldn't bother about it. But now that he knows, this crystal is a must. Looking at the miserable knight in front of him, Xiao Han felt embarrassed to force him to take it. After all, he took it out on his own initiative. Diamond equipment? Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately searched in the Rui belt, and after a while he said, "This flame crystal is very important to me. If you don't object, then sell it to me. I do have a few diamond equipment, but I don't have any suitable for your level. It's okay. I'm not asking you for equipment." Chang Meng waved his hand and said quickly, "This is originally yours. I'm just returning it to its original owner." Hee, that's what you said. But things can't be done like this. Xiao Han waved his hand and continued, "I can't give you the equipment immediately. You may need to wait. Once I return to Stormwind City, I will immediately get you a set of level 30 diamond equipment. As for now," Xiao Han frowned and thought for a while, then said, "I have a horse that can be ridden when it reaches level 30. Just give it to you." The moment the voice fell, a red pony suddenly appeared in the cave, and at the same time on its head, there was an introduction to its own attributes. When Chang Meng and Wang Man saw the scene, their eyes suddenly widened and they exclaimed in unison, "Oh my god! A leader-level pet. #C505 I want to take a look. Is this really for me?" An incredulous voice sounded. Xiao Han said with a smile, "It's just a leader-level pet. It should be worth about the same as this flame crystal." "It's more than just about the same." Wang Man was moved and said quickly, "Do you want to sell this horse? I'll give you 50 million, plus a set of level 30 diamond equipment." Hee. Don't ask me that. Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I have already received the flame crystal, and this horse belongs to Chang Meng. If you want to buy it, you have to discuss it with him. No sale." Before Wang Man asked, Chang Meng said directly, "This is a leader-level pet. Even if I am killed, it will not explode. If I can cultivate it, my strength will at least increase several times. Don't say 50 million and a set of diamond equipment, even if you offer 100 million plus a set of diamond equipment, I won't sell it." Hee. You are not stupid. Xiao Han said with a smile. "Open the transaction box directly and put the fierce wind colt in." But after waiting for a long time, the transaction was still not completed. At this time, Chang Meng showed a face of anxiety and asked strangely, "What's wrong? This flame crystal stone is not for sale?" "No, of course I want to sell it." Chang Meng's face was bitter, and he said with a depressed face, "But I haven't reached level 30 yet, and the pet space has not been opened yet. You! Xiao Han was stunned and shook his head helplessly. Without completing the second job transfer task and breaking through the level 30 barrier, there is really no way to learn the beast enslavement and beast control techniques. Then there is no way to open the pet space. This transaction, of course, cannot be completed. The best pet within reach, but there is no way to take it for yourself, and you can only watch it. This is the most painful thing. Xiao Han can understand his feelings and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Let's form a team later. When you get out of this mine, you can almost reach level 30. Although the job transfer task is a bit difficult, I will provide you with a set of diamond equipment. If you work hard, you should be able to complete it today. That's the only way." Seeing Han Zhao's attitude, Cheng Meng's eyes flashed for a moment, and he continued, "Do you want to look through the system record? I think there should be more than one flame crystal stone that exploded from this big guy. Such a top-quality thing can also increase 20,000 points of fire attribute damage. Even if only one is missed, it is a great pity." "You are right." Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked down at the system record, and then said excitedly, "There are 4, a total of 4. Let's look for them again. 80,000 points of fire attribute damage, this is too important for him. Once it is successfully embedded in the equipment, even if the seal is in a cooling state, if you encounter a guy like Zuoshang who has extremely strong damage reduction, you will not be helpless. Moreover, this 80,000 points of fire attribute damage bonus, if you don't count the state increase of the deep-fried flame thunder wing tiger whip, is even higher than the damage of his entire equipment. He has the attributes of 8 legendary items, 2 legendary items, and 1 immortal item." With this comparison, Xiao Han immediately took out a dozen torches, filled the entire cave, and quickly and carefully searched. Seeing this, Wang Man and Cheng Meng no longer hesitated and immediately joined in. "Ha! I found another one." Less than a minute later, Cheng Meng took out a fire crystal from his backpack, while the other two were not paying attention, and shouted excitedly, "Look! I found another one. Keep going, the other two must be here too." Xiao Han's face flashed with joy, and he said quickly, "No matter who finds it, I will not be stingy with the reward." Before he finished speaking, he took off the weeping blood ring on his finger and threw it directly to Cheng Meng. Although the blood-sucking attribute on it is extremely important, there are already more than 10 blood-sucking stones in the Rui Belt and even 3 bloodthirsty stones. With them, he will not lack such equipment. This level 25 equipment should have been eliminated long ago, and now it is just right to give it to Cheng Meng. In just 20 to 30 seconds, this guy found the second fire crystal.
Xiao Han
Even thought that the remaining 2 had been collected by him. Now if he didn't pay such a price, how could he take out all the remaining 2 fire crystals? As the saying goes, be willing to give up, be willing to give up. First you must give up, then you can get. Even if it costs some money, he must get the remaining 2 crystals, so he smiled and said, "This is a level 25 diamond equipment, the attributes are not bad, you should be able to use it." On the other side, Cheng Meng saw the flying ring, his eyes immediately lit up, and he threw the flame crystal in his hand directly to Han Zhao. Even if he hadn't seen the attributes of the ring, he knew it must be a top grade, because with Han Zhao's ability, he must have better equipment in his hand. But this level 25 ring was taken directly from his finger. This means that it is very practical, even at level 50 or 60 it can still be used. Catching the flying ring in mid-air, Cheng Meng immediately looked at its attributes, and then shouted excitedly, "Fuck! There is such a special effect. I don't need to bring medicine to kill monsters in the future." Hearing this, Wang Man looked at Han Zhao in disbelief, and immediately realized that it should be a ring with a blood-sucking special effect. But with such a top-grade equipment, how could he be willing to give it away? Looking at Cheng Meng with some envy, Wang Man immediately lowered his head to Search among the gravel on the ground. Although the cave opened up by the red flame-cracked armor beast is very large, more than 500 square meters, the gold coins and equipment it exploded only occupied less than 30 square meters at the time. It's just that the size of the flame crystal is relatively small, only the size of a soybean, so it is not easy to find. But no matter how difficult it is, it must be found. Thinking of the generous Han Xiao, Wang Man quickly fiddled with the gravel under his feet, hoping to find the flame crystal and get the so-called reward. Hey, I found one too. Ha ha ha. I'm really lucky today. I found another one. But less than a minute later, two voices sounded in her ears at the same time. Wang Man's face froze and she looked up with some depression. Han Xiao and Cheng Meng both held a red crystal in their hands. Seeing that all four had been found, Xiao Han said directly, I don't have anything suitable for you now. Let's go back now. After we go back, I'll help you get a set of level 30 diamond equipment. After you complete the job transfer task, I'll take you to level 50 and then help you get a set of level 50 diamond equipment. By the way, I still have a legendary weapon in my hand. Before the voice fell, Xiao Han took out the Liang armor-breaking sword from his Rui belt and continued with a smile. This is a level 45 legendary weapon which you can use when the time comes. This, holding the crystal in his hand, Cheng Meng was flattered and even more grateful for his decision at that time. Fortunately, he followed and slid down from the cave, otherwise these things would have passed him by. While taking over the legendary equipment, he also handed the flame crystal in his hand to Han Xiao, and couldn't wait to look at its attributes. The two special skills and special effects above are very practical, and he was even more satisfied. Don't look at it anyway, you can't use it at your current level. Xiao Han glanced at the time and urged, we should go back. On the way back, we can almost bring you to level 30. Wait a minute. Cheng Meng put away the Liang armor-breaking sword in his hand and said excitedly, I want to take a look at the Emperor-level boss. Over there. #C506 he wants to play. Why look at it? Xiao Han frowned and said directly, your most important task now is to upgrade. What's so good about that thing? But that's an Emperor-level boss. Cheng Meng licked his lips and said excitedly, I haven't even seen the Overlord's boss before. Since I have the opportunity today, I'll open my eyes. It's okay to take a look. Xiao Han pointed to the end of the passage and continued, but the big guy inside is not something you can see just because you want to. With your body, you may be killed before you see it. If you die in there, you won't be able to follow me to get experience and quickly reach level 30. This, Cheng Meng was stunned and suddenly became a little entangled. Compared to taking a look at the Emperor boss, it is more important to quickly reach level 30 and complete the second job transfer task. He looked at the depth of the passage with some regret, nodded and said, then, don't look at it. There is really nothing to see. Hee hee. Look if you want, what's the big deal? Wang Man saw Cheng Meng's tangled face, smiled and said to Han Xiao, I have learned the resurrection skill. Even if he is killed in seconds, I can pull him up. And it's not far over there. It will only take 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, let's go and see. Since it can be resurrected, there is no need to continue to block it. Xiao Han turned to Cheng Meng and said, why are you still standing there? Hurry over. Hey, the Emperor-level boss. Hearing this, Cheng Meng did not hesitate at all and immediately ran into the passage. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly, looked at the figure that disappeared in a blink of an eye, and walked towards the stone chamber with Wang Man. Roar. Just a moment later a roar came. Because of his keen hearing, although Xiao Han did not see what happened over there, the footsteps that he could hear just now have disappeared now. Obviously, Cheng Meng, who wanted to take a look at the Emperor-level boss, was killed in seconds. I just don't know if he saw it. Heh! Xiao Han chuckled and said calmly, that guy is dead. Get ready and pull him up. I really don't understand. What's so good about a big eyeball? Hee hee. What's so strange about this? Wang Man grinned and teased softly. It's like a man looking at a beautiful woman. As long as he hasn't played with it, he wants to play with it. This metaphor is really... Faced with Wang Man, who drove away without saying a word, Xiao Han suddenly didn't know how to reply to her, so he had to change the subject and said, "Let's go, we have been here for several hours, it's time to go back." "Okay. Then let's go quickly." Wang Man was a little surprised that she failed to seduce Han Xiao, but she would not rush for a moment. Since she already knew each other, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Knowing that Cheng Meng had been killed in seconds, she couldn't help but speed up a bit. After a while, he saw the corpse about 7 or 8 meters away from the stone gate and immediately chanted a spell. As a milky white light fell on Cheng Meng, he slowly sat up, looked towards the stone gate with lingering fear, and said with a depressed face, "The guy inside is too perverted. I was killed by a sound wave before I even got close." "Heh." Xiao Han chuckled and said slowly, "I've said it before, but you still don't believe it." "It's not that I don't believe it, I just want to take a look. Anyway, my life is worthless." Cheng Meng glanced at the stone gate and continued, "Even if I can't see his full appearance, I'm satisfied. After all, I may be the only one in perfect world who was born in the 20th century. The man who saw the Emperor-level boss at level 7. Hee hee. Look how proud you are." Wang Man covered her mouth and chuckled, and continued to tease. "You probably didn't see it clearly just now. My resurrection skill will cool down in just 5 minutes. You can go a little further. The big eyeball is next to the stone door. You can also reach in and touch it. In this way, you will also become the first man in perfect world who dares to reach out and touch the Emperor-level boss at level 27. Hey, this is a good suggestion. You can really try it." Cheng Meng's eyes lit up and he immediately walked towards the stone door. Anyway, being killed once will only drop some experience points. It doesn't matter even if the equipment is exposed. His whole body is garbage. Neither Han Xiao nor Wang Man likes it. As for the bloodthirsty ring and the blazing sun armor-breaking sword that he just got, even if they are exposed, they will not come to rob them. Since there will be no unbearable losses, it's no big deal to touch them. Approaching the stone door, looking at the big black pupil and red bead inside, Cheng Meng carefully observed the gap between the two doors. After making sure that he would not slip down through the gap, he curved his lips and stretched his arm directly into the gap in front of Wang Man's shocked eyes. "Oh my God. I was just talking casually. Why did he take it seriously? Anyway, his life is not worth much, of course it doesn't matter." Seeing Cheng Meng's actions, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked, "But, you said that the resurrection cooldown is 5 minutes. Is it true or false?" Roar. Before Wang Man could reply, the roar sounded again. At the same time, a stream of magma suddenly gushed out from the crack of the door, which was less than 10 centimeters wide, and killed Cheng Meng again. For such a familiar scene, neither of them was surprised, so they seemed very calm. Seeing the corpse lying on the stone door, Xiao Han no longer had the heart to ask how long it would take to resurrect. He took out a tooth of the lava-cracking beast and ran straight to the stone door. The skill of Flaming Breath has a cooldown time of 10 minutes, which means that it is safe in the next 10 minutes. As for the cooldown time of the Sound Wave skill, Xiao Han didn't care. Because he had the Siming Metal, he could be immune to fatal damage once, so he didn't need to be afraid of the Sound Wave skill that could kill him instantly. Hey! It's a good thing that Cheng Meng wants to come over and take a look, otherwise where can I find such an opportunity? Thinking excitedly in his heart, Xiao Han held the tooth with both hands and smashed it with all his strength. Crunch! Although the eyelids carved from the blood jade stone were not directly smashed open, a deep dent immediately appeared. Hey! It's much stronger than the teeth of the red flame-cracked armor beast. Seeing such an obvious effect, Xiao Han even immediately activated the crazy attack stunt on the wind bracelet and smashed it crazily. Roar! The roar sounded again, and the lava-cracked armor beast under the stone door immediately became furious, but it could only watch helplessly. Hashtag C507 Level 7 Elixir Formula. Crack! Crack! In the empty stone room, Xiao Han and Wang Man stood in the passage, quietly, watching the fearless Cheng Meng holding a tooth and bang 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 on the stone door. Roar! Angry roars continued to come from the stone door. But Cheng Meng, who was working, seemed to have heard nothing at all. He kept knocking steadily with his hands holding the teeth. Crack! Crack! The eyelids carved from the blood jade stone became bigger and bigger with his repeated efforts. I really didn't expect that the 7th level material would be so hard. After muttering in shock, Cheng Meng immediately looked up and shouted to the distance. There is only the last bit left on it. Do you want to come and knock it down yourself? Well, you can knock the others. After waiting for so long, it's finally time to harvest. Don't you have to knock down the blood-sucking stone yourself? As for the flaming breath that was not released, it was not a big threat to him. When he came to the stone gate, Xiao Han immediately put on the protection stunt on the Panlong heart mirror and also used the earth protection on the earth shield. With the 2 shields on his body, he immediately moved over, holding the teeth in his hand, and smashed it down with force. Crunch! Although there was only a little left at the connection between the blood green stone eyelid and the stone gate, it was still not smashed down. Seeing this, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to hit again. Crack! With a crisp sound, the eyelid immediately fell off and the eyeball wrapped inside also rolled out of the eye socket. At this time, Xiao Han no longer cared about the system prompt sounding in his ears, and hurriedly grabbed it in his hand with preparation. Roar! Before he could put away the blood-sucking stone, the roar under the stone
Gate sounded.
At the same time, rolling red magma also gushed out from the crack of the door, and Cheng Meng, who had no protection, was instantly killed. Thanks to the protection of the 2 shields, Xiao Han was able to withstand such damage even though he failed to discover it in time. Standing in the magma, he disappeared out of thin air with a flash. When he appeared again, he was already standing in a passage more than 10 meters away, holding the eyeball he had just picked up in his hand. What on earth is this? And why is it worth spending so much to get it out? Wang Man was a little curious when she saw Han Zhao's happy face. It was because of this red eyeball that the stone door was opened before, allowing the dead earth fire-cracked armored beast to eventually become the red flame-cracked armored beast. Now, in order to get this eyeball, he actually came up with this incredible method, making Cheng Meng go to die again and again. And that guy didn't care about death in the game. After such an operation, he actually took off the eyeball on the stone door. Looking at the fist-sized red eyeball, Wang Man asked with a puzzled look on her face. This thing doesn't look like a crystal that increases attributes, right? Yeah. Xiao Han responded, and explained casually, this is a material that can be used to make equipment. I just need it and have been looking for it for a long time. Seeing the magma flowing down the gap between the stone doors again, he didn't explain too much and rushed over again. Although the 2 largest blood-sucking stones have been picked out, there are still 6 on it. Although 4 of them are very small, only the size of soybeans, they are enough to make a weeping blood ring. 11 level materials divided by grade can be used to make immortal weapons. If it can be made, what grade of equipment will he get after the 100-fold reward? Just thinking about it in his heart, Xiao Han is looking forward to it. Holding the tooth with the armor-breaking attribute in his hand, he smashed it down without hesitation. Crunch! Crunch! Having just used the flame breath, the lava-cracked armored beast under the stone gate will not be able to use the skill for at least 10 minutes. Even if it can be used by then, it doesn't matter because Cheng Meng has been resurrected long ago. With such a fearless guy, he can retreat safely, just come over and hit it one last time. Crunch! Crunch! Time passed by minute, and the blood-sucking stones that served as eyes on the stone gate were all taken off one by one. Although the blood-sucking stones in the bat's eyes were very small, Xiao Han did not give up. As the biggest contributor, Chang Meng even dropped a level because of too many deaths. As for the stone gate carved entirely from blood jade stone, although he wanted to take it back, he gave up after looking at the lava-cracked armored beast inside. If the stone gate was really destroyed, they would all die here. After putting the last blood-sucking stone and the eyelid-shaped blood-sucking stone into the backpack, Xiao Han glanced at the knight beside him and said, with a smile, "Thank you for today. I will help you level up the level you just dropped." "Hey, that's nothing." Chang Meng grinned and continued, "If I die a few more times I can get so many level 7 ores. Even if I get killed 30 or 50 times a day, I don't care. In that case, I won't say much." Xiao Han nodded and immediately pulled him into his team. At the same time, he took out 5 Peiyuan pills and said to Wang Man beside him, "If it weren't for you, I would definitely not be able to get these ores today. These Peiyuan pills are for you, as my reward to you." "Oh, there are so many," Wang Man exclaimed, and immediately took the porcelain bottle handed over by Han Xiao with excitement, and carefully put it into her backpack. Seeing her like this, Xiao Han chuckled and said directly, "Let's go. The big guy below cannot be dealt with in a short time. We should go back." As he spoke, he walked into the passage while looking through the things in the Rui belt, counting today's gains. Liang pill formula. Turning to the third to last page, Xiao Han saw 2 drawings, immediately took one of them out and flipped through them directly. After the drawings disappeared in his hand, he immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look, and then muttered with some doubts, "7th level pill, assisting 3rd level professionals to break through to level 4. Is it not as simple as doing a job transfer task to break through to a low level general after becoming a high-level warrior?" Thinking so, Xiao Han suddenly had a lot of doubts in his heart, but more of it was excitement, because since it is a pill that breaks through the bottleneck, then if it is materialized in reality, the effect must be excellent. Level 3 is upgraded by 2 grades, that is level 5. At this time, Fu Qingji, who was stationed in Tianqing, was a level 5 telekinetic evolver, and he also belonged to the military. He had a strong style of doing things, never colluding with Kolei, Rongzhe, Tu Ningkue and others, and he couldn't even turn a blind eye. It was precisely because of this that he was sent to Tianqing to garrison. If he was promoted to a level 6 evolver, it would not only improve Jing'an's strength, but also allow the military to completely gain the upper hand. Those guys in the Evolutionary Alliance, no matter how unwilling they were, had to keep their tails between their legs. Just thinking about it, Xiao Han was a little excited, and immediately looked at the detailed introduction of the Liang pill and the required medicinal materials. #C508 Heart Blood and Inner Elixir. The heart and blood of the lava-cracked armor beast, and the inner pill of the lava-cracked armor beast. Looking at the 2 main ingredients mentioned in the recipe, Xiao Han was slightly stunned, and then ran quickly into the cave. At the same time, he was somewhat fortunate that he had learned the recipe here. If he had left just now, even if he went back and learned the recipe of the Scorching Sun pill, he would not be able to refine it. Although other auxiliary medicinal materials are also rare, there is still a chance to find them. But the most important heart and blood and inner pill are not so easy to get. Scorching Sun pill. Xiao Han muttered softly, his eyes narrowed slightly. This recipe is the highest level among all the recipes he currently has. Once it is refined, it will be a level 9 pill. He is really looking forward to the day when it can be materialized in reality. In the surprised eyes of Chang Meng and Wang Man, Xiao Han ran back to the cave at a very fast speed. Then he took out the skinning knife without hesitation, dug out an eyeball on the left side of the red flame-cracked armor beast, and then immediately reached in and began to grope inside. After a while, he felt a round object and grabbed it in his hand. The system prompt sounded at this time, and Xiao Han showed a hint of joy on his face. He quickly clenched his palm and pulled it out. At this time, a round ball covered with blood and brain matter, but emitting red light, appeared in his palm. Putting it into the backpack with his backhand, Xiao Han immediately opened a hole at the heart of the red flame-cracked armor beast. The moment he reached in, he immediately began to grope quickly. Because the heart is very large, it is a little troublesome to get it out. But it took less than half an hour, and with the increase of 100 times. The reward, he got the heart and soul of the lava-cracked armor beast. After getting the two main materials for refining the Liang pill, Xiao Han ignored the puzzled expressions on the faces of the two people behind him and said directly, "Let's go, we can go back now. Is that thing just now an inner pill?" Wang Man's eyes flickered, and she said with some surprise, "I didn't expect that there would be an inner pill in the body of the Emperor-level boss. Hee. There are many things you don't know." Xiao Han chuckled and led the two people along the mine tunnel, running quickly to an unknown place. The teleportation array behind him had been completely destroyed by the red flame-cracked armor beast, and it was completely impossible to teleport out through it. As for the passage that the underground rockworm drilled out, he had lightning boots and could indeed go back to the 4th floor through it. But Chang Meng and Wang Man couldn't do it. It was easy to slide down along that passage, but it was completely impossible to climb up by relying on their own strength. So now they can only look in another direction along the mine tunnel to see if they can find the entrance to the 4th floor. "Hey, what's that in front?" After more than half an hour, Wang Man suddenly stopped and asked curiously, "That thing seems to be a bit like the Earth-Fire-Split armor beast. It just looks a little smaller." "That's an elite Earth-Fire-Piercing beast," Xiao Han replied and rushed up, without hesitation. When he first encountered this thing, he had to wait until the frenzy was over before he dared to attack. But now it's not necessary. Not to mention that there is a priest with a lot of healing behind him, even he himself, because of the deep-fried fiery flame thunder wing tiger whip, his physical attack has doubled. In the case of full status, it may only take more than 10 seconds to kill the guy with 8.8 million health points in front of him. Bang! 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 Waving the tiger roaring flame blade, Xiao Han opened the frenzy and raised his hand to make a 5-combo slash of flames, instantly making the blood bar on its head disappear by 1/3. The physical attack surged to 310,000. Even though the earth-fire armored beast used the rock barrier, its health was dropping rapidly. Less than 10 seconds later, the system prompt sounded in my ear. At the same time, more than 20,000 silver coins instantly turned the narrow mine tunnel into silver. "Oh my god! This experience value is too high." More than a dozen meters away, Chang Meng said with a happy face, "Not only have I reached level 27 again, but I am only less than 1/3 of the experience to reach level 28. Hee, this is a level 91 elite boss. Isn't it normal to have more experience?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Don't stand there. Pick up the things on the ground quickly." It was a little disappointing that the manifestation talisman failed to explode. However, looking at the corpse of the earth-fire armored beast, his eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately walked over quickly, reached out to dig out an eyeball and then fumbled inside. Ding, you get an inner pill of the earth-fire armored beast, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get an inner pill of the red flame armored beast. Hearing this prompt, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately put it into his backpack. After the things on the ground were almost cleaned up, he continued to run forward along the mine tunnel with Wang Man and Chang Meng. Along the way, they encountered more than 10 earth-fire armored beasts, which not only exploded 4 gold manifestation talismans, but also allowed Chang Meng to rise to level 30, and Wang Man, who was already level 54, even rose 1 level because of this. After more than an hour, the group finally found a mine cave that led them upwards, and they breathed a sigh of relief. After finding the exit from the 5th floor, the 3 of them stopped and ran quickly. They had been in this red rock mine cave for a long time. He got up at 6 in the morning, exercised for 2 hours, and entered the game at about 8:30. And now it was already past 7 in the evening. In order to complete the task, they had spent almost 11 hours in the underground mine cave. Although they had become evolvers, their physical fitness had improved a lot, and they had not felt tired yet. But if they could not find the exit, Cheng, Meng and Wang Man could only leave here by dying. Fortunately, the 3 of them were lucky enough to finally find the exit. Otherwise, they would have to let others down again. Yesterday, they made an appointment with Bai Xiaosheng and Wantong, intermediary, to talk to them about future development and future plans at 8 o'clock. Now they can go back in time. The wild monsters encountered along the way were killed like cutting melons and vegetables. Xiao Han took the 2 back to the 3rd floor of the mine and left directly. As for the diamond equipment promised to Cheng Meng, he could only wait until he returned to Stormwind City. He had even swallowed 100 pieces of equipment of this level for the Phantom Mask, so he would not go back on his word for such a small thing. Now that the task has been completed, it is time to hand it in. He really wants to know if the reward mentioned on the task interface will change if he directly uses 10 bloodsucking pills to hand in the task. This is something worth looking forward to. #C509 hint. Stormwind City. After returning, Xiao Han went directly to Lu Yan's residence without any delay, hoping to quickly hand over the task and complete the 3rd job transfer. But she had already gone to the Cave of the Dead, and Xiao Wu didn't know when she would come back. In this way, the mission can only be put aside for now. Looking at the time, it was already 7:50, and the time agreed with Bai Xiaoxing and Wantong intermediary was almost here. Bang! Seeing Xiao Wu slam the door shut, Xiao Han shook his head and had no choice but to turn around and leave. Piaoxiang Tower. Wantong intermediary glanced at Bai Xiaoxing sitting opposite and asked thoughtfully, "Your idea is good, but will Han Xiao listen to us?" "Have no idea." Bai Xiaoxing frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Although he is very strong, if he continues like this alone, it is hard to say what will happen in the future. We have indeed received a lot of benefits by following him. If we want to continue to receive such benefits in the future, we must find a way to convince him. A person's power is limited after all. Take yesterday's siege as an example. He can be said to be invincible, but even then, he almost failed to attack the city." "Yes." Wantong intermediary nodded and said in a deep voice, "Those waves of skill fire were really too fierce. If it weren't for the damage-free weapon that Bao Xiong used later, it's hard to say what the outcome would have been. And those guild bosses have already started collecting armor-breaking equipment to target him." "Hey, what's this?" Bai Xiaoxing's eyes narrowed and he continued, "I have received the news. Guilds such as Bloodfiend, King, Fengyun, and Sun and Moon have all begun to collect attribute equipment. After knowing that Han Xiao has damage reduction equipment, they have changed their strategy. Ordinary players may not know this, but the bosses of some top guilds know very well that equipment with attribute attacks will become mainstream in the future." "You're right. It's time to persuade him." Wantong intermediary agreed and continued, "Han Xiao is very strong, and he never lacks equipment. With his ability, it might not be difficult to get a set of equipment with a single % resistance. But the attributes include wind, fire, thunder and lightning, metal, wood, water and earth, and even light, darkness, poison, ice, etc. There are more than 80 kinds of miscellaneous ones. How can it be possible to increase all the resistance to 100% on one set of equipment? Generally speaking, in this perfect world, there should be no invincible people. Yes, there is no invincible person." Bai Xiao sighed, squinting his eyes, and said, So we must persuade him to form it as soon as possible. Creak. Before he finished speaking, the wooden door of the box was opened from the outside, and then a familiar figure walked in and asked with a smile, "Hey, what do you want to persuade me?" "I want to persuade you to form a guild and build a city." Seeing Han Xiao walking in, Bai Xiaoxing stood up quickly, and without concealing his thoughts, he said directly, "Actually, I already wanted to talk to you about this matter before we attacked Tang Town. Even at that time, I had some thoughts about Tang Town. But you were only one person at that time. Without a guild, even if you took Tang Town as your own, there would be no way to manage it. So I can only keep this idea in my heart. Since you are here today, let's talk about the future." "Oh, is this what you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Han chuckled, sat down next to Bai Xiaoxing, and continued, "It's too troublesome to build a guild. I don't have time for that kind of thing. Besides, this guild can't be built just because you want to. Without core members who are trustworthy, in the end you might even make a wedding dress for someone else. As long as you want to build it, it's easy." Seeing that Han Xiao was not convinced, Bai Xiaoxing said quickly, "In fact, with your appeal, you only need to post a post on the forum, and a lot of players will join in. As for the core players who are worthy of trust, this may seem difficult, but for you it is actually very easy." "Is it easy?" Xiao Han turned his head and looked at it in surprise, shook his head and said, "You are indeed right. With my appeal, as long as I want to form a guild, I can quickly attract tens of thousands of people by just posting a post, even hundreds of thousands of players. But what's the use? Do I dare to believe those guys? For recruiting people so blatantly, I can guarantee that all the guilds in Stormwind City will send people in. Isn't it nonsense to pick core players among them?" "You misunderstood. I am not talking about core players. They are not them." Bai Xiaoxing narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Don't you realize that there are actually many core players around you who are worthy of trust? It's just that you haven't realized it yet, so you haven't called them together." "Haha, aren't you talking nonsense?" Xiao Han chuckled and said somewhat speechlessly, "You are still a core player. How come I don't know about it? Even if you want me to form a guild, you have to find a reliable explanation." Bai Xiaoxing's words actually made the Wantong intermediary on the side a little confused. After hesitating for a while, he still didn't understand, so he asked directly, "You are not mistaken. Where are the ready-made core players? It takes time to accumulate. It's not easy to achieve it in one step. You are so well informed. Don't you know that those trustworthy core players are slowly selected by those big guilds over several years?" "I know, but I'm not talking nonsense." Bai Xiaoxing grinned and pointed at Han Xiao and said, "In fact, those core players are right next to him." "Right next to me?" Xiao Han pointed at himself, then understood something and suddenly realized, "Oh my God, the core players you are talking about are not you two, right? I admit that you two are indeed trustworthy. But even the weakest guilds have dozens or hundreds of core players, and those top guilds even have more than 4 digits. If there are only 2 of you core players, how can we build a guild? What a shitty guild." No, you guessed wrong." Bai Xiaoxing shook his finger and continued, with a smile, "Even if your guild is built, Wantong Agent and I will not go in. We are not good at managing guilds." "Then what do you want to say?" Xiao Han was a little confused and said, hesitantly, "Although I am not too resistant to the establishment of a guild. But the premise is that I don't need to manage the miscellaneous things in the guild. If there are really those core players you mentioned, I don't mind making one, and I just happen to have a town building order in my hand, and I can even build a town directly." "What? You got the town building order again?" Bai Xiaoxing's face was happy, and he quickly said with a smile, "Then I'll give you a hint. Think about where you live now. #C510 disabled veteran." "Where do I live?" Xiao Han murmured softly and whispered, "I live in Tianshui Yaju? But is there any difference? What did you say? Bai Shaoxing chuckled and continued. What was the original intention of living in Tianshui Yaju? Do you still remember it now? Of course I want. Xiao Han blurted out without thinking. But then he was stunned, and then said with bright eyes, No, you mean you want me? Well, that's what I mean. Before Han Xiao could finish speaking, Bai Shaoxing interrupted directly. So, are those people worthy of trust? Hee. If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have thought of it.
Xiao Han
Grinned and continued. But I have to say, this idea is really good. Hey, you two. Stop playing riddles. Wantong intermediary saw the two chatting enthusiastically. But he was confused and asked anxiously, What on earth are you talking about? What is the relationship between Tianshui Yaju and the core members? Of course there is a relationship, and the relationship is huge. Seeing that, Han Xiao had no objection. Bai Shaoxing's mood improved and he said with a smile, The residents over there are all disabled veterans who have died once. In reality, their bodies are somewhat mutilated, but in the game, this situation no longer exists. If you can recruit them as core players, do you know what that means? Damn, what's wrong with your brain? You can think of all this. Wantong. Intermediary's eyes widened with excitement on his face. These disabled veterans who came back alive from the battlefield are not comparable to ordinary people in terms of discipline and combat effectiveness. What's more important is that after they enter the game, their bodies are still sound. And this also means that these people will have a fighting power that is not weaker than other people. As long as their levels and equipment are improved, they will not be comparable to ordinary guilds. Just thinking about this, Wantong intermediary became a little excited and quickly turned his attention to Han Xiao. At this moment, the box also became quiet. Xiao Han thought about it for a while and felt that this matter was indeed very practical and had many benefits for him. Moreover, the lives of those disabled veterans are not easy. Once you have this name, you can legitimately help them and perhaps give these people a second life in the game. No matter which aspect you consider, this matter is a matter of great benefit and no harm. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately made a decision and said directly to Bai Shaoxing, Is there anything else that needs to be discussed? If not, I will go and implement this matter now. No more. Seeing Han Xiao agreed, Bai Shaoxing said with a smile, You can slow down other things first. This is the most important thing now. As he spoke, he took out another ring and continued softly, Fortunately, none of the equipment here has been sold yet. It will be useful when the guild is built. Haha. It seems that you have a premeditated plan. Xiao Han chuckled, but didn't mind. He reached out and grabbed the space ring on the table and said immediately, In this case, let's stop talking today. If everything goes well, we should be able to set up the guild tomorrow. After saying that, he turned to look at Wantong intermediary and asked directly, What happened to the things I asked you to help collect before? 26 pieces of materials for earth spirit powder have been collected. Wantong intermediary took out the medicinal materials from the backpack one by one and placed them on the table before continuing. I have only collected 7 types of equipment building drawings you want, and they are all black, iron and bronze levels. As for the drawings of the first level formation and the first level arrow tower, although there is news in this regard, they are all in the hands of the Grand Guild and no one is willing to sell them. Also, you said you want to collect a set of level 30 diamond equipment. This is even more difficult. Even if you have money, you can't buy it now. This is a bit troublesome. Xiao Han frowned slightly and lowered his head in thought. Now that you have decided to form a guild, of course you will also build a town. When he killed the earth firecracker beast, he had already received a town building order from it, so building a town was no problem. But if there are no drawings of the first level teleportation array and no first level array mage, even if the town is built, it will not attract a lot of popularity. There is also the arrow tower. judging from what he did in Stormwind City. Without the protection of the Arrow Tower, the disabled veterans alone would not be able to defend the town. So if you want to build a town, these two things are indispensable. Although when the blood-eating worm and the red flame-cracking beast were killed, the drawings of the third-level Arrow Tower and the third-level teleportation array were revealed respectively. But without the first-level drawings to improve his proficiency, he couldn't directly build the third-level Arrow Tower and teleportation array. Forget it, we can't use level 90 equipment now anyway. Thinking that there was no way to buy the drawings directly, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, took out the blood-devouring sword exploded by the blood-devouring worms and said directly, "If everything goes well, we should build the town tomorrow. Whether it's the first-level Arrow Tower drawings or the first-level teleportation array drawings, they are both necessary things. Take this thing and find a way to exchange the two drawings for me. It won't matter even if you suffer a little loss." "Okay, I understand." Wantong Agent understood what Han Xiao meant, took the red sword he handed over, looked down, and then exclaimed, "Fuck! This is a treasure. Such a precious thing. Can it be exchanged for those two worthless drawings?" "What did you say? This is a treasure?" Bai Shaoxing was also shocked, and quickly looked over, with a deep puzzlement on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Han smiled and explained, "This is level 90 equipment. Useless to keep it, and no one can use it in a short time. By the time I reach level 90, I may have a set of spiritual equipment or fairy equipment." "Well, it seems to be true." Wantong Agent was stunned for a moment and then said, "But its properties are really good and there is a blood-sucking special effect with a conversion rate of 50%. It's a pity to exchange it for two drawings. That can't be helped." Xiao Han spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is the only equipment that can't be used. Although there are some legendary equipment, their usage level is less than 50, and they are intended to be left for the core members of the guild." "Well," Wantong Agent put the blood-sucking sword into his backpack and said, with a smile, "Although it's still a pity, it can only be like this." "Hee, it's nothing to pity." Xiao Han chuckled, and put away all the materials and drawings on the table. After chatting with the two for a few more words, he left Piaxianglu. In less than half an hour, they had already decided to form a guild and build a town. And now, he had to find a way to get the diamond equipment he promised to Changmeng, although he had sent a message to Wantong Agent to help collect level 30. Diamond equipment, there were almost no players who would sell such equipment. Even if there were, they would be exchanged for equipment of other professions. Since there was no way to buy such equipment, he could only make it himself. #C511 Two choices. Walking into the familiar jewelry store again, Xiao Han immediately walked to the workbench and sat down. Although the decision to form a guild has been made, it is already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Wang Jun may not be asleep at this time, but whether can be done in the end depends on what the respected Mr. Shi has to say. At this time he should be about to rest, so he didn't bother him anymore. "Phew, I just want speed this time, not mass." After taking a breath, Xiao Han immediately took out the materials for making the bloody ring. He originally thought he would never need the 100 materials he exchanged for last time and even planned to throw them away. But luckily I didn't throw it away, and it comes in handy now. He didn't believe that when he took out 2 or even 3 pieces of diamond level rings, he wouldn't be able to exchange for 1 piece of diamond equipment from other parts. If you are a bit more lucky and a special effect of weeping blood appears, even if you cannot exchange for 1 set, it is still possible to get half a set. With this thought in mind, he immediately started carving. In less than 10 minutes, a system prompt sounded in his ears. He took a look at the attributes and whispered, "The 10th level equipment has no special effects, but it is still dark gold." Not to mention disappointed, Xiao Han threw it aside. Normally, if you carefully build such a ring, it would take 40 or 50 minutes, if not an hour. But where does he have time to buy carefully crafted diamond-level equipment? Therefore, a simplified version of the bloody ring was designed. After successfully building it, although the grade dropped a lot, he didn't mind at all. There were a lot of materials anyway, so he just treated it as a training exercise. Once you become proficient enough, you may be able to create a piece of diamond equipment in 10 minutes. There was no disappointment or loss. Xiao Han's mentality was very stable. He took out a piece of red gold again and started beating it quickly. In less than 10 minutes, another system prompt sounded in my ears. This time, he didn't even look at the properties of the forged ring. He just threw it away and took another piece of red gold. Time passed minute by minute, and no one knew how long it had passed. There was a soft ding in his ears, and Xiao Han stopped what he was doing. At this time, 8 rings were placed messily on the workbench. Although he didn't look at their attributes, he knew from the system prompts that 5 of these rings were diamond equipment. Such a probability is already very good for him. Instead of rushing to see the properties of several diamond rings, Xiao Han opened his friend list and looked at it and found that it was from Chang Meng. More than an hour later, this guy finally returned to the city. Right now, he is probably thinking about the diamond equipment he promised. This is a bit troublesome, but let him come over first. Frowning and muttering, Xiao Han directly sent the name of the store he was in and then immediately started making a blood-colored ring. Bite, bite, bite. The crisp knocking sound echoed in the small space. I don't know how much time passed, but there was a dong-dong knock on the wooden door behind him. Xiao Han didn't look back or get up, but shouted directly, "The door is not closed. Come in yourself." Crunch. As the wooden door was pushed open, Chang Meng walked in. When he saw Han Xiao, who was busy, he didn't speak and waited quietly. Bite, bite, bite. Even though someone had already come in, Xiao Han continued tapping without any distractions. He didn't stop until the system prompt sounded in his ears. Again. Oh, it's another piece of diamond equipment. Of the 9 rings created, 6 were made of diamonds, accounting for 2/3 of the total. For this probability, it is still very satisfactory. I took a look at the weeping blood ring I just made in my hand, and found that it was still a level 40 ring, and even had a 20% weeping blood special effect. Good luck! Muttering excitedly, he immediately looked at all the remaining 8 rings, then turned to Chang Meng and said, "The set of level 30 diamond equipment I promised you may not be fulfilled." The first thing he heard when he entered the door was the news. Chang Meng's expression changed, but he still asked patiently, "What's wrong? Is there any accident?" "It's not unexpected, but I didn't expect that you can't buy diamond equipment." Xiao Han shook his head and continued, "If it doesn't count the level, I can still manage to get you a set. If they are all at level 30, there is nothing I can do now. But I have no intention of reneging on the debt. I will give you 2 options. Now, it can be regarded as a compromise substitute method." "What choice?" Chang Meng's eyes flashed and he asked directly. "The first option is, I can give you money directly." Xiao Han said directly, without hesitation. According to the current market price, the price of a piece of diamond equipment is probably between 5 million and 15 million. As far as I know so far, each player can wear about 17 pieces of equipment. Based on the average price of 10 million, it's 170 million, whether it's gold coins or Yenhua coins. "I'll go so many?" Chang Meng's eyes bulged, his face full of disbelief. But he still did not make a decision immediately, but continued to ask, "What is the second option you mentioned? The second choice?" Xiao Han grinned, holding a weeping blood ring in his hand, and continued, "I will still give you 17 diamond equipment, but all of them are this kind of rings." As he spoke, he handed over the ring in his hand and continued, "You can see that these rings are all made by me. It is still very easy to make 10 or 20 pieces. It is estimated that it is very difficult to buy diamond equipment with money. But if all of them are exchanged with diamond rings like this, I think it should not be too difficult. How do you choose? The two options have their own advantages and disadvantages, which makes Chang Meng a little entangled. In fact, if there is a set of ready-made diamond equipment, he doesn't have to be so entangled, but what Han Xiao said is also true. Perfect world is completely linked to reality, and even the embodiment of the talisman has come out. So for more than 90% of players, the best equipment is in a state of being out of stock, especially the equipment above diamond, which is very difficult to buy. In fact, in his heart, he is more inclined to the second choice. But Han Xiao actually said that these rings in front of him are diamond level, which he really can't believe, because just now he saw with his own eyes how this ring was made. As far as he knew, those players who focused on life professions could only make gold-level equipment at most. And this guy in front of him could actually make diamond equipment. Looking at the rings in front of him, Chang Meng hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Can you wait a moment? Let me take a look at the properties of these rings first and then make a decision. #C512 Blood-Eating Ring. Let me go, they are all weeping blood rings, and this level 41 actually has the special effect of weeping blood." After reading the properties of the ring, Chang Meng stared at Han Xiao for a while with a strange expression on his face, and then said slowly, "I have decided. Choose the second option." "Oh, you decided so quickly?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Many of these diamond rings have no special effects. You have to think clearly and don't change your mind again after a while."
No.
Chang Meng put a few rings into his backpack and said seriously, "Now that I have made a decision, I will not change my mind again. It better be this way." Xiao Han was silent for a moment and continued, "Of the 9 rings just now, only 6 are diamond equipment. Come back and pick up the remaining 11 items in 2 hours. Okay, I'll go out first." Knowing that Han Xiao still wanted to continue building equipment, Chang Meng turned around and walked out without saying anything else. Bite, bite, bite. As soon as the wooden door was closed, the sound of a hammer hitting metal could be heard in the studio. This guy is so fucking perverted. Thinking of what I just encountered, even though I had seen it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it was true. On the forum before, many people said that Han Xiao was a big pervert, but he still didn't believe it. Seeing such a scene today, it's hard not to believe it. How long has passed and he can actually create diamond equipment? If it takes another 10 days and a half, wouldn't he be able to create legendary equipment? With this thought in his mind, Chang Meng walked quickly towards the direction of the Knight's Temple. In the studio, Xiao Han was unaware of the shock in Chang Meng's heart. The small silver hammer continued to tap rapidly on the red gold. As each ring was created, he continued to sum up his experience. The simplified version of the Weeping Blood Ring may still fail after all, and in the end you can only get dark gold level equipment. And every time this time, he has to consider what is the reason that leads to such a result. If you concentrate on building it, it will definitely not work. Only by summing up experience from failures can we avoid falling twice in the same place for the next build. When you are serious, time often passes quickly, and there are more and more rings on the workbench. At this time, Xiao Han had also entered a state of selflessness. When another blood-weeping ring was taking shape in his hand, a red blood-sucking stone suddenly appeared in his palm. Bite, bite, bite. The crisp percussion sounds rhythmically, even giving people a pleasant feeling. Vampire stone is a rare 9th-level material with extremely hard texture. If its properties can be fully utilized, legendary equipment can even be created. With it, after a 100-fold increase in rewards, it would not be unusual to finally get a treasure. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Xiao Han, who was in a state of selflessness, had forgotten the passage of time at this time, and only the sound of ding 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 kept ringing in the studio. I don't know how much time passed, but the system prompt suddenly sounded, Ding, you successfully created the dark gold equipment vampire ring, which triggered a 100-fold reward. You obtained the legendary equipment vampire ring. Ding, you successfully made the diamond equipment blood devouring ring. Gained 1 proficiency point, triggered a 100-fold reward, and gained 100 proficiency points. When such a voice rang in his ears, Xiao Han suddenly woke up from his selfless state and quickly looked at the ring in his hand. Blood devouring ring, legendary level 40, physical attack plus 2,400, strength plus 1,200, agility plus 1,200, stamina plus 1,200, energy plus 1,200. Special skill, blood stealing, consumes 8,000 energy points, puts yourself into a blood devouring state, increases attack speed by 50%, increases blood sucking effect by 50%, lasts for 10 seconds, consumes 800 energy points per second, and has a cooling time of 180 seconds. Special effect, crying blood, absorbing 30% of the damage caused to the target and converting it into health points. Special effect, penetration, ignoring 10% of all defense of the target. Xiao Han did not expect that the 9th level materials could only create a dark gold level equipment. But thinking about it, this is normal. After all, he made this ring without any drawings. The material is not scrapped, which is already very good. Moreover, the properties, special skills, and special effects of this blood devouring ring are all very good, and it is more than twice as powerful as the previous blood devouring ring. I wonder what kind of equipment I will get if I make it with blood devouring stone. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han even wanted to take action immediately, but after hesitating for a while, he finally gave up. After all, he no longer had the same state as before, and there were only 10 blood-devouring stones. It would be a pity to waste even one. However, it seems that more of this blood-devouring ring can be made. With such thoughts in his mind, Xiao Han immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look. At this time, the detailed steps for creating the blood-devouring ring also appeared. With this discovery, he no longer hesitated, and immediately took out another blood-sucking stone, took a small silver hammer, and started banging it. Time passed by minute by second, and at some point a soft dong-dong sound suddenly came from the wooden door behind him. Xiao Han did not look back and said directly, "Come in, wait for me for a while." After saying that, he immediately started hammering again. To successfully create a blood-sucking ring, the time required is much longer than that required to create a blood-weeping ring. Ding, ding, ding. In the studio, the sound of ding-ding-dang-dang continued. Chang Meng looked at Han Zhao's busy appearance and didn't want to disturb him. So he walked to the corner and sat down. He took out the 7 diamond equipment he had just exchanged and looked at them excitedly. When he took out the 6 blood-weeping rings, it caused quite a stir, especially the one with the blood-sucking special effect, which even attracted the competition of several guild bosses. In the end, only that one piece was exchanged for 5 level 30 knight equipment. As for the remaining 5 blood-weeping rings, because none of them had special effects, it often took 2 or even 3 pieces to exchange for one. Hey, of the remaining 10 blood-weeping rings, at least one will have the blood-weeping special effect. Thinking of this in his heart, Chang Meng was more and more fortunate for his choice today, although Han Xiao was called a big devil by others. But it must be said that he is very principled in dealing with people. It's a pity that he didn't form a guild, Chang Meng said with some emotion, and suddenly heard the knocking sound. Stopped and hurriedly looked up. Whoosh! At this time, a ring flew directly towards him. While reaching out to catch it, he heard Han Xiao say, "From what you said, do you want to join my guild?" "That's right. I actually have this plan. If nothing goes wrong, the guild should be ready tomorrow." #C513 Embodying Spiritual Weapon. With excitement, Chang Meng left the studio again. Although he only got 4 of the remaining 11 diamond rings, there was a legendary blood-sucking ring among them. It was not easy to exchange it for 10 diamond equipment. However, it was better to keep such a ring for himself. With the blood-weeping ring on his left hand, he only needed to upgrade to level 40 to increase his blood-sucking effect to 50%. At that time, he would not even need to carry potions to upgrade monsters. He was very excited just thinking about it. More importantly, Han Xiao had invited him to jointly form the strongest guild in Stormwind City. If it was before today, he would not dare to have such a luxury. But now it is different. He already has 2 legendary equipment and 8 diamond equipment. With such confidence, with his skills, he may not be the most powerful in Stormwind City, but he can definitely be among the best. I won't sleep tonight. I have to finish the job transfer task quickly. Thinking that Han Xiao promised to take him to level 50, Cheng Meng became more excited and his pace could not help but speed up a bit. In the studio, Xiao Han looked at the time. Unknowingly, more than 3 hours had passed. It was time to go offline and sleep. But before that, there were still some things to deal with. He took out a spiritual level embodiment talisman, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. He whispered, "A level 110 spiritual weapon will definitely not be used in a short time. In this case, it is better to materialize it into reality." After making a decision in his heart, a red spear immediately appeared in his hand, and he could even see the tip of the spear flashing with red cold light. Holding it in his hand, there was also a warm touch. This feeling was not encountered even when he got the Ruyan ring and Panlong Heart Guard mirror. "Hey! The spiritual weapon is really exciting." Muttering with a little excitement, Xiao Han immediately put the lava armor spear in front of him and looked at its attributes. Lava armor spear, spiritual weapon level 110, attack limit plus 10%, physical attack plus 25,000, strength plus 12,000, stamina plus 12,000, agility plus 12,000, defense plus 12,000. Special armor spear, ignore all defenses of the target, launch a critical strike on it, double the damage, and 100% destroy all defensive equipment. Touched, below spiritual weapons, consume 30,000 energy points, cooldown 6 hours. Special heroic charge, charge in the specified direction with a gun. The maximum distance is 100 meters, and cause 150 damage to all targets along the way. Physical damage, consumes 10,000 energy points, cools down for 1 minute. Special effect. Blaze adds 20,000 fire damage each time the target is hit. A layer of fire mark is superimposed, and 5 layers of marks are superimposed to produce an explosion effect, causing 200,000 fire damage to the target, and a burning effect is attached at the same time, losing 2,000 health points per second. Special effect. Penetration, ignoring 20% of all defenses of the target. Special effect. Armor cracking, 10% chance to destroy the defensive equipment touched. 2 special effects and 3 special effects, all of which are offensive, and there is even a special effect of destroying equipment such as armor cracking. This made Xiao Han's eyes widen, and his expression was full of excitement. If the special effects and special effects on the lava armor cracking gun can work in reality, then no matter what level of mutant beast you encounter, you can kill it. With this thing, wouldn't it be easy to make a few big holes in Lei's body? Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately pasted the spirit level embodiment talisman on it. Then a red gun-shaped tattoo appeared in the palm of his hand, and the smile on his face became even more intense. At the same time, another diamond-level item embodiment talisman was taken. This lava armor-splitting gun is more than 2 meters long, and it is very inconvenient to carry it with you. A spiritual weapon-level spear can't be left at home casually. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately took out the space ring. His eyes flashed and continued, "Anyway, this thing is probably not going to be used. In the future, it's better to materialize it in reality. But the equipment here has not been processed yet. Do I have to rent a warehouse too?" Frowning slightly, Xiao Han was a little entangled, but then his eyes lit up again, and he whispered softly, "The fog gland of the fog-hidden monkey should be able to make a storage bag." This thought arose in his mind, and he immediately searched in the Rui belt. After a while, 2 silver-white fog glands were found. He then reached out and flipped again, and one after another drawings were placed on the workbench next to him. There are drawings of level 3 arrow towers, level 3 teleportation arrays, black iron armor forging drawings, etc. Of course, among these drawings there is also a storage bag forging drawing. When he got the mist gland, he just mentioned it to Wantong agent casually, with a try-it attitude, but he didn't expect that he really found it. Xiao Han didn't care what the 9 drawings on the workbench were, and he just flipped through them. In less than a minute, all the drawings disappeared, and at the same time, 7 more equipment that could be crafted appeared on the attribute panel. Although everything except the storage bag was bronze level, he didn't mind. Now there are 2 silver-haired mist monkeys' mist glands. If nothing goes wrong, 2 storage bags should be sewn. After 100 times the reward, 2 space rings will be obtained. In this way, he can materialize one of them in reality. Not only will he have one in the game, but the remaining one can also be sent to Jiang Shaoyun. After leaving the jewelry store quickly, Xiao Han walked towards the tailor shop not far away. At this time in Kyoto, Wang Man took off the game helmet, hesitated for a while, and finally picked up the phone and made a video call. Beep, beep, beep. After more than 10 rings, the other side finally answered. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s appeared in the phone. He was wearing a military uniform and asked with a serious face, "It's so late. What's the matter?" "Yes, there is something. I have something to say about the video just now." Wang Man was stunned and said seriously, "Sir Wang, inviting Han Xiao to join. The team is good for us. I hope you will consider it seriously." "I know, but this is not something I can decide alone." The middle-aged man waved his hand and continued, "This takes time and a written report must be made to coordinate with the higher-ups. But before that, the manifestation talisman that exploded after killing the red flame-cracked armor beast, he must hand it over. We have studied it. The materialization talisman with a radiant treasure. Light is not lower than the legendary level. It may even be a legendary or treasure level. How is this possible?" "He won't agree." Wang Man's face changed and he said, hurriedly, "Han Xiao is not a member of ours yet. Why should he hand over the materialization talisman?" "Because we found the ruins." The middle-aged man's face sank and he continued, "Just because you killed the red flame-cracked armor beast, you have at least more than half of the credit. Anyway, this is not negotiable. By the way, you said before that he is from Jing'an, right? #C514 count me in." When he woke up in the morning, Xiao Han didn't even look at the 2 pieces of equipment that appeared last night. He just sat on the bed and started practicing. "After sewing 2 storage bags yesterday, I got 2 space rings. Because I had already guessed it, there were no surprises. When the ring tattoo appeared on the palm, it was already past 12 o'clock in the morning, and when he came out of the game, Jiang Shaoyun had already fallen asleep. The joy that no one shared was missing something after all, so even though the space ring and the lava armor-breaking gun had already materialized, he did not take them out immediately. "I just sat on the bed and practiced for a while, then hurriedly got into bed, hugged that soft body and fell asleep. Strength is the foundation of everything. Therefore, you cannot stop practicing twice a day at any time." The Jinqi circulated in his body for a long time. Seeing that Jiang Shaoyun still didn't wake up, Xiao Han helped him tuck in the quilt and turned around, and left the bedroom. 5 minutes later, he appeared in Wu Qiping's courtyard. At this time, there was a figure wearing a white robe inside, driving a wooden munstick. Not far behind him, Wang Jun was half-crouching, picking up the horse step he had given up again. "Oh, Brother Wang is here too." Xiao Han chuckled, pushed open the fence and walked in. At the same time, he consciously hung iron sandbags on his arms and legs. After everything was ready, he squatted half-crouched and said with a smile, "Keep going like this. Maybe one day you will have true energy in your body." "I hope so." Wang Jun showed a smile on his face and continued, "But I took the Yuan Pei pill you gave me yesterday. I have to say, the effect is really good. It has been more than 20 hours, and I can still feel that there is a lot of energy in my body. That's the elixir that strengthens the foundation and strengthens the body. Ordinary people will definitely be like this after eating it."
Xiao Han
explained with a smile, took out a porcelain bottle and continued, "I also have elixirs here that improve cultivation. Try another one." As he spoke, he opened the cork of the bottle and poured out a chi-chi pill and then shouted to the figure who was beating the wooden dummy not far away, "Master, come and try it too and see what the effect is." Hearing these words, the bang 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 sound of hitting immediately disappeared. Wu Qiping was not polite, turned around and walked to Xiao Han, took a pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Then he immediately sat down on the spot with his legs crossed, closed his eyes and started practicing. Xiao Han didn't mind this either. He also handed a pill to Wang Jun beside him, and continued with a smile, "Don't take this pill yet. I have something to discuss with you." "What's up?" While taking the elixir, Wang Jun said boldly, "If you need any help, just as long as I can help you, I will never frown." "Haha. It's not as exaggerated as you said." Xiao Han laughed and continued, "Because of Jiang Xiaoyun some time ago, I never entered the game. And you should also know about the siege the night before yesterday." "Hey, you know more than that." Wang Jun grinned and said with excitement, "Except for the brothers who had to be on duty the night before yesterday, we all watched the live broadcast on the forum. The way you kill everyone is so enviable. It's just a pity that Tang Town at that time some brothers proposed to form a guild and then they would also grab a town." "Oh, do you really think so?" Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "I was pretty lucky yesterday and got another town building order. I came to you today because I want to discuss with you how to form a guild, with you veterans as a team." "What did you say?" Wang Jun got excited and immediately stood up and said, "To form a guild with veterans as a team? Are you kidding me? Why can't it?" Seeing Wang Jun's huge reaction, Xiao Han was a little confused and said, quickly, "If you want to form a guild, you must first have at least a few hundred trustworthy brothers. And you are the kind of people I can trust, so I have this idea. More importantly, after the guild is successfully established, I will build the town in 2 days at most. At that time, you won't have to continue to go out of the city to hunt mutant beasts. Even if you just charge the transmission fee, you can feed everyone. It's not impossible. In fact, I have thought about it for a long time." Wang Jun frowned and said with a depressed face, "But the strength of the brothers in the game is really low. Even if a guild is formed, there is no way to defend the city." "Ha! You don't have to worry about that at all." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "In fact, you also know my strength very well. After the guild is formed, you pick the 10 with the strongest combat skills, and I guarantee that I can bring them all to level 50 within a week. Even diamond-level equipment, I have already prepared it. As long as you are willing, strength is not a problem at all." Hearing such a suggestion, Wang Jun looked excited, but he still did not agree. Hastily, instead, he explained with a serious face, "I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask Mr. Shi. But I am confident that he will definitely agree. Just wait for my news." Before he finished speaking, he rushed out in a hurry, obviously wanting to make this happen as soon as possible. And this is what Xiao Han expected. Now he just needs to wait for the news. As time passed slowly, Xiao Han could feel that the muscles on his legs and hands were getting more and more sour. He did not hesitate and immediately mobilized the true qi into the meridians of his limbs. Gradually, the sourness disappeared bit by bit. After the muscles were nourished by the true qi, not only did the strength return, but he also felt very comfortable. Although the feeling was not obvious, Xiao Han knew clearly that every cell in the muscle was slowly strengthening. When he broke through to level 3, level 4, or even level 5 one day, the strength he could exert would not be weaker than that of the evolvers and beast men of the same level. And strictly speaking, because he was practicing true qi, he was more balanced in all aspects. Although there were no very obvious advantages, there were no obvious disadvantages. If he really had to fight, he seemed to be stronger than most evolvers and beast men of the same level. Feeling the qi flowing through his meridians, Xiao Han continued to persevere. Count me in if you want to lead others to level up. At this moment, Wu Qiping, who had been sitting on the ground practicing, suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the effect of this pill would be so strong. I have practiced for more than 10 days, but I haven't gained as much qi as I have in this moment. Since there are things in the game that can improve strength, I have to go in and get some materialization talismans. As soon as the voice fell, a hearty laugh came from outside the courtyard. That's right, not only you, but everyone else has to go in too. But you old guy, you are so lucky. Seeing that half of your body is buried in the soil, you can still practice qi. #C515 Ice City. Shi Lao came in person, and the establishment of the guild and the construction of the town were also quickly implemented. The only problem was that although there were 563 veterans in Tianshui Yaju, there were less than 100 in Stormwind City. After leaving the novice village at level 10, at least 200 people were teleported to the Ice City in the north. However, in Jing'an City, there is not only one community formed entirely by retired disabled veterans. There are 3 such places in Huiyan district alone. And just less than a kilometer north of Tianshui Yaju, there is also such a community, and even the veterans in the 2 communities almost all know each other. There are also many who have fought side by side. In this way, it will not be too difficult to pull them into the guild. However, this matter cannot be done by ordinary people, and in the end it will be Shi Lao himself. After finalizing some details, Xiao Han returned to the villa tiredly again. After breakfast, he sat at the dining table and thought about it, and a red spear appeared in his palm. Jiang Xiaoyun, who was cleaning up the dishes, was stunned when he saw this scene, and then said happily, Oh, did you hit the materialization talisman again? This gun looks so domineering, and there seems to be a flame burning on the tip of the gun. Hee, that's a must. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyun's surprised look, Xiao Han suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart, grinning and said, This time it is a spiritual weapon. Even if you encounter a level 7 mutant beast, you can poke a hole in it with one shot. What did you say? This is a spiritual weapon? Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes were stunned, and he said with disbelief, I don't play games much, don't lie to me. Really? How could I lie to you? Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyun didn't believe it, Xiao Han held the lava armor splitting gun in one hand and picked up the iron spoon on the dining table with the other hand and gently tapped on the sharp gun blade. Ding! A light sound came and the iron spoon broke with a sound. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyun still didn't believe it but still exclaimed, How is this possible? This iron spoon must be fake. Although I don't play this game much, I know that the materialization talisman is very difficult to drop. I heard that until now the number of diamond materialization talismans has been very few, not to mention the spiritual weapon level materialization talismans. Hee, nothing is impossible for you, my man. Xiao Han chuckled, his face full of pride. In Jiang Xiaoyun's shocked eyes, his mind moved again, and a silver ring appeared in his palm. Then, his hands slowly approached and the lava-cracking armor gun and the ring touched each other. In just a moment, the red spear with a length of more than 2 meters suddenly disappeared from his hand without any warning. What's going on? Looking at the incredible scene in front of her, Zhang Xiaoyun quickly shifted her gaze to Xiao Han's face, her face full of doubts. Although she had never used the materialization talisman, she knew it clearly. Once the materialized object is taken out, the tattoo on the palm will disappear, and it is impossible to turn it back into a tattoo. And the red spear that was there just now disappeared right in front of her. Looking at Xiao Han's smiling face, Zhang Xiaoyun thought for a long time, before hesitating and said, "You didn't learn any tricks. Hee. What do you think?" As he spoke, Xiao Han's mind moved again, and the lava spear that had just disappeared appeared in his hand again. But this scene made Zhang Xiaoyun look confused. But soon she noticed that the silver ring seemed a little abnormal. When the spirit weapon spear appeared or disappeared, a silver crystal on it seemed to flicker. Curiously holding it in her hand and observing it for a long time, Zhang Xiaoyun asked uncertainly, "Could this thing be a space ring?" Hee. Xiao Han chuckled. Although he didn't say it clearly, this smile could explain everything. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyun held the ring in his hand, looked at it with surprise, and said after a while, "It's actually a space ring. You are so amazing." "What's that?" Xiao Han grinned and continued, "I still have 2 such space rings, but I don't have the materialization talisman now. When I get another diamond materialization talisman, I will also make you a space ring to play with. Although I want it too." "Forget it." Zhang Xiaoyun shook his head and refused. "Since you already have a weapon, you should also materialize a piece of armor. Space rings are like this. Things, one is enough, there is no need to waste. Don't worry about it. I know what's going on." Xiao Han replied with a smile, and then asked, "By the way, didn't I ask you to contact me immediately after leaving the novice village? It's been 2 days, you haven't left the novice village yet." "No way, I came out yesterday." Zhang Xiaoyun showed a trace of shame and anger on his face, clenched his fists and said, "In fact, I am also very strong. I can do it alone. I don't need your help. It's just that, after entering the game, this appearance is not easy to adjust. Every time I level up, it's so annoying. There are a lot of flies following behind. Damn, those guys actually dared to steal my people. They don't want to live anymore." Xiao Han cursed and asked, "Which city did you teleport to?" "I want to find you." "Let's not do it." Zhang Xiaoyun frowned and said seriously, "You should have a lot of things to do. I can handle my things here by myself. And according to the current upgrade speed of players, it may not take long before the teleportation arrays between major cities will be connected. No matter how strong you are, you can't cross thousands of kilometers and come to Ice City to find me." Hee. "That's not necessarily true." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "And you may not know that the teleportation arrays between major cities will never be opened. If you want to go from Stormwind City to Ice City, you can only achieve it through the efforts of the players themselves. It will never be opened. What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaoyun was stunned and said with some confusion, "According to the progress of the game, isn't it that the teleportation array will be automatically opened after the level is reached?" "No." Xiao Han shaking his head, he continued, "Although I thought so before, someone told me that Stormwind City, Ice City, Yellow Sand City, and Royal Sea City belong to 4 different forces, and they don't trust each other. So it's almost impossible to get them to open teleportation arrays with each other. And if you want to connect each big city to each other, you still have to rely on the cities built by players." "You mean?" Zhang Xiaoyun lowered his head and thought for a while, then said softly, "If you want to go from Ice City to Stormwind City, you need to transfer through the city built by players." "Well, it should be like this." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "As the player's strength increases, the cities they build will also extend in all directions like flowers scattered by fairies. When the cities built by players meet on the wild map, it is possible to go from one big city to another." "Is it so troublesome?" Zhang Xiaoyun frowned, thinking that he would have to face the flies around him alone for a long time in the future, and he suddenly became depressed. Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "It's not that troublesome actually. I'm planning to go to Ice City. There are about 200 veterans from Tianshui Yaju over there. I'm planning to form a guild, so I need to bring them to Stormwind City. #C516 Veterans Guild." The two chatted for more than half an hour before Xiao Han explained the reason for going to Hanbing City. This also made Jiang Xiaoyun unable to refute. In fact, this idea had already come to his mind after learning the drawings of the third-level teleportation array yesterday. The teleportation arrays in Tangtown, which was captured before, were all first level, so the location of the city is very limited. If it is more than 10 kilometers away from Stormwind City, there is no way to connect with the teleportation array in Stormwind City. Xiao Han is not sure about the teleportation range of the second-level teleportation array, but the third-level teleportation array on the attribute panel has a maximum teleportation distance of 500 kilometers. After 100 times the reward, it will become a fifth-level teleportation array. He only needs to build a city in the north of Stormwind City, and then build a city in the south of Hanbing City, and the two cities should be connected. These two cities will become bridges between two super-large cities. Anyone with a little bit of brains can understand that once such a city is built, its flow of people will be so popular. At that time, even if only the teleportation fee is charged, it can make a lot of money. But such income is just a drizzle. As a unique transit city, the most expensive thing is the shop inside. And the level 5 teleportation array, at least for a long time in the future. Even the professional players who focus on studying the array are estimated to be unable to build it. So it may be dangerous to cross thousands of kilometers to Ice City, but it is still worth it. Now, there is another reason, but for the time being it can't go there immediately. The town on the Stormwind side has not been built, and it is useless even if you go to Ice City. Put on the helmet and enter the game, and immediately hear a few ding-ding sounds. Xiao Han looked at them one by one. In addition to Wang Jun, who had been waiting for him to form a guild, Cheng Meng and Wantong Agent also sent messages. The two have different purposes. One wants to bring the upgrade, and the other has received the first-level teleportation array blueprint and the first-level Arrow Tower blueprint. Even the auxiliary materials for the Liang pill that he asked him to help find have been collected for more than half. According to Wantong's estimate, if the price doubles again, it may only take 2 or 3 days to collect the remaining materials. Xiao Han was not too anxious about this, so he casually replied, letting him figure it out. At the same time, he also sent a message to Wang Jun and Cheng Meng, asking them to wait a little. Then he went out and ran directly to Lu Yan's residence. Unfortunately, she still didn't come back. After 2 consecutive failures, the job transfer task could not be completed. Xiao Han was also helpless and had to meet with Wang Jun to go through the procedures for establishing a guild. Both of them were a little confused about what the guild should be named, because although they had the idea of forming a guild, they had never considered this issue before coming here. In desperation, they finally listened to Jiang Xiaoyun's suggestion and called it the Veteran Guild. With the authority of the vice president, Wang Jun left directly, and there were 9 young people in their 20s around him. After getting to know each other, Xiao Han did not delay and ran directly with a few people in the direction of the teleportation array. At the same time, he sent a message to Cheng Meng and Wu Qiping respectively, and they would meet in the west of the city in half an hour. For leveling, the Undead Cemetery is the most suitable. That place not only has many wild monsters but also refreshes quickly, so it is the best place to level up with others. The most important thing is that he has a legendary anti-magic wristband with an anti-magic skill which increases the damage to undead creatures by 50%. With this special equipment, the speed of leveling up with others will be even faster. More than 20 minutes later, Wu Qiping and Chang Meng met up at the city gate. He didn't say much nonsense and ran straight to the undead cemetery. Because these people were not fast, it took more than an hour to reach the destination. However, at this time he saw that the level 10 demonized skeleton and the level 20 demonized zombie had just crawled out of the grave, and immediately 4 or 5 fireballs hit them. With more and more players entering Perfect World, the wild monsters of slightly lower levels around Stormwind City are no longer enough to kill. Such a place is certainly not suitable for leveling up. Leading the 11 people behind him, Xiao Han ran straight to the depths of the undead cemetery without stopping. As the level of wild monsters increased, fewer and fewer players appeared around. Soon, he saw the familiar black magic knight again and finally found a suitable place for leveling. Although there were some players leveling nearby, they were very rare. Because these black magic knights are wild monsters with high health and thick defense, using them to level up is not only time-consuming but also laborious, and it is not cost-effective. When he first came here, he was forced to run away directly. Now, it is completely different. After taking a look at the attributes of the Black Magic Knight, Xiao Han pondered for a while. In order to level up efficiently, he finally took out a piece of fried fiery flame thunder wing tiger whip. After eating it, the physical attack soared to 150,000 points again. And this is exactly the total health value of the Black Magic Knight. As long as one knife hits, it can be killed instantly. Be careful. Just watch from a distance, and don't come over. After instructing the players behind him, Xiao Han rushed directly to the place where the Black Magic Knights were most concentrated. After a while, 200 or 300 of them followed him, surrounding him densely. Faced with this situation, Xiao Han raised the tiger roaring flame blade and slashed it in mid-air. Roar! As the tiger roared, the area within a radius of 20 meters was instantly cleared, and at least 1/3 of the Black Magic Knights were killed. Instantly, the ground had turned dark yellow because of too many copper coins. Although there were not many dropped equipment, there were still 20 to 30 pieces scattered randomly on the ground within a radius of 20 meters. At this time, the veterans standing in a row were already confused, looking at each other and whispering, "I've leveled up, and twice in a row. Although I know he's powerful, I didn't know how abnormal he is until I observed him closely." He killed nearly 100 Black Magic Knights in one move. At the current speed, it may only take 1 or 2 hours for us to reach level 50. It's not that easy. Chang Meng's eyes condensed, and he said with shock on his face, "The speed at which wild monsters are refreshed here can't keep up with his killing speed. Maybe it won't take 10 minutes and all the Black Magic Knights here will be killed. We are all over level 30 now, so the speed of leveling up is a bit fast, but after level 40, the experience required for leveling up is not so little. It should be impossible to reach level 50 without 7 or 8 hours, unless you can find a place with many wild monsters that you can't kill them all." #C517 Revisiting the City Ruins. With a physical attack of 150,000 and the magic aura of the magic wristband, Xiao Han killed the Black Magic Knights very quickly. In less than 5 minutes, more than 1,000 Black Magic Knights with high defense and thick blood were killed. Chang Meng and a group of veterans each upgraded 7 or 8 levels. At this time, the ground was almost covered with equipment, copper coins, and some materials that exuded magic and undead aura. The 11 tool people who came together have now turned into hardworking little bees. Because the guild has been established, bronze equipment can be discarded. But silver and gold equipment are still mainstream, so it is necessary to pick them up. After all, these equipment are just level 50. Even if the veterans around him don't need them, it is actually very good to use them to fill the guild warehouse. Core players are the foundation of a guild, but ordinary guild players are also indispensable. These silver and gold equipment are placed in the warehouse and can be exchanged with points. Then, when encountering sieges or guild activities, ordinary players will also actively participate, And once there is a conflict of interest, even if they encounter an unsolvable crisis, they will not give up easily, and there is even a great possibility that they will stay and overcome the difficulties together. Guilds without cohesion will not be able to grow and develop after all. Just like when attacking Tangtown, even if he is very strong, he is just one person after all. If the cohesion of the 6 major guilds is really strong, they will not be completely collapsed in just a dozen minutes. Using slogans and beliefs to increase cohesion may be suitable for these veterans behind. But for ordinary players, the most important thing is to survive, so tying all the interests together is the strongest way to enhance cohesion. More than 10 minutes later, seeing that the veterans and Cheng Meng were still busy, Xiao Han frowned and shouted directly, "Pick up all the gold equipment. Don't pick up those copper coins. Our most important task now is to upgrade the level. Don't waste time on such a few copper coins." "You call these copper coins so little?" Wu Qiping pointed to the dark yellow on the ground and said incredulously, "Even if there is not 1 million here, there are at least 700,000 or 800,000. Hihi. This is really just a little in his eyes." Yesterday in the Hongyan mine, Cheng Meng had seen the hill made entirely of gold coins. He had a strong immunity to the copper coins in front of him, so he smiled and said, "Uncle Wu, don't worry about these. It's still important to upgrade." Seeing that Han Xiao had already walked away, he advised and followed him. Although the remaining veterans also felt very sorry, they still obeyed Xiao Han's instructions and stopped caring about the copper coins on the ground. At this time, the Black Magic Knights were almost gone. It was not easy to find a suitable place to level up. A few hundred meters ahead, it was blocked by a rolling mountain range, although there was a canyon leading to the depths. But there were no wild monsters in the canyon. About 1,000 meters to the left, there was an ancient battlefield where there were many skeleton warriors, not only with a high density but also with a very fast refresh rate. Unfortunately, it had been jointly reserved by several guilds. As for the right side, there were some skeleton mages wandering around. Although the experience points gained after killing them would be considerable, it was often not a suitable place to level up until you met one. Every dozens or hundreds of meters. Seeing Han Xiao stopped at the entrance of the canyon and seemed to be a little hesitant, Cheng Meng asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it dangerous in here? If not, we can go to the ancient battlefield on the left. Although there are several guilds that have reserved the place, as long as you show your name, they will have to leave in disgrace." "I know." Xiao Han nodded and said with a smile, "Although it is very dangerous in here, I still want to go in and take a look." After the voice fell, he did not explain anything and ran into the canyon. After the 5th floor of the Red Rock Mine, even the 110 level Emperor boss had been killed. In the city ruins deep in the canyon, although there are 5 Overlord level bosses, they are only level 70. With his current strength, he has a 100% chance of winning any one of them. Since Lu Yen has not come back yet, he can also go to explore the way first. If there is a chance to kill a Overlord level boss, not only is it possible to drop top quality equipment and manifestation talismans, but it can also quickly upgrade the veterans behind him to level 50. As for the Abyss Blood Emperor in the Demon Ceiling Tower, he is definitely not an opponent, so he can ignore it for the time being. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han did not explain much and led the 11 people behind him to move forward quickly along the canyon. After running for more than 30 minutes, the familiar city ruins appeared in front of him again. What is this place? How can there be a city? Looking at the dilapidated city with flashing fire in the distance, Cheng Meng showed a look of surprise on his face and said with a little excitement, "I didn't expect that there would be such a place in the depths of this canyon." "Hee. There are many things you didn't expect." Xiao Han chuckled without explaining anything and said directly, "I'll go in and take a look first. You wait here for a while. You should be careful. This place looks very complicated." Looking at the city in the distance, Wu Qiping said solemnly, "If we can't handle it, we will retreat. There is no need to take risks. Don't worry, I know what's going on." Xiao Han replied and rushed to the ruins of the city. Although he had been here once, he didn't know what the situation was now. After the demon ceiling tower was destroyed. So even if he had come here, he had to be cautious and find out the situation inside by himself first. Without the burden of Cheng Meng, Wu Qiping and others, he ran very fast. It took less than 3 minutes to reach the city gate. After a slight hesitation, he rushed in directly. His keen hearing had already let him know that there was no living creature nearby. However, 1,000 meters away, there were waves of neat horse hoof sounds. Xiao Han listened carefully and whispered, "There are 11 in total. Could it be a patrolling team of black magic knights?" Thinking so in his heart, he quickly ran to the place where the sound came from. At the entrance of the canyon, hundreds of thousands of copper coins on the ground were finally picked up by 7 or 8 players who were leveling nearby. Then they looked at the direction where Han Xiao left, and there was a trace of greed in their eyes. After just a little hesitation, the few people who picked up the copper coins ran into the canyon without even discussing. #C518 Blood Night. In the city full of decay, Xiao Han ran fast. Although it was still a long way from the city center, he could vaguely see the towering demon ceiling tower. However, Lu Yen was not there, so he didn't dare to go over. The main purpose of coming here today was to let Cheng Meng, Wu Qiping, and others quickly reach level 50 while the fried flame thunder wing tiger whip was still in effect. The second was to see if there was a chance to kill 1 or 2 overlord level bosses. As for the Abyss Blood Emperor in the demon ceiling tower, he would not easily take action before figuring out how to use the blood-sucking stone. Da, da, da. The heavy sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer.
Xiao Han hid in
A broken stone house, looking at a team of black magic knights approaching quickly, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Strange. Why did their armor turn red? While muttering softly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and the detection technique was immediately used. Blood Demon Knight, Elite Level 71. HP plus 36000000. Physical attack plus 8,800. Physical defense plus 12,800. Magical defense plus 11,500. Skill. Charge, movement speed increased by 300%. Hit a target weaker than itself, can knock it away cause 120% physical damage and stun it for 1 second, cooldown 15 seconds. Skill, Blood Demon Blessing, the Blood Demon Knight in combat, blessed by the Abyss Blood Ancestor, recovers 50,000 HP per second. Introduction. The transformed Blood Demon Knight has extremely strong vitality, and is the most loyal guard of the Abyss Blood clan. There is a very low chance of the birth of Blood Demon Stone in the body. Embedding it in equipment can increase the speed of life recovery. When such a set of data was presented in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Elite Blood Demon Knight, whether it is attack or defense, is actually not strong, but the skill of Blood Demon Blessing is a bit too abnormal. A skill with no cooldown but capable of restoring 50,000 HP per second almost cuts off the urge of all lone players with less than 50,000 HP to kill it. And this immediately gave Xiao Han a bad feeling in his heart. After all, the Blood Demon Knight has such a skill, so would the stronger Blood Demon General not have it? I hope my feeling is wrong, he muttered with a serious face. He could only temporarily put this idea aside, and immediately sent a message to Cheng Meng, Wu Qiping and others outside the city. Let them find a way to come in quickly and find a place to hide at the city
gate.
Although these Blood Demon Knights in front of them are very powerful, their physical attacks are less than 10,000. Even if hundreds of them are attracted, at the same time they can be easily dealt with. More importantly, these are all elite level. Once they are killed, the Experience points gained are much more than those of the Black Demon Knight. Perhaps it will only take 2 or 3 hours to upgrade all the 11 tool men who followed today to level 50. So much experience can't be wasted. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han immediately opened the guild interface. At this time, the veteran guild, although it was just established, all the veterans in Stormwind City have passed the application and have 94 members. Except for Cheng Meng, who is not familiar with him, everyone else can be trusted. Without much hesitation, Xiao Han directly sent the coordinates of his location in the guild channel, asking those who are able to go deep into the graveyard of the dead to come and get experience. Although the elite Blood Demon Knight has perverted skills like Blood Demon Blessing, but he also has the state blessing of Deep Fried Flame Thunder Wing Tiger Whip, and the physical attack has exceeded 150,000. If the state is fully open, it can even kill one in one hit. Even without skills, it will not take more than 10 seconds to kill one. And the state of Deep Fried Flame Thunder Wing Tiger Whip can probably last for more than 450 minutes. If the veterans in the guild can come in time, it can almost allow 30 to 50 people to level 50. After putting on the equipment in the space ring, they will become masters who can stand alone. Ding! While thinking, a light sound rang in his ears. Xiao Han took a look and found that Cheng Meng, Wu Qiping and others were already in place. He no longer hesitated and rushed over immediately. In this city that looked like a ruin, although the density of Blood Demon Knights was not large, he could still find them easily with his keen hearing. Less than 5 minutes later, 5 Blood Demon teams followed behind him. Although Tiger Roaring Forest can kill nearly 100 Black Demon Knights in one blow, it has no effect on Blood Demon Knights. As long as it cannot be killed instantly, its strong recovery ability can restore to full blood in just a few seconds. So at this moment, there is no need to attract too many. Leading more than 50 Blood Demon Knights, Xiao Han ran straight to the city.
Gata?
Da, da, da. Amid the rapid sound of horse hooves, the slight discussions of Cheng Meng, Wu Qiping and others also reached his ears. After reaching the experience point sharing range, he did not hesitate, and turned around to perform a 5-hit flaming slash while turning around to perform a flaming slash. Boom! Amid the explosion, the Blood Demon Knight who was chasing in the front was instantly killed. The blue-gray ground instantly turned silver-white, and even a golden
Manifestation talisman exploded.
Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han's face flashed with excitement. The last time he fought here with Lu Yen, he saw no less than 2,000 black magic knights. At that time, he also saw some black magicians. Later, when attacking the demon ceiling tower, there were almost all black magic knights in all directions, and it was impossible to tell how many there were. According to his estimation, even if there were not 10,000, there were at least 7 or 8,000. And now, if they were all transformed into this elite Blood Demon Knight, it would be exciting to think about it. If they could all be killed, the number of manifestation talismans that would explode would at least reach 4 digits. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han's movements were not slow at all, and he chopped down another 3 combo. Boom! The 3 combo, which had only a 40% chance of being triggered instantly.
Triggerait dans explosion.
The blood bar on the head of the Blood Demon Knight who was hit instantly disappeared a large part, and the numbers floating on his head added up to more than 2 million. At this time, in a stone house more than 20 meters away from Xiao Han, Wu Qiping glanced at the system prompt and couldn't help saying, "It's too easy to get the manifestation talisman." Hearing this, Cheng Meng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said speechlessly, "Uncle Wu, you call this simple? What else?" Wu Qiping pointed at Xiao Han and then said, "He only used 1 move to kill the Blood Demon Knight directly. Is it difficult here?" Faced with such a newbie who knows nothing about the game, Cheng Meng could only sigh and explain helplessly, "You have also been to the novice village. How many red damage points will appear every time you hit a wild monster?" I remember it seems to be more than 100 points. Then look at the head of the Blood Demon Knight. After being hit by the Frost Owl, how many damage points appeared? Wu Qiping was stunned and counted quickly. 1, 10, 100. Damn, how can there be so many? More than 300,000. Ding! At this moment, another Blood Demon Knight was killed. His face changed and he said in confusion, I am only level 30. Why can't I get experience points? Hashtag C519 Distributing Equipment. Stormwind City. Wang Jun frowned slightly as he looked at the information on the guild channel and muttered softly, What's going on? Didn't they say before that you can only bring 10 people a day? Unable to figure out what was going on, he hesitated for a moment, then opened the friend list and made a video call. Beep, beep. After just 2 rings, the other party answered. Then a young man in his 20s, hiding timidly in a corner, appeared in the video screen. The other people around him all looked the same as him. But at this time, they all showed a touch of excitement on their faces. This made Wang Jun even more curious, and he asked directly, Xiaofei, what's the situation over there now? Why is Xiao Han asking people to pass again? Hey, I'm already level 41 now. Luo Xiaofei chuckled and said excitedly, I estimate that in another hour or 2 I can reach level 50. The other brothers are the same as me. It will not take more than 3 hours. At most, our levels will be raised to the upper limit and we will not get any experience. How is this possible? Wang Jun froze and said in disbelief. When we usually level up together, don't we only level up 1 or 2 levels a day? Even if Xiao Han is so powerful, it's impossible for 10 of you to level up more than 10 levels in less than 2 hours. We didn't believe it at first, but it's true. Luo Xiaofei walked to the window carefully and said, See those red knights over there? They are all level 71 elite bosses. Xiao Han can even kill them with 1 strike. It's so cool to get experience points. Oh my god. I've leveled up again. Hurry up and bring the other brothers over. In the video, although it was not very clear, Wang Jun could see that as Xiao Han chopped down, a 6-digit damage value immediately popped up. Although he had seen such damage values when attacking Tang Town. But at that time, 5 consecutive chops hit the arrow tower. Although it caused 500,000 or 600,000 damage, it was far less shocking than now. It won't take more than 3 hours at most. Can they reach level 50? Although he still felt it was unlikely, he knew that Luo Xiaofei would not lie to him, so it was meaningless to worry about it at this time. We still have to call our brothers and go to the cemetery of the dead. Although there seem to be many elite bosses there, they are not infinite, so such an upgrade opportunity should not be missed. Thinking of this, Wang Jun did not hesitate and chose to log off immediately. Although there were less than 100 veterans teleported to Stormwind City, and some of them had already gone out of the city to hunt, he immediately called to notify them all. It took less than half an hour to gather 46 people. Although the rest of the people were rushing back, there was no time to wait for them. The cemetery of the dead is not close to Stormwind City. Even if it is the outermost area, it will take more than an hour. Even if they set off now, Luo Xiaofei's group may have reached level 50 before they arrive. So at this time is still very urgent. After entering the game, they quickly joined the comrades who hurried over, and Wang Jun led them to run wildly. In the depths of the canyon, several players who wanted to take advantage finally saw a city like ruins. However, even though the city was very dilapidated, there were lights coming from inside. They stood at the entrance of the valley, all with shocked expressions on their faces. After a while, someone exclaimed, I didn't expect that there is such a place at the end of this canyon. Han Xiao, that big pervert, should have already killed his way in. Do you even need to ask this? Before the shock on everyone's faces faded, a middle-aged man holding a staff pointed forward and said in a deep voice, Look, who else could the guy Fighting the Black Demon Knight be if not Han Xiao? Let's not just stand there. Let's go over there quickly. The moment the voice fell, several players looked at each other, all a little hesitant. However, the stalemate lasted less than a minute, and someone couldn't suppress the greed in his heart and ran over there quickly. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people immediately followed. At the city gate, Xiao Han chopped down with a knife, and the 6 teams of blood demon knights that were attracted 10 minutes ago were finally killed. In the stone house not far away, 11 figures immediately rushed out from inside and began to pick up the items that fell on the ground with swift hands and feet. In just a moment, the backpacks of the 3 people who were specializing in picking up equipment were filled, and they came to Xiao Han one after another and traded the equipment they picked up one by one. Although there were many dark gold and diamond level equipment among these equipment, they didn't care at all because they had long been numb. After the equipment in the backpack was emptied, Luo Xiaofei said directly, "President Han, we are all level 50, and it's time to go back." Brother Wang also brought his brothers here, but because of their strength, they were blocked by a group of level 40 demonized zombies. If no one went to pick them up, they should not be able to get through. Is that so? Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and asked, "Since they can't get through, then I have to pick them up. You are all level 50 now? Can you go back by yourself?" "Yes, you can." Luo Xiaofei nodded and continued. When killing the Black Magic Knight, a lot of gold equipment exploded. The worst equipment of the brothers is now gold, and their strength is not weak. Even if there are hundreds of Black Magic Knights outside, we are 100% sure that we can kill them without a single death. Then I feel relieved. Xiao Han nodded, and then rummaged in the space ring, and at the same time shouted to the few people who were still picking up silver coins on the side, "Come here and see which equipment you can use." As he said, he took out all the dark gold and diamond equipment below level 50, and placed them on the ground in front of him. For this, Luo Xiaofei, Wu Qiping, and other veterans were not polite. They had heard Wang Jun say it a long time ago. In less than 5 minutes, they all chose a set of equipment that suited them. Xiao Han quickly collected the extra equipment and traded the leader level Little Fierce Wind Horse to Cheng Meng, saying with a smile, "This little thing is for you, and we are even. Your equipment is better. Help me take care of them when you go back." "Hey, we are in the same guild, that's for sure." Cheng Meng showed a hint of excitement on his face and immediately summoned the pony. At the same time, he took out an inner pill that he had just taken out of the blood scale horse's head and stuffed it into the mouth of the Little Fierce Wind Horse. In just 3 or 5 seconds, the Little Fierce Wind Horse, which was only 60 or 70 centimeters tall at the shoulder, expanded in size. When Xiao Han saw this scene, his eyes suddenly bulged and he immediately understood something. Then, he immediately went to the forum to search and then summoned the purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse with a painful face, muttering softly, "TMD, if I had known that I could do this, you would be about level 40 now." #C520 Flying Mount. Although he had successfully enslaved a dominant iron-eating beast more than 10 days ago and even materialized it in reality. But during this period of time, Xiao Han had always thought that if he wanted to quickly upgrade his pet, elixir should be the best choice. But now he knew that this was actually a wrong perception. What can really make a pet grow quickly is not elixir, but inner elixir of the same attribute. If there is really no inner elixir, as long as it is not an inner elixir with incompatible attributes, it can actually be used for feeding. This will promote the rapid growth of the pet and allow it to form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. If it was not for the fact that when the little iron-eating beast was caught, it was injured by chance and he had given it a Peiyuan pill by chance, there would not be such a misunderstanding now. After all, if you don't know how to train a pet, you will definitely find a way to find relevant information. But when you know how to train, there is no need to spend this energy and time. It is precisely because of this that during this period of time, he has been using Dilling pills and Peiyuan pills to feed the purple flame Thunderwing horse. Although the price was high, he could only persist in this way for the sake of this emperor-level pet and mount. He even looked forward to training it to level 30 as soon as possible. However, the wrong method was used and the training of the purple flame Thunder Wing horse would of course lag behind a lot. So until now it was only level 28. In fact, if the real function of the inner elixir was known earlier, it could have been trained to level 30 earlier. Then, in the envious eyes of everyone, he rode it all over the sky. Although the inner elixir is only produced by elite-level boss and above, it is not easy to get it. But for him, is this a big deal? I just don't know if the beast core in reality is the same thing as the inner elixir. Muttering softly, Xiao Han suddenly remembered the iron-eating beast that had been materialized in reality, and the beast cores extorted from Kolei too, Ningkue and others during this period of time. Because he didn't understand, he didn't dare to let the little iron-eating beast eat a lot at will. But since the inner elixir is used to train pets, the effect of the beast core should be similar. With this idea in mind, Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he instantly made a decision to give it a try. But now, he still had to finish the task in front of him. He took out an inner pill of the earth fire armored beast and whispered, "This is an inner pill of fire attribute. It should be good for this little thing." The purple flame thunder winged horse is a pet with both thunder and fire attributes. It is not easy to find an inner pill with both attributes. But this also means that the inner pill of the earth fire armored beast can be eaten by it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The excited neighing sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han did not hesitate to much and stuffed it directly into the mouth of the purple flame thunder-winged horse. In less than 5 seconds its body quickly expanded, and even the purple feathers on its wings grew at a very fast speed. 2 minutes later, the chirp neighing sounded again, and the wings of the purple flame thunder-winged horse flapped quickly, slowly floating half a meter above the ground. "Hey! I'm finally level 31, Xiao Han whispered excitedly, and then he flashed and appeared on the horse's back, then smiled and said, "Be careful when you go back. I'm going to pick up the other brothers." After that, he didn't care about the shocked looks on Cheng Meng, Luo Xiaofei, and Wu Qiping's faces and directly used the beast control technique to communicate with the purple flame thunder wing horse. "Chiu! Chiu! Chiu!" The neighing sound sounded again, and the purple wings flapped quickly, and it didn't even need a run-up. It took off directly and flew away at an extremely fast speed. It was not until the man and the horse disappeared in the air that Cheng Meng said in amazement, "Fuck, a flying Pegasus. This must be at least at the Overlord level." "Overlord, that shouldn't be possible." Luo Xiaofei withdrew his gaze from the air and said with envy, "As far as I know, even an elite pet can be sold at a sky-high price. Currently in Stormwind City, I have never heard of anyone catching a pet above the leader level." "Hey! Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Cheng Meng chuckled and pointed to the red pony at his feet said, "If I tell you that this is a leader-level pet, do you believe it?" "No way, is it true?" Luo Xiaofei was stunned, and quickly looked over, and asked in disbelief, "Although this little thing looks good, it doesn't look like it no matter how you look at it. Compared with the purple Pegasus just now, it really doesn't look like it." Cheng Meng narrowed his eyes and continued with a smile. "But even if it doesn't look like it, it is still a leader-level pet." As he said, he immediately displayed the attributes of the fierce wind horse. It is only level 10, but its health value has reached 30,000 points. The word leader can be clearly seen on the suffix of its name. And this is a pet that has mastered 2 magic skills. Oh my god! It's really a leader-level pet. Until this moment, Luo Xiaofei finally understood why Cheng Meng said that the purple Pegasus would at least be a hegemon-level pet. At this time, the shock in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. He looked up blankly at the empty sky, trying to find the purple figure that had completely disappeared. 1,000 meters away, there were several people staring at the sky blankly. After a while, someone said, "The one that just flew by must be a horse. I seem to have seen that there should be a person sitting on that purple horse." Hey, you weren't the only one who saw that pair of purple wings just now, with a wingspan of at least 3 meters. I just don't know whether the figure on the horse is an NPC in the game or a player like us. It's not easy to know. My video recording is always on. As long as I post it on the forum, someone will naturally help us get a high-definition image. Then hurry up and don't be stunned. While they were talking, everyone fell silent, but one of them quickly uploaded the video he had just recorded to the forum. After only a few minutes, a high-definition picture was fed back. Damn it! Isn't this the big demon King Han Xiao? What should we do now? He has left here. Even if we go in, there will be no copper coins to pick up. Look! Someone is coming out over there. #C521? The attributes of the 30-level Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse have increased more than 10 times compared to the 10th level. The health value alone has increased sharply from the original 100,000 points to the current 1.2 million points. The damage value of the Lightning Strike skill has also increased dramatically, from 300 points at level 10 to 3,200 points now. The other 3 skills also have varying degrees of increase. The number of ejections of the lightning chain has increased from 3 times to 5 now, and even the probability of paralysis has increased to 15%. However, the biggest increase is in Crazy Thunder Skyfall. The coverage area of this group attack skill has changed from the original 5x5 to the current 10x10, and the damage value has also soared from 300 points to 5,000 points. At the same time, the probability of triggering paralysis has also been directly increased by 10% based on the original level. What's more important is that the cooling time has been reduced from 120 minutes at the beginning to 100 minutes now. But among all the skills, the one that Xiao Han likes the most is the Thunder Wing attack. When you can't fly, the 500% movement speed bonus is not a lot, but it's actually not a small amount. But compared to now, it's completely inadequate. The 3,000% movement speed bonus can last up to 310 seconds, which is very exciting just thinking about it. With this skill, once the town here in Stormwind City is built, he will have the confidence to go to Ice City thousands of kilometers away. And this is only the movement speed bonus at level 30. If it reaches level 50, its attributes will also experience a surge. Hey, by then, it must be at least 50%. Xiao Han whispered excitedly, feeling the strong wind flying towards him, and felt even more excited. For Lu Yen, he had no choice but to jump off the mountain and experience the feeling of flying at high altitude. Now that I think about it, the feeling of having a beautiful woman in my arms is still very nostalgic. But at this moment, the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse was in his hand. But the beauty in his arms was no longer there, which made him quite regretful. But this is only temporary. Riding such an extremely attractive horse, he didn't believe that there were many beauties who could withstand the temptation to come up and test drive it. With this thought in his mind, Lu Yan's enchanting figure immediately flashed through his mind. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth suddenly curved at this moment, revealing a wretched smile, and shouted softly, "Thunder Wings attack!" The moment the words fell, wisps of bright purple lightning jumped up on the wings of the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse. Whoosh! The wings full of lightning just swung slightly, and the speed suddenly increased. The sudden strong wind almost blew him off the horse. Holding the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse's neck tightly, Xiao Han could see the mountains below that were rapidly sweeping backwards. It only took him less than 3 minutes to see the entrance to the canyon. When he entered, at this time, the time that the Thunder Wing attack can last is only less than half of the past. Call. The wings full of purple electric light flapped again, and the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse was like a bolt of lightning, moving hundreds of meters in an instant. With the strong wind blowing on his face, Xiao Han could already see more and more figures below, as well as the demonized zombies that kept crawling out of the graves. While flying at high speed, he soon saw a group of figures blocked by demonized zombies. We even saw them planning to follow some expert players trying to get to the depths of the undead cemetery. I'm warning you, don't follow me, or you'll die inside. Don't blame me for not warning you. What a bunch of ridiculous guys. They can't even defeat the demonized zombies. Where do they get the confidence to want to go to the ancient battlefield? Hey, maybe they think that skeleton warriors can be killed casually. At the same time as the discussion started, the dozen or so players who had just killed a passage did not leave immediately, but stood there and waited quietly. It wasn't until the demonized zombies crawled out of the grave again that they turned around and left with satisfaction. Oh, no wonder I can't get in. Seeing such a scene, although Xiao Han felt very unhappy, he could understand why they did this. After all, with more and more players reaching levels 40 and 50, there are only so many places suitable for leveling at this stage. When supply exceeds demand, of course the leveling areas will become crowded. Therefore, many times, in order to improve the efficiency of leveling, some players will indeed adopt this unattractive method. Although Xiao Han looked down on such people, he couldn't say much. After all, they were just unwilling to help rather than drive them away. He couldn't just kill all those dozen guys for such a trivial matter. Get to the place, get down. After using the beast control technique to communicate with the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse, the chirping sound immediately began. It was obvious that it had just learned to fly and it was not yet satisfied. But even so, one man and one horse were falling rapidly. But the sudden roar made the dozen or so people who were about to leave all look up at the sky. I'll go. Isn't that the great demon King Han Xiao? We haven't seen this horse for a few days, and he actually got a flying Pegasus.
Almohadilla C522 no martial ethics.
Faced with this sudden attack, although Cheng Meng was a little surprised, he was not panicked at all. Such a scene is nothing compared to those mutant beasts. If he had encountered such an attack a day ago, he would most likely have been waiting to die on the spot. The absolute difference in attributes made it impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. But now the situation is different. He has 2 legendary equipments, 8 diamond equipments, and the rest are all dark gold equipments. This makes his health value exceed 25,000 points. Even if he is hit several times at this moment, he can easily withstand such damage. And his physical attack has exceeded 10,000 points. These guys who don't know how to live or die dare to attack them. Humph! With a cold snort, Cheng Meng didn't say much nonsense. He immediately turned around and took a few steps forward. While catching the arrow with his chest, he also blocked a fireball. In fact, with his current agility, such an attack can be completely avoided. But if he really dodges, the veteran behind him will have to bear the damage of arrows and magic. Puff! The fireball exploded, shooting out sparks. 2 damage values of up to 4,000 appeared above Cheng Meng's head at this time, and his health bar instantly disappeared by almost 1/3. Kill! At this time, Luo Xiaofei, Wu Qiping and others also reacted and immediately scattered and surrounded him in a fan shape. However, while they were taking action, there was another figure that was faster. Although there were a total of 9 guys who attacked, Cheng Meng still charged and rushed straight to the magician with the highest attack. Stop him! The magician was a little surprised that the 2 attacks failed to kill him instantly. While he let out a sharp whistle, he quickly chanted a spell. The 2 knights in front of him also surrounded him on the left and right. At the same time, another whoosh sounded, and an arrow with a cold light immediately shot towards him. Before, he had companions behind him, so he couldn't hide, but now it's different. While canceling the charge, Cheng Meng dodged and moved half a step to the right. While successfully dodging the arrow, the 2 knights had already rushed in front of him. It was impossible to attack the magician directly now. However, he alone restrained the 4 opponents, giving Luo Xiaofei Wu Qiping, and others the opportunity to break through the defense line. Humph, in that case, I'll kill you two first. With such a decision in mind, he swept the Liang armor-breaking sword in his hand and hit the 2 knights who rushed over at the same time. Minus 8,426. Minus 7,854. Plus 4,213. Plus 3,927. 2 red damage values immediately floated out of the opponent's head, while 2 green numbers appeared on his own head. The life value that was just knocked down by the fireball and arrows was instantly replenished. Fuck! Who said these guys are weaklings? I was almost killed by this knife. Don't talk nonsense. Run away now while you are still alive. Fuck! They are so powerful, why do they need Han Xiao to help them upgrade? Are they mentally ill? The terrified voices rang out, and several people were all frightened by Cheng Meng's knife. It's okay that the damage of a knife is close to 10,000 points, and even 50% of the damage is directly converted into health points. Such a perverted guy, how can they be killed by just a few people? At this time, the magician's chanting of the spell suddenly stopped, and he turned around and ran towards the canyon without any hesitation. But at this time it was too late to run. Although the equipment of Luo Xiaofei and other veterans was not top-notch, they were all equipped with dark gold or above equipment, and even 1 or 2 diamonds were mixed in. In terms of speed alone, they were not inferior to those who wanted to escape. Kill! At this time, the 10 veterans had already divided into 3 groups and faced the warriors who wanted to escape. The veteran at the arrow position went up and fought hard, while the 2 veterans on his left and right sides seized the opportunity to go up and make up a knife and a sword. The moment the 3 damage values appeared, they instantly killed the opponent's nearly 10,000 points of health. The 3 warriors who wanted to escape were killed instantly, and the remaining 2 were also reduced to a state of low health. With their faces full of shock and anger, 2 medicine bottles instantly appeared in their hands. Bang! Bang! But before they could pour the potion to restore health into their mouths, the 2 veterans at the arrow position bumped into them. Not only did they knock down the medicine bottle, but also exploded a piece of equipment that looked pretty good. But no one looked at it for a second, and immediately changed their target, staring at the mage and archer not far away, and rushed over. Fuck! Who are these guys? Why don't they have martial ethics? They have more people than us, and they are using their numbers to defeat the minority. Do you have any shame? Run quickly, what are you talking about? You were the one who suggested the sneak attack. Why didn't you have any shame at that time? Furious curses rang out from the crowd, but Luo Xiaofei and other veterans seemed not to hear them. They stared at a target in tacit understanding and remained silent. Kill! The magician's speed was the slowest among all. After being targeted, there was almost no possibility of escape. Without the protection of the knights and warriors, he was actually a lamb to be slaughtered. After catching up with the target, Luo Xiaofei's spear was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole. He stabbed directly at the distance of more than 1 meter. At the same time, the 2 veterans behind him immediately increased their speed, blocked the 2 flying arrows, and turned their eyes to the 2 knights, who were fleeing quickly towards this side. Puff! With a light sound, although the magician tried his best to dodge, he was still stabbed in the chest by a gun. Yang! In another direction, the frantically fleeing warrior was caught up by 3 veterans because of his speed advantage. He only lasted less than 2 seconds before an equipment exploded and resurrected. Almost at the same time, the magician was also stabbed to death by 2 guns, but his luck was better, and no equipment exploded. Seeing this situation, the veterans on the left and right sides of Luo Xiaofei, who were responsible for staring at the knights, immediately rushed up and cooperated with Cheng Meng, who was chasing them quickly to kill him. At this time, only the 2 fastest archers escaped the siege of the veterans and rushed into the canyon. Hey, the level has been raised, the equipment has been changed, and the feeling is different. The first battle after the strength improvement ended perfectly with no one dying, which was something Luo Xiaofei had not expected before. Although he didn't know these guys, they all looked familiar. About 2 hours ago, when Xiao Han led them to kill the Black Magic Knight in a group to upgrade, they were nearby. And the guys who could appear in that place at that time were not weak. Picking up the equipment dropped by the warrior on the ground with some excitement, Luo Xiaofei said with a smile, "We should be considered masters now. That's for sure." Chong Meng replied with a smile and continued, "It's just pity for the 2 archers. The equipment they are wearing should be pretty good." "Hey, it's nothing to pity." Luo Xiaofei grinned and said with a smile on his face, "I just told the president what happened here in the guild channel. He told me that the 2 archers who escaped will regret it. #C523 shoot me an arrow." Killing dozens of demonized zombies with 1 blow, Xiao Han ignored the dozen so-called expert players who fled in fear. He led Wang Jun and other veterans and headed straight towards the canyon. There were quite a few demonized zombies encountered along the way, but they were all quickly turned into experience points, nourishing the players who teamed up with him. Because of the large number of people, all the fallen equipment was picked up. Even the copper coins were picked up as cleanly as if they were plucked by geese. For the veterans behind them, their finances are not well off. For 1 copper coin, which is also a Yenhua coin, if you pick up 3 or 4 of them, you can buy enough sweet potatoes for a day. Because of this, it was only a little over 10 minutes away, a full half-hour walk. Although Xiao Han wanted to say something about this, he thought about it and let it go. Anyway, now there is a suitable upgrade location, and the elite blood demon knights all over the city will provide a large amount of experience points. It was only 10 minutes, but he couldn't afford to waste it. Looking at the entrance to the canyon leading to the ruins of the city, Xiao Han glanced at the guild chat channel, chuckled and muttered, "Those 2 archers should be arriving soon. What are those guys thinking? They know they are my people, but they still dare to take action. They are crazy about money. I wonder what kind of expression they will show when they see me later?" Just as he was talking, he heard 2 hurried footsteps coming from 1,000 meters away, running towards this side quickly. Of course, Xiao Han would not be soft on such a guy, and said to Wang Jun beside him, "Those 2 guys are coming over. I will go and deal with them first. It's safe inside the canyon. Hurry up and follow us." "I understand, please be careful." Wang Jun nodded and whispered. Xiao Han waved his hands and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, even if I stand still and let them attack. Those guys can't kill me." After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared on the back of the purple flame thunder wing horse. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There was a neighing sound, and the lightning on the purple wings immediately jumped, and then suddenly flapped down, and then directly jumped into the air, speeding towards the depths of the canyon. Even without using thunder wings to attack, it took him less than 20 seconds to reach the distance of 1,000 meters before he saw the 2 figures running away like crazy. Although the light in the canyon was not very good, the purple flame thunder winged horse flashing with electric light was extremely dazzling. After the 2 running figures saw this scene, they suddenly stopped. One of them cursed angrily, "Damn it! Why is Han Xiao back again? What the hell, I told you not to run away and just die inside. But you are such a bitch and insist on dragging me away. Now it's over." Seeing Han Xiao suddenly coming back, another archer cursed and ran towards Chong Meng, Luo Xiaofei and others who were chasing him. But at this time, the veterans were also extremely shrewd. Seeing Xiao Han in midair, they immediately understood what this guy was thinking. The mountains on both sides climbed up in unison, with no intention of intercepting him. "Damn it! Can't you leave me a way to survive?" Angry curses rang out, and the archer suddenly and quickly took off all his equipment and put it into his backpack, then turned around and shouted, "Jun Song, shoot me quickly." Such words echoed in the canyon, and Cheng Meng, Luo Xiaofei and others immediately felt Xiao Han's intimidation. At the same time, Gu Junsong's face darkened, and he immediately shouted, "You have a good idea of riding a horse. If you want to come, you must come on me. The equipment I have is much better than yours. I have taken off all my riding equipment. Even if I shoot, I can't kill you." Wang Dajiang's face darkened and he urged again, "Stop talking nonsense and shoot me quickly. Otherwise, if there is no piece of equipment left after being exploded, you won't even be able to cry." Damn it, this suggestion of a sneak attack was not something you, a fool, came up with. Faced with the threat of the explosive Demon King, Gu Junsong couldn't calm down anymore and cursed, "If you hadn't come up with this bad idea, how did we get to this point? It's none of my business, but you all agreed." Wang Dajiang's eyes widened and he roared angrily, "If you persisted in posing it, would we still take action? You're jealous when you see other people's equipment and want to keep it for yourself. Everyone's butts are dirty. You damn don't want to put the shit on my head alone. Wang Dajiang, keep your fucking mouth clean for me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Tsh, it's not that I look down on you, but what can you do to me with those 2 attacks of yours? Why don't you bite me if you don't accept it?" Snap, snap. After patting his butt hard, Wang Dajiang continued to stimulate, come on, bite here. If I hide for a while, you will raise me." Ah! Gu Junsong, who was stimulated, suddenly raised his bow and set an arrow on. But at this time, Wang Dajiang's face revealed a hint of excitement and impatient expression. In midair, Xiao Han saw the wonderful scoldings they made, so he was not in a hurry to take action for a while. It was not until Gu Junsong drew the arrow and pulled the string that he said calmly, "Hey, this provoking method is good, but I'm still here. Do you really think you can escape this disaster with these few words?" Whoosh! At this moment, Gu Junsong also reacted, but his arm shook slightly and the arrow was still shot. Although the arrow deviated 3 or 4 meters due to hand shaking, Wang Dajiang rushed towards the arrow with his chest raised in excitement. Facing such a shrewd guy, Xiao Han had no intention of letting him go. He suddenly moved forward with the finger of the purple fire thunder ring. Boom! Purple lightning instantly fell on Wang Dajiang's head. -3,650. With no equipment on his body and his defense at the lowest point, he was killed instantly by just a lightning. At this time, the ground was covered with more than 10 pieces of equipment, materials and coins. Obviously, another unlucky guy with only big pants left appeared. Such a scene appeared in front of Gu Junsong, and his face turned green. Instantly, he said with a sad face, "Fuck, why can't I commit suicide in this game? Master Han Xiao, I only shot 2 arrows at that time and did nothing else. Can you let me go?" Hee. What do you think? If this guy admitted his mistake and gave in before the formation of the Veteran Guild, Xiao Han might have let him go as a fart. But now, since they have attacked the people of the Veteran Guild, they must not let him go. The necessary deterrence must still be there. More importantly, Wang Dajiang just now not only exploded a diamond equipment, but also 4 dark gold equipment. Gu Junsong, who is better equipped, must have at least 2 diamond equipment. Thinking so in his heart, although Xiao Han was still in the air, he also swung a knife in the air. Roar! At the same time as the whistling sounded, Gu Junsong's face froze and he fell down immediately, and the system prompt sound in his ear also rang. #C524 Lu Yen is back. Stormwind City. 2 players wearing only large underpants walked down from the resurrection altar one after another, with expressions of regret on their faces. Other players nearby saw this scene and laughed out loud with gloating. "Ha ha ha! Everyone, come and take a look. Isn't this Wang Dajiang from the Launcher Guild and Gu Junsong from the Sihai Guild?" Why are they all only wearing a pair of big pants? With such obvious features, you don't have to ask, he must have been killed by the explosive Demon King. Hey, isn't the guy who uploaded the Purple Pegasus video to the forum looking for high-definition pictures Wang Dajiang? Surprised voices rang out from the crowd, and the focus of the players' attention immediately changed. I really envy Han Xiao. He actually caught such an extremely cool mount. Not only can he fly on it, but it also looks so cool. That's right, it looks like it has thunder attributes, so it should fly very fast. I'm already level 30, let alone catching a pet. I've been in the dark forest for so long and haven't even seen a single cub. Hey look, Wang Dajiang posted a video on the forum again. Where is this place? Xiao Han didn't know what happened in Stormwind City. After picking up the equipment that Wang Dajiang and Gu Junsong exploded, he led Wang Jun and others and ran directly into the depths of the canyon. Chang Meng, Luo Xiaofei and other veterans who had reached level 50 did not follow. The level has been raised to the upper limit, and you must complete the third job transfer mission before you can continue to gain experience points. So even if I follow him back now, I won't be able to help at all and I won't even get any benefit. The most important thing is to seize the time to complete the third job transfer task. If everything goes well, maybe I can continue to gain experience and raise my level to 60, 65 or even 70. Those Blood Demon Knights were at level 70, and the equipment they exploded was also at level 70. In just less than 2 hours, more than 40 pieces of diamond equipment have appeared, and the number of dark gold equipment has even exceeded 100. They are really looking forward to how much their strength will increase once they reach level 70 and wear level 70 diamond equipment. The 11 people ran extremely fast because they had reached level 50 and even their equipment was several times stronger than before. Therefore, the demonized zombies they encountered along the way could not stop them from returning to the city. A group of veterans cooperated and managed to escape without any injuries. At the end of the canyon, the ruins of the city once again appeared before everyone's eyes. Wang Jun and others who have never been here have heard about the situation. Hear from Luo Xiaofei and Wu Qiping before. But when he saw the towering and dilapidated city wall, his eyes could not suppress a look of shock. What is this place? Shi Sun held a blue-gray magic wand and said with awe, it must have been damaged like this for thousands of years. But even so, it still has extremely strong defensive power. Just by looking at the marks of knife and axe cuts on the city wall, you can guess how brutal the battle was. Hey, it's spectacular. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. In fact, I don't know what this city is called, but its history of existence should be at least more than 7,000 years. Follow the stone road in front of you and you will eventually encounter a high tower. That place is the most important place in the city. What's there? Have you been there? Shi Sun paused and turned his head in surprise. Xiao Han smiled and replied, I was lucky enough to come here once before and almost died in it. The boss inside is too strong and cannot be touched by us now, so when we go in this time, we should safely upgrade on the outside. How strong is he? He can't be an overlord level boss. Wang Jun's eyes flashed and he asked, the last time you came here you should have come with that Lu Yen. I remember that at that time, you probably hadn't completed your second job transfer yet. Now that he has reached level 50, his strength has also improved a lot. Isn't he still a match for that overlord level boss? Besides, before I came here, I heard from Xiaofei and the others that you can kill an elite boss at level 70 with one strike, but the overlord boss there is not easy to capture. Ha! Then you are overthinking. Xiao Han chuckled, shook his head and said, I don't know what's going on inside now. When I came last time, there were no Blood Demon Knights at level 70. They were all Black Demon Knights at level 50. And when I escaped from here, there were indeed overlord level bosses inside. but there were as many as 5. If nothing else, they should all have been promoted to emperors by now. What the hell? 5 emperor-level bosses? Wang Jun shrank his head and said, quickly, is this true? It should be impossible. How can it be so easy to advance? Promotion is not easy, but aren't all the original Black Demon Knights promoted to Blood Demon Knights? Xiao Han quickly ran towards the city gate and continued, how about I take you to level 50 first and then get you a set of diamond equipment and you go in first to explore the way for everyone. If there is really no promotion, and there are only 5 overlord level bosses, I will go in and kill them all. Forget it. Wang Jun's face froze, and he smiled awkwardly. Upgrade first, or upgrade to level 50 first. Such a reaction was expected by Xiao Han, and he did not continue to explain. You must know that in the Demon Ceiling Tower in the center of the city there is still an Emperor-level Abyss Blood Emperor, which is far beyond the ability of these people to deal with now. If there are only 5 Overlord-level bosses in it, with his current strength, he should be able to kill them. But if there are 5 Emperor-level ones, it would be good if he was not killed in return. So for now, it is better to kill some elite Blood Demon Knights first and raise the level of the veterans around him. As for the 5 Overlord bosses that he had encountered before, he still had to wait for Lu Yen to come back before he dared to go in. Now that he has not only found the blood-sucking stone but also found a higher-grade blood-sucking stone, it seems that it is not difficult to reseal. The Abyss Blood Emperor. Running into the city at a trot, Xiao Han heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. He quickly said to the veterans around him, you guys find a safe place to hide first. I'll go and lure some Blood Demon Knights. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, a quick ring rang in his ears. Xiao Han stopped and answered the call without hesitation. And by Xiaoxing's voice immediately rang in his ears. Lu Yen is back, looking lost and seems to be a little injured. #C525 I have my period every day. After hanging up the call, Xiao Han looked a little depressed. Lu Yen came back from the undead cave, which means that he can go to hand in the task and break through the level cap of 50. But the veterans behind him just came over, he can't just leave it alone like this. What's wrong? Seeing Xiao Han's entanglement, Shursun was silent for a while and said directly, if you have something to go back and deal with, then go quickly. You can take us to level up any time, but your business is more important. I'm so sorry, I may have to go back. Xiao Han touched the tip of his nose and said awkwardly, my 3rd job transfer task has been completed, and now I need to go back to hand in the task. If you have nothing to do today, you can find a safe place to wait for me for a while. After the task is handed in, I still have to come back to level up. There is a flying mount, and it will probably take no more than an hour to go back and forth. We will stay here all night tonight. I will never go back before I reach level 50. That's fine. Go quickly and come back quickly. Shursun nodded and said to Wang Jun beside him, what are you doing? Find a safe place quickly. Such a simple thing? Do you need Xiao Han to help you? How could it be? This is our specialty. After being scolded, Wang Jun immediately stretched out his hand and waved, and half of the team of more than 40 people ran out and got into the alleys around. Seeing how professional they were, Xiao Han and Shursun said a few more words, and then flashed directly to the back of the purple flame thunder wing horse. Chi, chi, chi. The excited neighing sounded again, and the wings covered with arcs flapped down hard, and a man and a horse broke through the air like an arrow. Shursun looked at Xiao Han, who disappeared in an instant, and a hint of joy flashed on his face. During this period of time, he had also tried to switch to Perfect World to stop the veterans in the community from going out of the city to hunt. But this game is more difficult than he imagined. Just the leveling up thing exhausted the 50 veterans who entered the game in the early stage, But now, once they all reach level 50, they no longer have to worry about not having money to buy potions. With the top-quality equipment provided by Xiao Han, with their abilities, they can not only balance their income and expenditure, but even make 10 or 20 million per month, which seems to be possible. Hey, I heard that every time you change your job, there is a chance to awaken and become an evolver. Thinking of this in his heart, Sure soon looked at the brothers who were busy not far away, and the smile on his face became even stronger. In the sky a few kilometers away, the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse used the Thunder Wing attack again almost at a speed of lightning and rushed towards Stormwind City. Mountains, canyons, and graveyards passed by quickly under their feet. In less than 20 minutes, Xiao Han saw the towering city wall and the cold light reflected on the arrow tower from a distance. Fuck! Those guys are not going to shoot me. With this judgment in mind, he immediately communicated with the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse under him and asked it to land here. At the same time, he also heard the constant discussion of players around. But at this time, Xiao Han didn't want to listen to what they said. The moment he landed, he immediately ran to the city gate. It took less than 10 minutes to arrive at Lu Yan's courtyard. Dong! 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 He knocked on the copper ring on the door a few times and a voice inside immediately shouted impatiently, "Who is it? The owner is not at home. Come back later." Why is Xiao Wu in this tone? Does he know that I am knocking on the door? Thinking doubtfully in his heart, Xiao Han frowned deeply. He had confirmed it before coming. He has always asked Bai Shaoxing to send people to watch this place. Since Lu Yan came back, she has never left the courtyard again. So the owner is not here, it must be a lie. But Xiao Han couldn't understand why Xiao Wu lied to him, and he didn't even know how he had offended this woman. Every time he came, he was met with a cold shoulder. Fuck! This woman doesn't have her period every day. After cursing in frustration, Xiao Han had no intention of giving up. He stood outside the door and shouted loudly, "Senior sister, are you back? I found the blood-sucking stone." Crack. As soon as the voice fell, the door was suddenly opened, and Xiao Wu's figure appeared, and she said angrily, "Everyone said that the young lady is not at home. What do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything." For this woman who has always been unfriendly to him, Xiao Han no longer wants to endure it and directly replied, "I have found what senior sister asked me to find before. I know whether she has come back or not, and you know it too. What is the blood-sucking stone used for? I believe you know a little bit. Is it really appropriate to keep stopping me like this? Then I don't care. Anyway, the young lady is not back." With both hands against the door, Xiao Wu had no intention of giving in, which made Xiao Han a little helpless. He couldn't force his way in. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a dissatisfied scolding came from the small courtyard, and then he said coldly, "Last time I asked you to kneel in the ancestral hall for a night, just to make you reflect on yourself. But now it seems that you haven't realized your mistake yet. In this case, the friendship between us ends here. Go in and pack your things. You'd better go." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's face froze, and she turned to look at Lu Yan in disbelief and quickly defended, "Miss, I don't want to do this." But he, "Okay, don't explain." Lu Yan waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "No matter what the reason is, this is not the reason for you to turn away the guests. In total, we have been together for more than 10 years. I have taught you a lot over the years, but you do this again and again, which really disappoints me. Miss, I won't dare anymore. Don't ask me to leave." At this moment, Xiao Wu finally realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately knelt on the ground with a bang. But even so, Lu Yan still shook his head and said, "I gave you a chance, but you still did it your own way. I didn't do well enough and spoiled you rotten. No, it's my fault. I really know I was wrong." Seeing that Lu Yan had no intention of letting go, Xiao Wu immediately panicked and cried with snot and tears. "Oh, miss, I know it's wrong. I'm going to kneel in the ancestral hall now. Okay? Oh, don't push me away. If you don't want me anymore, I will have no relatives in this world." Seeing this scene, Xiao Han felt a little sorry. Although he didn't like Xiao Wu, after all, the two of them had been together for more than 10 years. It was definitely impossible to say that they didn't have feelings for each other. And looking at Lu Yan's appearance at this time, he seemed to be a little intolerant. He quickly stepped forward and persuaded in a low voice, "Senior sister, she didn't make any big mistakes. There is no need to be like this. And I have already found the blood-sucking stone. I also took a look at the demon sealing tower. Those dark demon knights have now all turned into blood demon knights. We have to go to the demon sealing tower as soon as possible. If we really drive Xiao Wu away, there will be no one left at home." #C526 Dragon Catching Hand. After some persuasion, Xiao Wu was finally kept, but the punishment she deserved would not be exempted. Following Lu Yan into the courtyard, Xiao Han took out 10 blood-sucking stones without hesitation and said softly, "Senior sister, I have found what you want. When are we going to the demon sealing tower? The situation there seems to be more serious than expected." "I know, I went there once some time ago." Lu Yan's face sank, and she coughed while holding her chest. At that time, the Black Demon Knight had not yet become the Blood Demon Knight. "If what you said is true, there is no way to reseal the Abyss Blood Emperor with only these blood-sucking stones." Seeing Lu Yan coughing rapidly, Xiao Han didn't care what she said, and quickly took out a bottle of Peiyuan Dan and asked worriedly, "Senior sister, are you injured? I still have some Peiyuan Dan here, which should be good for your injury." "It's okay, just a minor injury. It will be healed in 2 days of rest." Lu Yan waved her hand and didn't take it, but continued with a heavy face. "But you went to the Red Rock Mine Cave. Didn't encounter any danger. What danger will I encounter?"
Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, boasting, "You
may have forgotten that I am a rare genius in 1,000 years. How could such a place be difficult for me?" As he said, he took out a thumb-sized blood-sucking stone and said with a smile, "Senior sister, look at what this is. When I found the blood-sucking stone, I also found a piece of this thing. Blood-sucking stone. How can you have such a thing?" Looking at the red stone bead in Xiao Han's hand, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly widened and set in disbelief. "It doesn't make sense. Where did the blood-sucking stone come from? In the Red Rock Mine. I don't know about this. It was taken out of the eye of a stone sculpture at that time." Xiao Han explained and continued, "I originally wanted to take the other one down, but it seems that an ancient creature has awakened deep underground. From a long distance, I saw 2 eyeballs as big as a head, so I ran back immediately out of fear." "Eyeballs as big as a head?" Lu Yan was stunned, frowned and thought, but could not find relevant information from her memory. But at the same time, she was somewhat thankful that Han Xiao had made a decisive move and escaped from inside, otherwise it would have been a big trouble. It is extremely difficult to train a magic sealer. The main reason is that it is impossible to find a successor with high enough qualifications. It took her 6 years to learn the magic sealing technique, and the man in front of her only watched it for 2 minutes to comprehend the higher level of
Sealing technique.
Now there is the blood-sucking stone. If the magic sealing array can be successfully set up, even if the Abyss Blood Emperor is strong, it can only be sealed again. Thinking of being able to solve the crisis in the magic sealing tower, Lu Yan was a little excited. She hurriedly grabbed all 10 blood-sucking stones in Han Zhao's hand and said, in a deep voice, "I need to check some information and prepare. Come back in 3 days. It just so happens that my injury also needs to be recuperated in the next few days." As she said, Lu Yan immediately took out a book and a bag of gold coins from her arms and handed them over. The sound of mission completion rang in his ears. Xiao Han was not polite at this time and immediately reached out to take it. At this time, the Advanced Power Book also became the Advanced Warrior Book, with 100 times reward. With this thing, it means that he can break through the limit of level 50. Slightly excited, he rubbed the skills in his hand, but Xiao Han was actually a little disappointed. For this job transfer mission, he took out a blood-sucking stone which should be considered a perfect completion. But the reward he got did not change at all. Forget it, it's already pretty good to get the Book of Advanced Warriors. Muttering softly, Xiao Han saw Lu Yen holding her chest and slowly walking towards the study. After a slight hesitation, he took out a porcelain bottle and shouted directly, "Senior sister, I have a bottle of Earth Spirit Pill. Here, you should take it. With this thing, the speed of cultivation will be faster. Only when our strength is improved will our chances of successfully sealing the Abyss Blood Emperor be greater." Earth Spirit Pill? Hearing this, Lu Yen paused and asked curiously, "Did you also refine this kind of pill yourself?" "Well, it was just refined not long ago, and the pill formula was also learned from Brother Su." "You are really amazing. You can learn anything." She has not only heard of the Earth Spirit Pill but also used it a lot before, but she has never used it since her master left. Without rejecting the porcelain bottle handed over by Han Xiao, Lu Yen gently grasped it in her hand and said with a smile, "I also need the elixir that can improve my strength, so I won't be polite with you." As she said that, she reached out and touched her storage bag, and continued, "Here is a skill book. Try to see if you can learn it. The sealing technique of the magic sealer can only be used within a range of 1 meter. This skill can effectively hit the opponent. In many cases you should study carefully after you go back." Skill book. There is actually a skill book reward for the magic sealer? Xiao Han was stunned, and quickly took the purple book handed over by Lu Yen. Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. "Ding, you get the skill-grabbing hand advanced, triggering 100-fold reward, and get the skill-grabbing dragon hand, yellow level." Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly froze, and an incredible look immediately appeared in his eyes. During this period of time, he has obtained quite a few skill books from the boss, but even after the 100-fold reward, the grade will not change at all. Even the high-level power book he just got has only changed its name, and it is still a high-level skill. It has never been like this before. A high-level skill book after a 100-fold reward has become a yellow-level skill book. Even if it cannot be compared with the Shen-level sealing technique, it is undeniable that this must be an extremely powerful skill. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han no longer cared about Lu Yen, who was still on the side, and hurriedly stood there and flipped through it. After the book in his hand disappeared, he immediately opened the skill panel and looked at its introduction. Dragon Catcher, LV00/1000 releases an energy palm in the specified direction, imprisoning the target and pulling it back to itself. The maximum distance is 50 meters, consuming 50,000 energy points, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Seeing this introduction, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the skill of Dragon Catcher cannot cause any damage to the target, it is very useful in actual combat. At least in the future, there is no need to be afraid of archers and mages. The effective attack distance of 50 meters is even farther than the magic attack distance of the magician. Hey, what's the use of having strong fighting skills? With an excited laugh, Xiao Han immediately grabbed in the air, and an illusory dragon head flew out of his palm in an instant. #C527 Level 3 Warrior. After coming out of Lu Yan's courtyard, Xiao Han went to the warrior temple, without stopping, and rented a training room. Before he completely learned the Book of Advanced Warriors, he still couldn't break through the limit of level 50. So if he wanted to level up, he had to learn the training method first. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Xiao Han immediately took out the Book of Advanced Warriors. Even though he didn't understand what the Chinese characters on it meant, he read it carefully. When the book disappeared in his hand, his body immediately reacted. This change was expected, so he didn't feel any surprise. He immediately felt the extra dozen meridians and let the energy slowly flow inside. I don't know how long it took, and finally completed a big cycle. At this time, Xiao Han could also clearly feel that his body seemed to be a little different from before. It's not easy. This should be a successful breakthrough. Thinking excitedly in his heart, he immediately opened the attribute panel and took a look. On the suffix of the name, the intermediate warrior icon had become a high-level warrior. Xiao Han was still a little excited after being at level 50 for almost half a month. Now that he finally broke through, he was still a little excited. But what he wanted to know more was whether his strength in reality would break through as he broke through in the game. It's been more than an hour before I knew it. Worried that Wang Jun and other veterans were getting impatient, Xiao Han quickly made a video call and explained to them. Fortunately, no one complained, so he was relieved. After materializing 2 Earth Spirit pills, he directly exited Perfect World. Things in the game are important, but things in reality are more important. If he can't take advantage of the breakthrough brought by this technique to make his strength in reality go further, he doesn't know when he will break through to level 3. Perhaps when the Liang pill is refined, he can try to break through. But that is a pill that can allow a level 5 evolver to break through to level 6. If he, a warrior with only level 2 strength, uses it, he doesn't know if he will be eaten to death. When his consciousness was separated from the game, Xiao Han immediately took off the game helmet. Jiang Xiaoyun, who was lying quietly on the bed, the indicator light on the game helmet was still flashing. Sitting up gently from the bed, Xiao Han did not disturb her. The thought in his mind just moved slightly, and 2 pills appeared in his palm. With the help of the Earth Spirit pill and the Book of Advanced Warriors, he had a strong feeling that he should be able to complete the breakthrough. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately sat down cross-legged. Then, the pill that just appeared in the game was thrown directly into his mouth. After everything was ready, the true qi in the abdomen was immediately mobilized. This kind of practice has been done many times, so it is also very familiar. The true qi running in the meridians will certainly not be hindered at all. However, this time is a little different from before. The acquisition of the Book of Advanced Warriors also adds more than a dozen meridians in the body. These meridians are unfamiliar, so you need to be very careful. Fortunately, this experience is not the first time, so there is no need to worry too much. He tried hard to control the qi in his abdomen and run it through his meridians. At the same time, with the help of the Earth Spirit pill, the total amount of qi in his body was also increasing rapidly. Time passed slowly, 3 circles, 6 circles, 10 circles, until he finished the 12th circle. The feeling of breaking through to the 2nd level warrior appeared again, and Xiao Han's face also showed an irresistible joy at this time. Hey! A 3rd level warrior. Thinking excitedly, he immediately ran out of the bedroom and rushed out of the villa. At the same time, a red spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and there was even a faint flame burning on the tip of the spear. Holding the lava split armor spear in his hand, Xiao Han whispered, "When I was at level 2, I was about to use the split armor attack and the qi in my body was drained. I don't know if the qi in my body can support me to use this skill after breaking through to level 3. Thinking so in his heart, he didn't hesitate at all, and the qi quickly poured into the spiritual weapon spear along his palm. Choke! As 90% of the true qi in the body disappeared, the lava armor-splitting gun suddenly made a soft hum, and at the same time the faintly jumping flames on the tip of the gun suddenly became restrained, and the gun head immediately turned dark red. Fuck! Just using one skill makes me useless. Feeling the emptiness of his body, Xiao Han cursed in shock, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. After all, the skill of armor splitting was finally used. Even if the true chi in the body was almost completely exhausted at this moment, it was worth it. I wonder if the level 7 mutant wolf can withstand this shot. Muttering excitedly, Xiao Han immediately looked around and saw a granite rockery more than 2 meters high not far away, so he rushed directly over. Puff! With a light sound, the lava armor-splitting gun pierced into the rockery, without any resistance, leaving only the tail of the gun still in his palm. Hey! The thing is a good thing, but my strength is too weak. Pulling the spear out of the rockery, Xiao Han muttered softly, and with a flip of his hand he put it back into the space ring. With his current strength, he couldn't use the spear to his heart's content. So raising his strength to level 4, 5, or even 6 as soon as possible became the most important thing now. Running back to the bedroom quickly, Xiao Han immediately put on his helmet. It was said that he would be back in an hour, but now it has been almost 2 hours. Fortunately, I'm finally done with my work, and it's time to level up. While muttering to himself, Xiao Han immediately opened the door and ran out. In less than 10 minutes, he rushed out of the West City Gate. Because he was worried that the Arrow Tower would attack him, he continued to run forward for more than 1,000 meters, and only summoned the purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse after he ran out of the attack range. While turning on the horse, the wings full of thunder and lightning also flapped suddenly, and immediately took off into the air. Hey! Isn't that one? At this moment, he saw a familiar figure 100 meters away. He couldn't help but frowned, and immediately flashed back to the ground. President, you're back? At this time, one also discovered Xiao Han running over through the purple Flame Thunder Wings horse, and hurried over and said, "Something happened to Brother Wang. You hurry over. What's going on?" Xiao Han frowned and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I tell you to find a safe place to hide when I left? Those elite blood demon knights are not something you can deal with. We all know, but I was not killed by the blood demon knight."
Juan's face
sank and he hurriedly explained, "For some reason many players suddenly appeared over there. Look at these groups of guys around. Most of them are preparing to go there. TMD. They are looking for death." Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he immediately whistled, calling the purple Flame Thunder Wings horse to land, and at the same time said to Juan, "Come with me, I can seat 2 people right now. Whoever dares to attack our veteran guild, no one will survive today. Hashtag C528 come here." The oncoming strong wind blew on his face. Even with 2 people on his back, the speed of the purple Flame Thunder Wing horse was still extremely fast. At this time, through Juan's explanation, Xiao Han finally understood what was going on. After Wang Dajiang was killed, he might have wanted to vent his anger, so he broke the news of a city ruin at the end of the canyon on the forum. Normally, as long as a new map is discovered, it will definitely attract expert players to explore. This is actually nothing. After all, the Blood Demon Knight is an elite boss of level 71. There are not many individuals and teams with the strength to explore. More importantly, it also has a skill of Blood Demon Blessing which can almost wipe out more than 90% of the players. Even if some hidden masters in Stormwind City are counted, the number of teams and individuals with this strength will definitely not exceed 3 digits. But accidents are often unpredictable. Soon someone said that this ruined city is an ancient relic. What this means, in fact, many ordinary players don't know. But at least 70% of the guild leaders understood what this meant and immediately sent people to investigate. It would be better if they didn't investigate, no one would pay attention to this. But soon, someone posted the attributes of the Blood Demon Knight on the forum and also said that the number of this elite boss in this ruins would not be less than 5,000. All kinds of information were exposed one by one, which also confirmed some people's speculation. Even in the more than 1 hour that he was away, more than 10 manifestation talismans exploded from the Blood Demon Knight. Such an explosion rate and the countless elite boss completely detonated Stormwind City. Even if flying in the sky you can still see below, there is a black line, composed entirely of players, extending straight towards the canyon. What's the point of going there? These guys are all crazy. Muttering softly, Xiao Han turned his gaze to the mountain range in front and the dense crowd in the canyon. In fact, given the strength of the Blood Demon Knight, it is almost impossible for individual players to attack it. After all, if you want to kill it, the health recovery rate is 50,000 points per second. If you want to convert it into damage, it must be more than 50,000 points per second. Even if this damage is caused by a few people, a dozen people, or even dozens of people together, it is not so easy to achieve. As far as the current situation is concerned, only those large guilds can organize such a team, and ordinary people, if the attack cannot exceed 10,000 points, or if they don't have a few sets of armor-piercing equipment, they can't even break the defense, let alone kill the Blood Demon Knight. But even so, there are still countless players rushing to the ruins deep in the canyon. Unable to understand their thoughts, Xiao Han controlled the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse and almost went straight to the destination in a straight line. Half an hour's journey with a flying mount, it only took less than 3 minutes for him to see the demon ceiling tower standing in the center of the city. Looking around from high above, countless players appeared in sight. The players who were besieging and killing the Blood Demon Knights in the front were all organized players, and that kind of cooperation was far beyond the reach of individual players. Of course, in some corners you can also see 3 or 5 expert players who cooperated well, fighting with a team of Blood Demon Knights. Humph! I want to see who dares to kill our veteran guild. Squinting his eyes and snorting coldly, Xiao Han controlled the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse to lower the flight altitude, and said to Juan behind him, "Look carefully to see who attacked you." "Forget it. I think it's better to go to Brother Wang first." Juan pointed in a direction and continued, "It's just that he was killed once. It's no big deal. It's normal to be killed if you are not strong enough. Today you will lead us to upgrade, and it is estimated that we will be able to upgrade to level 50 soon, and we will also change into a set of dark gold level equipment. If you want revenge, it's better to do it yourself." "Haha, you are right." Xiao Han laughed loudly without forcing, and immediately controlled the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse to fly in the direction of Juan's finger. After a while, he saw a few familiar figures in front of him, running towards him at a high speed. Behind them there were 3 warriors and 2 archers. Whoosh! At this moment an archer suddenly released the bowstring, and the arrow flew at a high speed and pierced the air, making a sharp whistle. President Han, that's Xiaodao, Wan Long and Wan Mao. Suddenly, Wan's anxious shout came from behind. "Go and help them, no matter who is hit by this arrow, they will be killed instantly." "I know he won't die." Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he immediately flashed, and appeared more than 10 meters in front of Wan Mao. At this time it was too late to block the arrow, but he didn't worry at all. He raised his hand and pointed forward, and a yellow shield immediately appeared on Juan Mao's body. Puff! The arrow shot on it, and there was not even a ripple. And further behind them, another archer saw the sudden appearance of Han Xiao. His face suddenly changed, but the bowstring in his hand had already been pulled. "Humph! You are really tired of living. You dare to chase and kill my people." The moment the words fell, Xiao Han reached forward with his left hand, and an illusory dragon head immediately rushed out of his palm. During the high-speed flight, the dragon head became bigger and bigger and rushed straight to the figure who was drawing the bow and preparing to shoot. More than 40 meters away. The next second, before the archer could react, it swallowed the archer in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han clenched his 5 fingers suddenly, and then shrank his left arm back fiercely, shouting angrily, "You ignorant thing, get over here!" Although the dragon catcher was used on people for the first time, he had used it on some stones, flower pots, cushions, and even the purple flame thunder wing horse before, so he knew very well how domineering this skill was. As the words fell, the illusory dragon head that swallowed the archer in one gulp was like a rubber band stretched to the extreme, shrinking back at a faster speed. It even took less than a second to cross a distance of more than 40 meters, and was grabbed by the neck by Xiao Han. Crack! With a slash of the sword, the archer was instantly killed, and at the same time, a clattering sound of equipment falling sounded. He didn't even take a look, and his figure had already rushed out immediately. At this time, Curly Hair, Xiao Dao, and Wanlong immediately stopped and turned around to chase the three warriors who wanted to escape. However, their levels and equipment were quite different from the other side, which meant that even if they did so, they would never be able to catch up. But they were veterans, and even if they were not as strong as others, they would never be afraid. At this moment, Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction, and felt that forming a Veterans Guild was the right decision. Humph, you still want to run? With a cold snort, he accumulated strength and instantly moved forward more than 10 meters. Then he continued to run wildly, and his speed was getting faster and faster. It took less than 2 seconds to close the distance with those warriors to within 20 meters, and the tiger roar flame knife immediately split the roar. As the phantom tiger shadow appeared, a sound wave quickly spread out in all directions, and the moment it touched the three frantically fleeing figures, they immediately fell to the ground. Boom! At this moment, the purple flame thunder wing horse also flew over the archer's head, and a thunderbolt instantly hit his head. #C529 Something happened. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder continued to ring, but less than 10 seconds later, there was a charred corpse on the ground. Xiao Han did not do it himself, just as a training for the purple flame thunder wing horse. Although it was only a pet of level 31, after all, the grade was there, and it was far beyond the ability of ordinary people to deal with. After all the equipment on the ground was picked up, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "How is Brother Wong? Are they in trouble?" "Not for now, but it's hard to say after a while." Curly walked over quickly, looking at the yellow shield that still had not disappeared on his body. He was a little curious, but still said, "Come with me. They are not far from here." "Okay. Lead the way." Xiao Han responded, followed behind Curly, and sent the video of the murder just now to Bai Shaoxing. Ask him to help check and see which guild these guys belong to. The Veteran Guild was only created a few hours ago, and the number of members absorbed is currently less than 100. In terms of strength, it should be at the bottom of Stormwind City. It is precisely because of this that it is necessary to find an unlucky person, to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys so as to highlight the emergence of the Veteran Guild. In this way, even after he leaves, some hostile guilds will not dare to act rashly. Ice City, that is a must. Even Yuhai City and Huangsha City, he needs to go there. Once all the cities in Yanhua are connected, it will be much more convenient to do anything. More importantly, once the world you contact becomes larger, there will be more opportunities. Even if possible, you can go to other countries. For example, Ross, Western Alliance, Gnostics, and even the sticks that don't even have a main city, and Japan further east. We're here, just ahead. As he was thinking in his heart, the voice of Curly Hair came to his ears. Before this, he had always kept his ears in the best working condition, and even because he broke through to become a third-level warrior, the distance he could monitor had reached about 1,500 meters. But even so, no sound was heard from Wang Jun, Shursun, and others. Sha, sha, sha. As Wan said in the guild channel, the sound of footsteps slowly rang out around, and if you didn't listen carefully, you couldn't hear it at all. Are these guys hiding somewhere and not moving at all? Xiao Han muttered in frustration and waited quietly. Slowly, more and more veterans came along the corner. But until no one appeared, there were less than 30 people in total. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's face darkened. He was about to speak, but soon beside him immediately interrupted and said, "I have heard about revenge from Xiaoan." Don't worry about it. Even if these guys are disabled, they are all men. Who killed them? Then find a way to kill them back. We can rely on you for a while, but not for a lifetime. No matter what time, we can't take care of them too well, otherwise they will be taken for granted. Okay, I know. Xiao Han nodded and said immediately, then follow me now, will go to level up immediately. Although it was a bit unpleasant that he failed to retaliate, he could also understand why Shi Lao did this. No longer entangled in this matter, he immediately ran towards the direction of the demon ceiling tower. At this time, within a radius of 1,500 meters, the sound of horse hooves running on the bluestone slabs could no longer be heard. As the news spread, more and more players rushed here. Although the Blood Demon Knight was extremely powerful, it could not withstand the concentrated fire attack of the large guild. Almost all the people within 1,000 meters from the city gate had been cleared out. If you want to continue leveling up, you must go deeper. Xiao Han, let's go over there. While running, Wang Jun's voice suddenly came to my ears. The Storm Guild, who you have a good relationship with, is over there, and Mad Dragon and Blue Butterfly are all there. This is not good. Xiao Han stopped and frowned and said, although there are many blood demon knights, several of their guilds are over there. Even if it is an elite boss, they are not enough for them to kill. Once I go over there, I will have to rob all the nearby blood demon knights? Hee. The fact is not what you think. Wang Jun shook his head and explained, with a smile. The reason they united is because they are not strong enough. There are 11 patrolling Blood Demon Knight teams in total, and they all advance and retreat together. Even guilds like Storm and Mad Dragon can only deal with 2 or 3 at the same time. Once 2 teams appear together, they have to run for their lives immediately. So we are not going over there to rob monsters, but to help them share the pressure. Is that so? That's fine. After hearing Wang Jun's explanation, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and agreed, although he knew that Xingkai, Yun Yuyu and other players from the Magic City should also come to this relic feast. He could not continue to be willful, for the sake of the veterans behind him. After all, it is easy to kill them, but it is more difficult to protect the group of people behind him. For now, it is better to bring them to level 50 and change them into a set of top-quality equipment before looking for trouble with them. Following the direction indicated by Wang Jun, Xiao Han immediately ran over there. After a while, he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from 1,000 meters away, and even a series of angry curses. Fuck! Those old bastards of the Blood Evil Guild are too insidious. Don't talk nonsense. Knights and mages immediately take over. Let the archers and mages retreat first. This account will not be settled like this. Brothers, follow me, it's just one death. It's no big deal. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han's face suddenly changed. Although it is impossible to know what happened over there, the sound of horse hooves stepping on the ground is too dense, at least more than 100. According to what Wang Jun said just now, this is obviously not something that the Storm, Mad Dragon, and Blue Butterfly guilds can handle. Time was too urgent, and Xiao Han had no time to explain anything. He immediately shouted, something happened over there. I'll go over there first. Be careful and don't get too close. After that, the purple flame thunder wing horse whistled and flapped its wings in a very cooperative manner and took off at a very fast speed. And Xiao Han on the ground flashed and appeared directly on the horse's back. At this time, the Thunder Wing crazy attack skill had cooled down, and the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward a distance of 100 meters in an instant. In the stunned eyes of the veterans, it quickly disappeared. #C530 Turning the tide. A 3000% speed bonus is no joke. In less than 3 seconds, Xiao Han saw the one-sided battle 400 or 500 meters away in midair. More than 200 blood demon knights like a sharp arrow were running wildly along the blue-gray street. In front of them, a larger number of knights and warriors had completely blocked the 5-meter-wide street with their flesh and blood. But the blood demon knights on horseback were not vegetarians. The blood scale, beasts under them kept accelerating while running at high speed. Bang! 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 The charge skill was not actually strong, but it was completely different when equipped with a top-quality mount. Whether it was a knight or a warrior, they could not stop the blood demon knight in the charge state for even a second, and they were knocked out one after another. Some players were even killed instantly before they had time to fly out. "Oh my God! This is too miserable." Muttering softly, Xiao Han could even see the familiar violent bear at the front of the crowd, which had turned into a flying man. Although he set an example by standing at the front, it was useless. When the cavalry charged, the impact force generated was not something that these players who were less than level 50 could resist. "Hey! It seems that I have to do it myself." Controlling the purple flame thunder wing horse, Xiao Han flew towards the blood demon knight at a high speed. At this time, the players of the Mad Dragon Guild who were fleeing also discovered the purple Pegasus flying over their heads one after another, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Haha! The cold owl is here, we are saved. Don't be afraid, brothers. There are only 200 blood demon knights. Pick up your weapons and kill them together. Oh my God! Watch it up close. This purple Pegasus is so cool." Almost all the players of the Mad Dragon Guild who appeared in this place were core members, and they had also participated in the previous siege activities. Everyone knew the strength of Han Shao very well. Seeing the reinforcements coming, they all stopped. The archers immediately bent their bows and put arrows on them, and the magicians began to chant spells. Seeing them like this, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little complacent, and at this time the purple flame thunder wing horse also flew over the head of the blood demon knight. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A man and a horse were suspended in the air, and bursts of neighing sounded at this time. At the same time, a deep purple lightning suddenly emerged from the forehead of the purple flame thunder wing horse, and then began to split at a very fast speed. It even took less than a second to form a thunder field with a diameter of about 20 meters. Boom! 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 The next second, countless thunders fell suddenly, and at least 30% of the blood demon knights who were running wildly suddenly froze and fell straight down under the action of inertia. This made the blood demon knights who were still running behind them have no time to react, and they all crashed into it. Bang! 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 The 5-meter-wide street was filled with blood demon knights that could knock people off their horses in an instant, although the paralysis effect of lightning had only a 30% chance of being triggered. It interrupted the irresistible group charge. At this time, the knight players from the guilds of Crazy Dragon, Storm, Blue Butterfly, and Purple Moon also reacted quickly and rushed forward without any fear. Further away, arrows and magic also flew over. Seeing that the paralyzed blood demon knight below seemed to want to get up, Xiao Han immediately let the purple flame thunder wing horse lower its flight altitude and jumped directly from a height of more than 10 meters. In mid-air, a red tiger suddenly appeared. Roar! As the sound waves spread to the surroundings, all the blood demon knights within the attack range had a damage value of up to 300,000 points on their heads. This was because Xiao Han had used the violent stunt the moment he jumped down, which doubled his physical attack. The red damage value that connected together stunned all the players nearby. Fuck! How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? What on earth did Han Shao do in the past 2 days? How come his physical attack has more than doubled? This is too abnormal. That's right. The damage caused by this attack alone is estimated to be so high that even if all our mages and archers are added together, they can't deal such high damage. That's nonsense. In that second, the damage value that floated out was at least more than 15 million, if not 20 million. Fuck. This is really too depressing. Xiao Han didn't care when the discussion started. The tiger roar flame blade In his hand had already left 5 afterimages and instantly chopped off the head of a blood demon knight. At the same time, he used this reaction force to offset most of the gravity of falling from a high place. Yang! 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 Amid the crisp sound of metal clashing, it was extremely lucky to trigger 2 combos and 9 damage values of more than 300,000 points floated out in a row, instantly killing the Blood Demon Knight with a health value of 3.6 million points. Although it has the perverted skill of Blood Demon Blessing, it is also useless. Crash! The sound of equipment and silver coins falling to the ground sounded. But Xiao Han had no time to pay attention. He turned around and slashed another Blood Demon Knight next to him. At this time, a 5-digit green number floated on its head. But this little recovery amount was far from keeping up with the speed of the blood bar. Disappearing. Xiao Han was already at his peak state by activating the 2 special skills of Berserk and Crazy Attack at the same time. Took less than 3 seconds for another Blood Demon Knight to fall down. Although the 2 special skills could not last long within these 20 seconds, with the help of archers and mages in the distance, more than a dozen Blood Demon Knights fell down forever. The players of the 4 major guilds saw this scene and didn't know how to describe their feelings at this moment. Although they had an absolute advantage in numbers, it was not an easy task to kill even 1 Blood Demon Knight. At this time, more than 10 meters away, Guanglong said with emotion, "Fortunately, Han Xiao is here. If it weren't for him, we would be in big trouble." "Yeah." Baofengrui nodded and said in agreement. If the knights who acted as meat shields were all dead, it would take at least an hour and a half to rush back from Stormwind City. Now we have lost less than 1/3, which is still within an acceptable range. As long as we are careful, we can continue to stay here. But those bastards of the Blood Demon Guild can't be let go. Hee. Don't worry about this. A cold light flashed in Guanglong's eyes, and he continued, "Since Han Xiao is here, you think? Roar, roar, roar." Before the voice fell, there was a roar in the distance, which made Guanglong, who was speaking, suddenly change his face and shouted loudly, "Not good! Those Blood Demon Knights are going to charge again." #C531 Unknown Danger. More than 200 Blood Demon Knights were running wildly on a street less than 5 meters wide, stretching for nearly 100 meters. Although there was a serious stampede at the arrowhead position due to the thunder, it only accounted for about 1/3 of the entire team. Although all the Blood Demon Knights failed to control their speed and collided with each other, the severity was different. The most miserable was the front half, where more than 100 people fell, and 1/10 of them were even completely killed. Although the Blood Demon Knights in the middle and the end also collided, they remounted their horses and retreated more than 10 meters in a row. At this moment, they finally reorganized their formation and roared and charged again. Da, da, da. The sound of horse hooves stepped on the blue-gray stone slabs, making a crisp sound, and at the same time brought people an extremely strong sense of oppression. "Humph, you still want to charge with me here?" Xiao Han snorted coldly and immediately whistled. The purple flame thunder. Wing Horse, who was having fun nearby, immediately flew over. The flash stunt hadn't cooled down yet, so there was no way to teleport directly. But when the purple flame thunder Wing Horse flew over, it suddenly lowered its flying altitude. Xiao Han seized the opportunity and jumped, grabbed its hind legs and flew up with it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. With excited neighs, 1 man and 1 horse rushed straight to the charging Blood Demon Knight. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt fell from the sky without any warning, directly struck the leading knight's forehead, and then began to jump at a high speed. Snap, snap, snap. This lightning bolt was like a spirit snake. After hitting the first target, it would immediately flash and rush to the next target. 5 Blood Demon Knights were hit in succession, and one of them even suddenly stiffened his body and fell to the ground with a bang under the action of inertia. This rare opportunity appeared in front of him. How could Xiao Han miss it? He had seen the unparalleled impact of the group charge before, so it was even more impossible for him to let these guys run again. The flying speed of the purple flame thunder wing horse was extremely fast. As soon as the blood demon knight in the team fell, it had already flown over the target. At this time, Xiao Han would not hesitate at all. He let go and jumped down. Directly. Boom! The moment he landed, his feet stomped hard on the ground, and the skill of shock was used at this time, and all the blood scale beasts within 2 meters in front of him were almost frozen in place at the same time. Bang! 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 The violent collision sounded again, and the same scene as before appeared. Again. The blood demon knight, who was in the state of charging, had no way to stop. For a while, and all of them fell on the street. Whoosh! 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 The magic and arrows in the sky also fell down at this time. The blood demon knight, who had just lost more than 100,000 health points, the health bar immediately began to drop at a very fast speed. Seeing this, Xiao Han did not rush to act. He whistled again and called the purple flame thunder wings horse, which had already flown far away. If they reorganized their formation again, there would be no skills to stop them in a short time. So now we must compress these blood demon knights into this long street and not let them have the opportunity to speed up and charge. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han grabbed the purple flame thunder wings, horse's hind legs again, and rushed forward for more than 100 meters. Bang! Falling from more than 10 meters away, his health points inevitably lost tens of thousands of points, but he didn't mind at all. He chopped down the nearest target with a backhand. Minus 158,745. Plus 34,516. As the red damage floated out from the blood demon knight's head, 5 green numbers also floated out. With the legendary blood-sucking ring, he can kill monsters without damage. Yang! 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 In the violent attack, the blood bars of the blood demon knights were constantly emptied and fell down powerlessly. On the other side of the long street, a group of knight players including Bao Xiong, Hanzhong, Bao Fenglei, etc. also withstood the attack of the blood demon knight without retreating a step. Even on their heads, a green number would appear every second. The number ranged from 7,000 to 8,000, and the number ranged from 20,000. Was obvious that Kuang Long, Bao Fengrui, and others still had the unused pay Yuan Dan in their hands. As time passed slowly, a blood demon knight was killed almost every 10 to 20 seconds. The side of the blue-gray long street near Xiao Han had completely turned silver because of too many silver coins. Among them, there were also a considerable number of dark gold and diamond equipment. In the stone house on the right side of the long street, Wang Jun also led people to quietly move over and experienced the pleasure of upgrading with excitement. When they first arrived here, their levels would be upgraded once or twice, almost every minute. It was not until they exceeded level 40 that the speed slowly dropped. But even in this state, it was countless times faster than when they upgraded themselves. Such an upgrade speed was something that everyone had never dared to imagine before. Hiding in the stone house, they looked at the invincible man outside and the blood demon knights who were killed without any chance to fight back with envy. If he had such strength in reality, it would be great. While Wang Jun was sighing, 2 sneaky figures were looking over here more than 100 meters away. After a while, one of them whispered, "Damn, Han Xiao is here, what should we do now?" "How should I know? Why don't we ask the boss?" "Fuck. Besides asking the boss, can you give us some constructive suggestions? If you ask the boss everything, what's the point of us? Who knew that Han Xiao would come back suddenly? But now it's like this. What can we do without asking the boss?" "Hee, I have an idea, but I don't know if you have the courage to try it. If you succeed, maybe the boss can give us extra rewards." "What idea, tell me?" "Han Xiao is indeed very powerful, but he is not invincible after all. 2. 100 blood demon knights were blocked by him, but what about 500? Or 1,000? This idea is good, but we only have 2 people. Let alone 500 or 1,000, even if there are 2 or 300, we can't attract them with our strength. Hey, of course it won't work if we're alone, but there are other people nearby. A voice laughed obscenely, and then immediately continued. It's not just us who want to attack the Storm, Mad Dragon, and Blue Butterfly guilds. Look at the 2 guys on the left who are hiding their heads and showing their tails. They are from the Sun and Moon Guild. And the couple at 7 o'clock, I seem to have seen them in Tang Town before. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the Wind and Cloud Guild. If we can unite all these people and attract more than 1,000 blood demon knights, it shouldn't be too difficult. Hashtag C532 Frost Arrow Rain. An hour passed in a flash. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile as he listened to the upgrade reminder. At this time, 90% of the blood demon knights had been killed. The number had also dropped from more than 200 at the beginning to less than 20 now. There were no accidents on his side, but after the effect of the Peiyuan pill on Bao Xiong, Han Zhong, Bao Fenglei and others wore off, some casualties were inevitable. Fortunately, they had united, and the number of core knight players exceeded 300. Among them, at least half had health points above 20,000 points. With so many meat shields taking turns to replace, they finally resisted. It was just that because they belonged to 4 different guilds, the coordination was a little unfamiliar, and some replacements would be untimely from time to time, resulting in some personnel losses. Fortunately, such losses were still within their tolerance. And with the large number of deaths of these blood demon knights, Kuang Long, Lan Xiaodai, Bao Fengrui and others also showed a smile that could not be suppressed. Although the battle was not over yet, there were already 5 manifestation talismans, and one of them was even a dark gold one. Such a harvest might be far less than that of Han Xiao, perhaps even less than 1/10 of the opponent. But even so, the results of more than an hour of battle were something they had never dared to think about before. Hey! The killing is almost over. Let's work harder. In the crowd besieging the blood demon knight, Bao Fengrui roared, raised his hand and threw a pill into his mouth, and swung his hand and chopped it again. Beside him, Kuang Long dodged sideways and stabbed the horse's belly with a sword at an extremely tricky angle. Then he took a breath and said, "It's easy to say. Without Han Xiao, we will need at least 10 minutes to kill the remaining 8. Swish! At this time, an arrow shot over and pierced the chest of the blood demon knight at a lightning speed, minus 21,587. More than 20,000 damage points appeared, and Lan Xiaodai smiled with a relaxed face. It's only a dozen minutes, we can wait. But Han Xiao is really a pervert. Hey! Can you please stop mentioning him? Zi Yuan also shot an arrow and said with a depressed face, I feel that the guy is not playing the same game as us. We all came in on the same day, but look at the gap now. His knife, even if it is just a normal attack, can cause at least 150,000 damage. But my outfit in Stormwind City, he is already considered the top one, but compared with that guy, he is not even a fraction of him. This is too discouraging. Hey, then don't compare. Bao Fengrui grinned and chuckled, and continued, compared with Han Xiao, that pervert, aren't you looking for trouble? What's going on over there? Why did he suddenly leave? As he was talking, Kuang Long's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, urgently, Quick, all the knights come up to me and stop those blood demon knights. At the same time as the roar sounded, Bao Fengrui, Lan Xiaodai, and Zi Yuan also discovered the situation more than 100 meters away. Han Xiao, who was fighting with the blood demon knight, suddenly flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. And the remaining blood demon knights, because they suddenly had no opponents, have already turned their red eyes to look over here. Chi, chi, chi. More than 20 meters in the sky, the purple flame thunder-winged horse let out an excited neigh, and then its wings full of lightning suddenly flapped downwards like an arrow. After flashing a few times, it quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. What's going on? Why did Han Xiao suddenly leave? When this happened, Bao Fengrui's face immediately became solemn, and the breath he had just breathed in was immediately raised again. Although they could withstand the Blood Demon Knights who were charging, it would definitely cost a lot of casualties. Whether it was the replacement of the knights or the attacks of the magicians, there was no way to distribute them well. And with the terrifying health recovery speed of the Blood Demon Knights, they had no spare energy to attack those who suddenly rushed over. Although he didn't know what exactly caused Han Xiao to fly away in a hurry, Bao Fengrui knew very well that there must be more important things that he had to deal with now. Seeing that the Blood Demon Knights had already started charging more than 100 meters away, his face suddenly darkened, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Bao Fenglei, come here." After saying that, he flashed and rushed over without any hesitation. At the same time, a trace of solemnity flashed across Kuang Long's face. Seeing that Feng Hu and Man Yo had already reacted, he evaded an attack very nimbly and rushed over with Bao Fengrui, and the violent bear not far behind him also immediately followed. Qingru, don't worry about this. Quickly stop the Blood Demon Knights. Ziyan bent her bow and shot arrows, while anxiously shouting, if they rush over like this, Kuang Long and Bao Fengrui can't stand it. I know. A voice sounded from the group of mages, and then immediately a female mage in a light blue robe ran out. Not only was there a light blue veil on her face, but she also held a light blue staff in her hand, although she couldn't see her appearance just judging from the curvy figure and the skin that could be broken by blows. You can know that this is another top beauty who is not inferior to Lan Xiaodai and Ziyuan. The moment she walked out, she immediately flashed and passed over the knight players blocking her and the Blood Demon Knight they were besieging, and appeared not far behind the Mad Dragon. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of horse hooves kept ringing, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. The red spear, the red horse, and the red knight with blood on the horses back all make people have the urge to turn around and run away. However, this did not affect Shui Qingru. The moment she appeared, she immediately started singing as if there was no one around. Amidst the rapid sound of horse hooves, the temperature began to drop rapidly, and icicles condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the number exceeded 100, and it was even increasing rapidly. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound got closer and closer, and the vibrations on the ground became stronger and stronger. Shui Ro waved his magic wand and suddenly shouted, "A rain of frost arrows." As this sound rang out, the surrounding ice suddenly trembled violently, and then like bullets it shot straight towards the group of Blood Demon Knights, more than 10 meters away. #C533, give me a great gift. 1. In the sky, as the purple flame thunder wing horse flew higher and higher, Xiao Han's face finally became completely gloomy, and he whispered in a low voice, "Damn, this is not over yet, right?" After communicating with Bao Fengrui and others, he already knew that the more than 200 Blood Demon Knights who had just been killed were the work of the Blood Evil Guild. Originally, even if they wanted to retaliate, they couldn't act immediately. After all, if he was not there, the strength of the Mad Dragon, Storm, Blue Butterfly, and Purple Moon Guild would not be enough to deal with this crisis. Not to mention more than 200 Blood Demon Knights, even if the number was reduced by half, they would not be able to withstand it. The skill of Blood Demon Blessing is too abnormal, which means that they are destined to be unable to kill this elite boss on a large scale. So for more than an hour, he has been helping to solve this crisis. Now that it is finally about to be solved, bursts of horse hooves can be heard again from 1,000 meters away, and the density is even higher than an hour ago. At this moment, hovering in the air 50 meters above the ground, he saw that there were large groups of Blood Demon Knights running towards this side from 6 directions. Just a quick glance, you can know that the total number is at least more than 1,000. And in front of these blood demon knights there are one or two figures, running at a very fast speed, leading them to rush quickly to the place where Kuanglong, Baofengui, Zi Yuan and others are fighting. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han immediately opened the friend list and clicked on Lan Xiaodia's avatar. Beep, beep, beep. Before the call was connected, he controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse and rushed straight to the nearest blood demon knight team. With the speed of the thunder wing crazy attack, it took less than 5 seconds to fly a distance of 1 kilometer and see the archer running wildly below. Fuck! At the same time, he also heard the angry curse of the person below. However, Xiao Han didn't have time to say anything to him at this time. He raised his hand and pointed downwards. With a boom, the archer froze in place. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, the purple flame thunder wing horse also neighed excitedly, and a thunder spell immediately hit the figure below, taking away his last bit of life. Ding, you killed the mountain cat, which is malicious murder. A bunch of equipment exploded on the ground with the system prompt, but Xiao Han did not stay here for a moment. He controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse and flew quickly in another direction. Hey, Han Xiao, why did you leave suddenly? At this moment, a voice sounded in his ears, shouting rather hurriedly. The blood demon knight is too strong. You left for less than half a minute and we have lost 13 knights. What can we do? If I don't leave, you will all die. Xiao Han didn't waste any words and said directly, someone has attracted more than 1,000 blood demon knights less than a kilometer away from you. What does this mean? Don't you know? What, more than 1,000? Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, and hurriedly said, this sword light and shadow is too cruel, leaving us no way to survive. But if you go alone, can you stop so many blood demon knights? It should be no problem. Xiao Han replied and continued, fortunately we found it early. We are still more than 1,000 meters away from you. I will kill these guys responsible for attracting monsters and everything will be fine. But since you know that it is the Blood Demon Guild, do you know which area they are active in? Since these guys want to play dirty, I will also give them a big gift. I don't know yet. Hearing Han Xiao say this, Lan Xiaodai suddenly became excited and said anxiously, but don't worry, I have an insider with them and I will find out soon. Wait for me for a minute. I will know where they are. The voice in my ear quickly became silent. Obviously, Lan Xiaodai went to contact the insider. Xiao Han did not hang up the call and just connected. At this time, there was another guy dressed as an archer below, leading more than 200 blood demon knights, and they were still running wildly. Faced with this situation, Xiao Han was too lazy to go down and directly asked the purple flame thunder wing horse to lower the flying altitude and slashed in the air with a knife. Roar! Amid the roar of the tiger, the figure running fast below was killed again, and a diamond equipment even exploded in the sound of the system prompt. But even so, Xiao Han did not have time to go down and pick it up. Whoosh! The wings of the purple flame thunder wing horse flapped again, and while raising the altitude, it immediately flew to another direction. Although Xiao Han was a little surprised that there were as many as 6 blood demon knights gathering in a fan shape, he was not overly worried. With the advantage of flying in the air, he turned very quickly. Although the speed of those archers was very fast, it would take at least half a minute to reach this distance of more than 1,000 meters. And the 2 who were killed before only took less than 10 seconds. Chirp! Catching up with a guy running at high speed again, the purple flame thunder wing horse neighed, and a thunderbolt fell immediately. Boom! Although the thunderbolt technique hit, the paralysis probability of only 15% was not triggered. It also failed to stop the mad rush, which was a pity, but Xiao Han then ordered the purple flame thunder wing horse to throw a chain lightning. Crack! This time, the paralysis effect was finally triggered. Before Xiao Han could jump down, the blood demon knight following closely behind the archer had already trampled him into minced meat. With this discovery, he repeated the same method twice and killed the fourth and fifth waves. At this time, the last wave of blood demon knights was less than 200 meters away from where Crazy Dragon, Storm Rue, Lan Xiaodai and others were. Even just turning a corner, they can be seen clearly. At the same time, Lan Xiaodai's voice rang in his ears again. Northwest. The Blood Demon Guild is in the northwest. I just asked, in addition to them, there are also the Demon Flame, King, Sun, Moon and Wind Cloud guilds, all of which are over there. After getting such information, Xiao Han didn't say any nonsense and hung up the call directly. At this time, the Blood Demon Knights were less than 30 meters away from rushing out of the corner. Once they saw Bao Fengrui, Lan Xiaodai, Zi Yuan and others, it would not be easy to lead them to other places. Looking at the figure who was still running wildly, Xiao Han's eyes condensed and said coldly, "You still want to run? Come here." After saying that, his left hand suddenly moved forward and grabbed the void. The familiar illusory dragon head suddenly flew out of his palm and rushed straight to the figure dressed as an archer. Even though he was very fast, he was still swallowed by the dragon head. After catching the target, Xiao Han's palm suddenly shrank, pulled it into the air, and threw it back at the blood demon knight who was running wildly. Crack! The sound of broken bones sounded, and another unlucky guy was killed instantly. But at this moment, there was no smile on Xiao Han's face, and the blood demon knight who was running wildly had no intention of stopping at all and continued to charge. At this time, they seemed to have heard the roars of their companions from a few hundred meters away. #C534, give me a great gift. 2. It's still a little late to find out. This is troublesome. Looking at the figure still running wildly below, Xiao Han frowned slightly. If this group of blood demon knights rush out of the corner, he won't be able to give a big gift. More than 200 blood demon knights are not something that Guanglong, Baofengrui and others can resist. They may be wiped out. More importantly, the cooling time of Peiyuandan is as long as 12 hours. Baoxiong, Hanzhong, Baofenglii and others have used it before. If this group of blood demon knights rush out, Xiao Han feels that even if he stays, they may not be able to stop it. TMD, I can only try it by force. He cursed angrily, narrowed his eyes, and immediately communicated with the purple flame thunder wing horse under him. The next second, a deep purple lightning appeared again. In less than a second, a thunder field with a diameter of 20 meters was formed, and even the air was filled with a crackling sound. As the purple flame thunder wing horse flew at high speed, it instantly caught up with the blood demon knight running in the front. Boom! 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 Purple lightning bolts fell like a storm, and about 30% of the targets hit immediately fell to the ground stiffly. At this time, Xiao Han didn't care about anything else, and jumped directly from the sky, blocking the alley with his body. At the same time, he also sent a message to Lan Xiaodai, asking them to move the battlefield to other places as quickly as possible. The unexpected effect of the thunder from the sky can stop them for a while, but the roars hundreds of meters away are constantly attracting these blood demon knights in front of them. If this goes on, he can't stop them for too long. Dang! 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 The 5 consecutive slashes of the flames not only caused up to 1 million damage, but also caused an explosion. But at this time, Xiao Han's most important goal is not to kill these guys. Seeing a blood demon knight trying to rush along the corner of the wall to the wider street not far away, he immediately dodged. While blocking it, he also slashed it with a knife. At this time, he also heard a large number of footsteps a few hundred meters away, retreating to the distance. Hearing this sound, Xiao Han finally felt a little relieved. Although these blood demon knights in front of him were very powerful, they could not break through his defense. Even if he could not stop the group, charge, he would not be in danger of life but would just be knocked away. Bang! He slashed another blood demon knight with a knife, and at this time a boom sound came from his ears, and the purple flame thunder wing horse also attacked. Although its attack could not break the defense, it could also produce a paralyzing effect. Duh, duh, duh. More than 10 seconds later, the neat and rapid sound of horse hooves sounded again, and the blood demon knights in the back half, who had reorganized their formation, began to charge. Roar! The roars sounded in unison, and the blood demon knights blocking the front moved aside one after another. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han did not show any fear. He narrowed his eyes and waited quietly in place. Duh, duh, duh. As the blood demon knights of the large group rushed over quickly, the distance between the two sides became closer and closer, and the vibration on the ground became more and more violent. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Until the oncoming spear was about to hit his chest, Xiao Han's right foot, which was raised high, fell down fiercely at this time. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound of slate breaking, Xiao Han failed to dodge the spear, and the huge impact brought by the charge directly knocked him out. At the same time, the blood demon knight who hit him also endured the shocking attack. The first few immediately stopped stiffly, but under the action of inertia, they fell to the ground one after another and also triggered a series of collisions behind. Bang! 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 Amidst the violent collision, Xiao Han immediately turned over and saw Guanglong, Baofengrui and others who were retreating in an orderly manner. 20 seconds, I can hold on for at most 20 seconds. Those who can't retreat, give up. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed into the alley again, blocking the entrance of the alley tightly, not letting the blood demon knight advance at all. And this sentence made Guanglong, Baofengrui and others look serious. Immediately, even a master as strong as Han Xiao, who is almost invincible, can't completely block the huge impact brought by the charge, so they are even worse. So at this time, it's time to make a choice. Bao Fenglei, I'll give you 100 knights now. Are you sure you can delay us for 1 minute? It's already so late. The most important thing is to protect the mages and archers behind us. Guanglong's face darkened, and he immediately continued. The remaining knights, all stay here. After 1 minute, if anyone is still alive, then run for your lives. I won't give you any less of the death allowance, and there will be extra equipment rewards. Okay, that's it, all stay here. Ziyuan's face darkened, and she immediately agreed. Although she was very reluctant in her heart, she could only agree to this decision. If only 100 knights were left, it would be a very awkward matter to decide who would stay and who would leave. Now, there is no time to study this. The most important thing is that if this is really done, whether it is the knights who stay or the knights who leave, there will be some estrangement in their hearts. After all, they do not belong to the same guild, and no one has the spirit of selfless dedication. Now it is just right for everyone to stay. Who can survive in the end depends on their own ability. Even if they are killed, there will be subsidies. In about 10 minutes, the knights who were killed before will almost arrive. Although all the knights have stayed, there are only 18 blood demon knights left here. At least half of them should be able to escape. By then, the remaining meat shield knights, even if there are not 200, will at least be more than 100. They only need to change a place and continue to attack the blood demon knights. But before that, they must return the generous gifts sent by the Blood Evil King and Moyen guilds. Otherwise, if it goes on like this endlessly, Han Xiao will not always be able to discover it in advance, nor will he be able to help them solve it every time. With a flicker of her eyes, Ziyuan quickly retreated and said to Lan Xiaodai beside her, "Now that we know where those guys are, let's go over there. They have sent us such gifts time and again. If we don't return some, they will laugh at us for not knowing etiquette." "Okay, that's what I mean." Lan Xiaodia's eyes condensed, and she immediately shouted, "Yuna, you also come with me and return this gift to them. Hashtag C535 give me a great gift." 3. Since they had decided to retreat, Guanglong, Baofengrui, Ziyuyan and others also retreated completely. In addition to abandoning the 18 elite Blood Demon Knights, they also left more than 200 Knight players to cover the rear. This heroic act also completely liberated the mages and archers behind. In less than 30 seconds, everyone dispersed and retreated. Among the retreating crowd, there were also 40 or 50 archers who stood out from the crowd, made a big circle, and ran towards Xiao Han. There is a give and take. This is the way to get along. It doesn't make sense that Shueisha sent such a luxurious gift package twice, and they still accepted it silently. A group of archer players rushed out, and they soon found that the Blood Demon Knights who had no targets were scattering everywhere. There were 11 in each team. As archers with high agility and speed, they had done this kind of monster luring work many times. After finding the target, they immediately took action. There were even more than 20 archers who had already run to the center of the city. Since they were going to do it, they had to do it thoroughly. A few minutes ago, the guys from the Blood Evil Guild were still fanning out to lead the Blood Demon Knights to surround them. And now they had to act together from all directions. They had to block all the retreat routes of those guys one by one. In less than a minute, more than a dozen people led more than 1,000 Blood Demon Knights and ran straight to the direction reported by the insider. Da. A few hundred meters away, Xiao Han heard the sound of horse hooves gradually fading away, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. He whispered, "What's going on? Why are the sounds all heading northwest? Retreat." At this moment, the roar of Bao Fengrui and the heavy sound of running rang in his ears. Although the sound was chaotic, it could be heard that the knights who stayed behind had already started to retreat and were quickly dispersing in all directions. There were only 18 Blood Demon Knights left, and there was no way to catch up with everyone. "That's good. I don't have to keep blocking them," Xiao Han whispered to himself, and immediately stepped back quickly, while whistling at the top of his head. After hearing it, the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately landed more than 10 meters away. Roar, roar, roar. The unwilling roar sounded, and all the Blood Demon Knights immediately chased after him, but Xiao Han had already supported the horse's hips with one hand, and turned over. Whoosh! Just after sitting firmly, the thunder wing with a wingspan of 3 meters suddenly slapped down and took off directly. After rising to the sky, Xiao Han did not leave immediately, but immediately hovered in place and observed around. The knights who stayed behind had already run more than half of the way. Farther away, there were 5 red lines moving rapidly toward the northwest, and in front of them 1 or 2 figures running at full speed could be vaguely seen. "Hey! These guys are faster than me." Da. At this moment, the sound of neat horse hooves running came from under his feet, and Xiao Han hurriedly lowered his head to look down. I saw that 5 players dressed as archers had divided up more than 200 Blood Demon Knights nearby. At this moment, they were leading them to run to the northwest as well. Interesting, they even took away my job, but this is just right. Originally, he was thinking of going to deliver the gift himself, but now that someone helped him, he was also happy and relaxed, and he could also go there to investigate before them. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han did not hesitate, and immediately communicated with the purple flame thunder wing horse and flew to the northwest. The speed of flying in the sky is of course countless times faster than running on the ground. In less than half a minute, he surpassed the group of Blood Demon Knights running in the front, and in front of them he saw Ziyuyan running at full speed. Heh! It seems that she is also annoyed. With a grin, Xiao Han ignored the running figures below and continued to fly forward. After a while, he saw in the air that a group of people were moving towards the city gate in the distance, and there were also players retreating on several other streets nearby. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han flashed a sneer in his eyes and snorted softly. Humph, you want to run now? But can you still run away? Floating in the air at a height of 100 meters, he could even see the archers, who were spreading out in all directions. Obviously, the Blood Demon, King, Sun and Moon and Fengyun guilds have been prepared and even sent a large number of archers to explore the nearby news. Under such a tight defense, with only more than 20 archers, it seems unlikely to attract all the more than 1,000 Blood Demon Knights. But now that he has discovered it, the impossible will become possible. Let's go, Xiao Han said softly, and immediately controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse to fly quickly towards Ziyuan. After a while, he saw the charming figure running wildly. Even because of the intense running, the up and down waves were surging, directly tempting his eyes. No, I am a man of principle, I can't be too vulgar. Thinking so in his heart, his eyes did not leave the turbulent waves for a moment, and he also flew over at a very fast speed. After approaching Ziyuan, he said directly, "The Blood Demon is on guard. You can't get through alone. Leave it to me next." While speaking, he also pulled the figure who was running wildly onto the horse's back, and then rode the purple flame thunder wing horse and ran wildly on the street. Without losing hatred, the Blood Demon Knight would certainly chase after him. Da, da, da. While running at a high speed, Xiao Han even heard the messy footsteps coming from the front, which had begun to spread in all directions. Obviously, it was because of his appearance that aroused the vigilance of those guys. Hey, do you think you can get away if you spread out? Grinning and sneering, Xiao Han controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse and continued to run forward until a crossroads appeared in front of him. Then, he suddenly took off into the air and shook off the chasing Blood Demon Knight. Suddenly losing the target to chase, the red figures immediately roared and turned into small teams, spreading out in all directions. The beauty behind him pressed against his back, and the soft touch immediately aroused a desire deep in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Han really wanted to experience it. But he couldn't do it this way because there were more important things to do. If all the core players of the Blood Evil, Demon Flame, King, Sun and Moon, and Fengyun guilds were killed, then the veterans who had just been recruited would no longer lack equipment. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han quickly sent Ziyuan to a safe place, then immediately took off into the air and rushed to another place, where the Blood Demon Knight was running wildly. After repeating the same method several times, the streets leading to the city gate were almost all blocked. At this time, the members of the 4 major guilds who had dispersed before also appeared in the vicinity in teams. #C536 I have a sharp ear. When attacking the city the day before yesterday, Xiao Han had just taught these guys a lesson. He thought that he would not meet them again in a short time. After all, his time was very tight and he could not keep an eye on them all day. But who could have thought that Xingkai, Daoguang Jianing, and Feng Yunba Tian would only care about food and not fighting? It has not been 48 hours. They met again in this place. Now it is just a matter of killing them, and it is just the right time to continue the unfinished battle last time. In fact, if it was not for chasing Xing Huoliao Yuan and wanting to get the Earth Shield in his hand, neither Xingkai nor Daoguang Jianing would be able to escape. And it was because of this that he missed at least several legendary equipment. Today, although the explosion rate will be much lower, you can try it. Maybe you can explode 1 or 2 legendary equipment. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can prepare it for Zhang Xiaoyun, who is in Hanbing City. Seeing that all the forks leading to the city gate had been occupied by elite Blood Demon Knights, Xiao Han smiled and immediately rode the purple flame thunder-winged horse into the air. With a wide field of vision and hearing that had evolved 3 times, he could easily hear all the sounds within a radius of 1,500 meters. At this time, the retreat route to leave was completely blocked and anxious, and angry discussions were heard from all directions. Fuck, before I came here, I advised the boss not to get involved with those people in the Magic City. Otherwise he would be in big trouble if he met Han. Xiao, but no one listened to me. What's the point of saying this now? Let's think about how to escape back. That's right. In the battle to defend the city the night before yesterday, all my equipment was blown up. I just bought this one today. You can't die at the hands of that equipment exploding devil no matter what. I have an idea. Anyway, we are not in the same guild. Otherwise I will kill you. At most, only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment will be blown up. Get lost. I might as well die directly at the hands of the Blood Demon Knight. Then die in your hands. The constant discussions in his ears made Xiao Han laugh. He never thought that those guys were so afraid of him that they wanted to commit suicide. It was even the first time he heard that he had such a cool and domineering nickname. Hey! The Equipment Explosion Demon King. Muttering with a bit of laughter, Xiao Han continued to pour the energy in his ears into his ears, hoping to hear more sounds and find the location of Xing, Kai Daoguang Jianing, Feng Yun Batian and others. Although they are now surrounded by the Blood Demon Knight in this area, there are still many stone houses around to hide. The sounds around are too mixed, and it is not easy to find them. But there is no need to be too anxious because whether you die at the hands of players or at the hands of Blood Demon Knight, the probability of exploding equipment is similar. Now those who are blocked in this area are all core players of major guilds. Although they only took a rough look at them when they were in the sky before, the number will definitely not be less than 2,000. Even if each person only explodes 1 piece of equipment, they will make a fortune this time. Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han rode the purple flame thunder wing horse and hovered in the sky, continuing to monitor the sounds around. Fuck! It's all your bad idea. Now the evil star Han Xiao has come here. What do you think we should do now? Amidst the noise, an angry voice came into his ears. Although it sounded strange, the person who could say such a thing was obviously not an ordinary person. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han immediately focused his attention and listened attentively. Since it didn't work once, forget it. Why did those bastards take the initiative to do this? How should I know? When Shan Mao did this, he didn't inform me. Besides, I just made a suggestion at that time. You are the ones who made the real decision. But the fuse that led to this step was your damn suggestion. Okay, now the fire is burning. What's the point of still investigating who is responsible? This can't help the current situation at all. Let's think about how to escape from this disaster. Escape. More than 1,000 Blood Demon Knights have surrounded us now. Even if you grow a pair of wings now, can you escape the pursuit of Han Xiao? Listening to such discussions, Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. The guy over there is still somewhat self-aware. The purple flame thunder wing horse is an emperor-level pet. Its speed is not comparable to that of ordinary flying mounts. Looking up at the 6 o'clock direction, Xiao Han didn't know who was over there, but he could judge from these conversations that they should belong to the high level of the guild. Since I have discovered you, you can only be considered unlucky. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han made a decision in his heart, but he didn't rush over, but hovered in the air and continued to monitor. At the same time, the quarrel over there continued. Since you think you can't escape, then go out and commit suicide. It's better than dying in the hands of Han Xiao, and you won't explode all your equipment. You are looking for death. You have screwed us like this and you dare to be stubborn. Humph. I hate you the most, you're such a coward. You were like this when you were defending the city the day before yesterday. Before Han Xiao came over, you ran away with your men. It's the same today. When you encounter a little difficulty, you don't think about how to solve it, but immediately start to blame others. It's not me. Okay, talk less. Just as I was listening with gloating, a very familiar voice suddenly came into my ears and continued, I don't know what you are worried about. Han Xiao is indeed very powerful, but he doesn't have clairvoyance and super hearing. We are hiding here. If he wants to find us, it won't be done in a short time. Besides, I have found a way to deal with him. I have already contacted him. Just wait for 10 minutes. I will show you how he dies. This time. What? You have a way to deal with him? A surprised voice sounded and hurriedly asked, Tell me quickly, what is the method? Han Xiao, that guy, has a flying mount. Even if he can't beat him, he can fly away directly. Is the method you said really reliable? Humph. Why are you in a hurry? You will know when they come over. Listening to the desperate people who were instantly aroused by these two sentences and had a strong desire to survive, Xiao Han was a little curious. He had dealt with that familiar voice many times. It was Xing Kai who he had always wanted to find. As for whether he said this to appease everyone or was really prepared, there was no way to judge for a while. Now, Xiao Han sneered and muttered in a low voice, Oh, I don't have a clairvoyance, but I have a super hearing. No matter whether the other party has the means to deal with him or not, there is no need to wait any longer. Now that he knows the location of those guys, it is better to completely solve them. Gently stroking the purple mane on the neck of the purple flame thunder wing horse, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Ki, ki, ki. The moment the neighing sounded, the thunder wing attack was immediately activated, and the distance of more than 500 meters was reached in less than 3 seconds. At the same time, the slightly excited discussion in the stone house had also stopped abruptly. #C537 Cold Moon Earrings. Flying in the air, Xiao Han's appearance could not be hidden. Many players on guard around immediately told the bosses hiding in the stone house. But the speed of the purple flame thunder wing horse was too fast. In just 3 or 5 seconds there was no time to retreat. When Xing Kai, Dao, and Dao Guang Jianing rushed out of the stone house, they could only stare at the sky blankly. Their faces all sank. Fuck. Didn't you say that Han Xiao couldn't find us? The hope that had just risen was immediately shattered before it even lasted more than 5 seconds. Feng Yunba Tian shouted anxiously, What's wrong with this guy now? He came straight to our hiding place. Among you, can't anyone be his insider? As he spoke, Feng Yunba Tian hurriedly and cautiously stepped back a few steps and looked at the few people who had just rushed out of the stone house. Together, the angry voice echoed in the air, and also made Dao, Lai Yen, Tan Lang and others flash a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Especially Xing Kai, even though he had seen the figure floating in the sky, he still couldn't believe it. There were 5 guild leaders in the stone house, namely Tan Lang of the Great King Guild, Lai Yen of the Demon Flame Guild, Yao Ri of the Sun and Moon Guild, Dao Guang Jianing of the Blood Evil Guild, and Feng Yunba Tian of the Wind and Cloud Guild. Among these 5 people, except for Yao Ri and Feng Yunba Tian, the other 3 were in the Demon City and would never dare to betray him. With the strength of a 6th-level evolver, as long as they dared to do such a thing, he would be sure to completely destroy them physically within half an hour. So if there was a betrayer, it should be one of Yao Ri and Feng Yunba Tian. Who is it? Thinking of this in his heart, Xing Kai suddenly became a little suspicious. After the battle in Tang Town the day before yesterday, the Tang Guild had completely drawn a line with the Demon City. He originally thought that the 2 guilds of Feng Yun and Sun and Moon would make the same choice. After all, the existence of Han Xiao is an unsolvable problem. But today, these 2 people contacted him at the same time, wanting to explore this ruins together. At first, he was a little worried and doubted their purpose. After all, this matter didn't make sense. But until he came into contact with the Blood Demon Knight, he realized that these elite bosses all acted together as a team, and 1 or 2 guilds alone could not take them down. Only then did he feel a little relieved. But Feng Yun Baishan's words aroused his doubts again, and then they grew wildly, like wild grass with vigorous vitality. Don't let me know who it is, or I will make you live a life worse than death. After saying this in a low voice, Xing Kai immediately looked up at the figure in the sky and threatened with murderous intent. Han Xiao, are you really going to fight me to the death? Although Jing'an is a little far away from the demon city, don't push me too hard. Hee hee. So what if I push you too hard? Can you still fly over and bite me? Xiao Han chuckled and continued nonchalantly. I heard that you will be able to complete the breakthrough in another year or so. Wow! A level 7 evolver. You won't do this for me, a worthless person, a small person of no importance. Do you really have to cross thousands of miles of wilderness to come to Jing'an to kill me? Pretending to be extremely scared, Xiao Han patted the purple flame thunder wing horse and teased. Then you have to hurry up, I just need to explode. Another dark gold level embodiment talisman. I can materialize it. If you want to kill me at that time, you have to bring a flying mount. By the way, don't bring those below the overlord level, it will be embarrassing. It should, probably can't catch up with my purple flame thunder wing horse. The teasing voice echoed in the air, completely making Xing Kai's face gloomy. At the same time, it also let everyone nearby know that the mount under Han Zhao's crotch was called Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse, and it was also a Overlord-level flying mount. Despite the danger of death, the players scattered around still whispered about it. I originally thought that this was just a leader-level mount, but who the hell would have thought that it was actually a hegemon level one? Yeah, I've learned the art of taming beasts a long time ago, but I've never seen even a common cub, let alone a hegemon level one. Don't mention this in front of me. It's too discouraging. What's the point of not mentioning it? The purple flame thunder wing horse is floating above my head. If I don't mention it, will it disappear? In the sky, Xiao Han slowly descended and finally landed on the ground. Looking at Xing Kai, who was full of anger, he said with a smile, "Explode a picture dark gold manifestation talisman. It won't be too difficult for me. If you really want to kill me, you have to hurry up. If you break through to level 7 and come here, it will take at least a year and a half. If I really have to wait that long, let alone a dominant pet, maybe I can get an emperor or a king-level pet into reality. It's really exciting to think about it this way. Should I go to the magic city at that time? I heard that the lives of ordinary people there are too miserable. Maybe, after I go there, I will become their savior." Xiao Han was talking nonsense, and at the same time he slowly drew out the tiger roaring flame blade and continued with a smile. "The day before, yesterday in Tangtown, I let you get away by luck. Today, I wonder where you can run to?" A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense, and waved his hand to make a fake chop. Roar! The illusory red tiger instantly condensed into shape, raised its head and roared, and the sound waves quickly spread to the surroundings. Villains often die because of talking too much. Although he is not a villain, Xiao Han does not want to have any accidents. Because of this reason, "Ding, you killed Lian." With the system prompt, all the guild bosses within a radius of 20 meters were killed instantly, but there were still 2 people alive. Looking at the immunity that appeared above Yun Yuyu and Xing Kai's heads, Xiao Han smiled slightly and said happily, "Oh, there are life-saving equipment, then I won't be polite." As he said, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward without hesitation. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down and instantly landed on Yun Yuyu's head. Xiao Han gathered his strength and rushed over directly. Puff! The blade fell and instantly killed him. The system prompt sounded at this time. "Ding, you killed Yun Yuyu, which is considered malicious murder. You get the dark gold equipment Feng Shao necklace, trigger 100 times reward, and get the legendary equipment Lang Yu earrings." Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han was stunned and quickly reached out to pick it. Earrings are rare equipment among rare equipment. Even if they are just blank, they are extremely rare, let alone this legendary level. It just so happens that I will go to Hanbing City in a while, and this equipment can also be given to Jiang Xiaoyun. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately looked at its attributes. But what he didn't know was that with his nonsense and the instant death of a group of guild bosses, the eyes of the players of the Magic City Guild in the distance had an indescribable change. #C538 Awakening. Cold Moon Earrings, Legend level 45. Attack plus 2500. Intelligence plus 1300. Agility plus 1300. Defense plus 1300. Stamina plus 1300. Special skill. Moon Blessing. Where the moonlight can shine, a shield that can absorb damage will automatically appear, with a strength of energy value ×2, refreshed every 10 seconds, and at the same time increase the magic attack power by 20%, consuming 200 energy points per second, and consuming 2000 energy points each time the shield is refreshed. Special effect, penetration, ignoring 10% of all defenses of the target. Special effect, ice, adding 2000 points of freezing damage each time the target is hit. A layer of ice mark is superimposed, and 5 layers of marks produce a freezing effect, freezing the target for 2 seconds. After reading the attributes of the equipment, Xiao Han put it into his backpack with satisfaction. Although Xing Kai's face was ugly, he didn't care at all and immediately walked to the place where the guild bosses died. The tiger roar in the forest just now killed many people. Not only were all the 5 guild leaders killed instantly, but even Peng Lei and Wu Nanfeng were killed by the sound. It was just that they were lucky today, and none of their equipment was dropped. Rieo, Lian, and Tanlang were in a worse situation, as all their equipment was dropped, and there were more than 30 diamond equipment on the ground. The most unlucky one among them was the leader of the Sun and Moon Guild. He had just been dropped in the siege 2 days ago, and today he was hit again. Wonder if he will be angry to death. What made Xiao Han a little strange was that Lian and Tanlan didn't even have a legendary equipment. They are the leaders of 2 large guilds. It's been so long, and they can't even take out a legendary equipment. This is not in line with their status. Under Xing Kai's angry eyes, Xiao Han slowly picked up all the equipment on the ground one by one, and then slowly said, "Hey, why don't you take the initiative this time? Every time you see me, you are very capable, aren't you? I can give you 5 minutes. If you call all the core members with armor breaking equipment, you may be able to kill me in seconds." "Humph. Do you think I'm that stupid?" Xing Kai snorted coldly and continued, "I have to say that you are really good in the game. Purple Flame Thunder Winghorse, a dominant pet, is really enviable. Regarding my news, it seems that I have been paying attention to you, but with your shallow knowledge, you still have too little understanding of the 7th level evolvers. I will go to Jing'an in half a year, you wait for me. Now." Xing Kai paused, squinted his eyes and continued, "I want to see how much your fighting skills have improved during this period of time. After going to Jing'an, I hope you won't be too weak. Otherwise, I can kill him with just a finger, and I won't have much sense of accomplishment." As soon as the voice fell, a short dagger less than 20 centimeters long suddenly appeared in Xing Kai's hand, and he flashed and rushed directly to the guy who made him hate him. At this time, Xiao Han, looking at the figure running wildly, immediately put away the dragon claw that was about to be shot out. Since he worshipped Wu Qiping as his master, although his close combat skills have improved a lot, he has never fought against a master and has no intuitive feeling. Now that he has a ready-made sparring partner, of course he needs to use it. Well, moreover, with his current equipment, even if he is suppressed, he can't lose to Xing Kai, so he has no worries. With a flash of expectation in his eyes, Xiao Han stood still, staring at the dagger stabbing his heart, and said with a smile, "If you want to see my fighting skills, you have to have that strength. Even if I stand still, how many points of my health can you knock off?" Dang! The moment the voice fell, a light sound came from his chest, and a blood-colored damage value appeared above his head at the same time. minus 4,298. Nearly 5,000 points of damage made Xiao Han stunned for a moment. His damage reduction effect was as high as 29,000 points. Since Xingkai can cause damage to him, if there is no penetrating equipment, then his physical attack should be at least 3,300 points. This is very surprising. To achieve such a damage value, there should be at least 6 legendary equipment on the body. And the main attack weapon, ring, bracelet, necklace, at least 3 of them, should be included. Oh, I can't tell. While muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up. When he met Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, he only had 3 legendary equipment on him. As for Lang Yi, Riyao, and Feng Yun Batian, none of them exceeded this number. With doubts in his heart, Xiao Han ignored the dagger that Xingkai wiped towards his throat, turned his head to look at the place where Lai Yan and Tan Lang died, and guessed softly, could it be because of this that they don't have a legendary equipment on them? In fact, he has always known that in places like the Magic City, ordinary people, even low-level evolvers and beastmen, are a group of people who are exploited. Even if they can't control their own life and death, how can they keep legendary equipment even if it explodes? Those guys are so unlucky. While muttering softly, more than 4,000 points of damage appeared on his head. Again, which was less than 1/40th of his total health. Seeing the dagger coming again, Xiao Han's face darkened and his body immediately flashed to the left. Bang! There was a light sound, and although he had tried his best to avoid it, he was still stabbed in the abdomen by the black dagger. Hey! This guy's speed is not much slower than mine. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han became more curious about Xingkai's equipment. Then he raised his hand and chopped it, but it didn't miss as expected. Although it was only a short fight, he also understood that the gap between the two was a bit big. The training during this period was indeed useful, but when you really meet a master, it's not enough. Hey, I don't believe it. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Facing the elusive black dagger, Xiao Han went up again. Minus 4,598. Minus 8,948. Minus 4,632. Time passed slowly, and his health was constantly dropping. He raised his hand and threw an intermediate blood-replenishing pill into his mouth. Xiao Han's face had turned ugly. Originally, relying on his own good equipment and high attributes, it didn't matter even if he was hit 100 times. And even if he hit once, he could kill Xingkai. But who would have known that this idea was beautiful? But the reality was cruel. Not to mention hitting once, he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Fortunately, during the period of fighting, he felt that he had gained something more or less, otherwise he would have used his trump card and killed him directly. It seems that it should be impossible to surpass him in combat skills. Squinting his eyes and muttering to himself, Xiao Han continued to attack. While muttering softly, if I can't compare in this aspect, then I have to overtake on the curve. If it doesn't work, then I will materialize a set of spiritual weapon armor, and let him not be able to hit me. Dang! As he was thinking this, Xiao Han suddenly felt his body stiffen and he felt dizzy, which made him stop in his tracks. At the same time, 4/5 of the blood bar on his head disappeared instantly, leaving less than 60,000 points. Xingkai also showed a look of ecstasy on his face at this time, and the dagger in his hand stabbed directly at his heart. #C539 turning defeat into victory. Fuck! Seeing such damage, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse, and his heart was even more panicked. The explosion rate of being killed is actually not high. If it is self-defense, according to many players' calculations, it is about 15%. If it is a malicious killing, the probability will be reduced by half, almost only 7%. In fact, being killed in the game is a very normal thing. No matter how powerful you are, you can't be invincible, otherwise it will become a bug. He can accept death calmly, but he can't die in Xingkai's hands, because once he dies in his hands, the loss will be too great. Although the explosion rate of 15% is not high, it can even be said to be very low, but that is for all the equipment on his body. He has 4 storage equipment on his body. A Rui belt, 2 space rings, and a backpack. There are too many things in it. There are only legendary equipment such as the Ghost Scepter, Qinghui Robe, Angry Dragon Ice Shield, Red Moon Scepter, and Meteorite Scepter. The legendary level also has the Angry Dragon Scepter as well as the Treasure's Flame Purple Gold Armor and Flame Cracked Armor Bow. Not to mention the more than 100 gold manifestation talismans, as well as the skill books such as Rock Guardian, Frost Arrow, and Wind Blade. Even if the explosion rate is only 15%, his death will at least explode. Hundreds of things. Fuck. Why did his attack suddenly become so high? Seeing the dagger slashing towards his neck, Xiao Han could only watch. Although the equipment on his body had 20% toughness, it could not make him immune to the stun effect. Yang! Another light sound came, and a white immunity immediately floated out of his head. Siming's special skill was triggered, barely saving his life. And this also made Xing Kai's face, which was sure of victory, suddenly change, and he held the dagger in reverse and smashed it directly on his head. Just looking at the attack posture, you can guess that it is another control skill. Fuck. I'm so easy to kill. Siming's special skill blocked a fatal attack, and Xiao Han quickly adjusted his mentality. At the moment when the dagger was about to hit his head, he had already woken up. 20% toughness turned the 1-second dizziness into 0.8 seconds. And this was his only chance. Guard! He roared in his heart, and the special skill on the Panlong Heart Guard was immediately used by him. Almost at the same time, a bang sounded in his head, making him dizzy again, uncontrollably. Minus 45,589. More than 40,000 points of damage suddenly appeared, leaving only the last bit of blood bar, even less than 10,000 points. Fuck! What the hell is going on? Xiao Han roared in his heart, but he was dizzy again and couldn't do anything. Fortunately, at this time, his body was completely covered in a layer of yellow shield, which gave him some comfort. Yang! The dagger was inserted into the chest again, causing more than 4,000 points of damage. At this time, Xiao Han also understood that Xing Kai's physical attack should not exceed 33,000 points, and should not even reach 29,000 points. Otherwise, he should not have dealt such damage. Even with a layer of shield on his body, his health still lost more than 4,000 points, which should be a 20% penetration effect. No, we can't continue like this. Seeing Xing Kai's red eyes and a faint glow on the black dagger, his heart sank immediately. If he continued to be stunned, he would only have less than 4,000 points of health left, and he would not be able to withstand the next attack. As soon as 0.8 seconds arrived, Xiao Han immediately used the invincible skill of Golden Body in time. If he used the recovery potion at this time, 0.2 seconds would not be enough for it to take effect, so he should avoid the dizziness first. A not dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on his body, and before Xiao Han could be happy, Xing Kai's attack suddenly stopped. The glimmer on the dagger was still blazing. Fuck! This fucking horse can even stop. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han suddenly regretted his actions today. If he didn't want to practice his fighting skills, this would never happen. He could just use a dragon claw to kill him in seconds. But it's too late to say anything now. If there is a chance to do it again, he will never be so arrogant. Although today's fight seems to have some gains, it is not worth mentioning compared to the upcoming losses. And in the future, in terms of fighting skills alone, he will not be able to surpass Ding Kui. Comparing your own shortcomings with other strengths is a fool's business. Since you can't beat him in a head-on battle, just form a beast pet army, which can also press him to the ground. And now that he has materialized a spiritual weapon-level weapon into reality, it won't be too difficult to continue to materialize spiritual weapon-level armor. In battle, you always have to use your own strengths to collide with others. Weaknesses. This is the way of smart people. Since there is already 100 times reward, why bother playing tricks with him? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the dagger hanging next to his head. He asked for it today, but he won't do it again. Who the hell could have guessed that this bastard would deal 200,000 damage in one blow, causing him to lose 4/5 of his health? Those who took my things must return them to me, he muttered to himself, and when the golden light disappeared, Xiao Han chopped at Xing Kai with his life, risking his life, even though he knew it was impossible to hit him. Boom! At this moment, a thunderclap sounded, and he felt a flash of light in front of his eyes. Before he could react, the figure in front of him suddenly froze. At the same time, the hair on his head stood up like it was electrocuted. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han only had time to curse, and the tiger roar flame blade in his hand had already chopped up. Minus 134,852. Minus 7,000. Plus 40,445. At the same time as the 140,000 damage value appeared, his health value immediately recovered to 40,000 points, while Xing Kai was the opposite. Although he was not killed instantly, his health was only a little bit left. He killed it completely with a backhanded knife. Xiao Han didn't care what was bursting out and quickly threw 2 pills into his mouth. At the same time, he looked up at the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The figure who smashed the thunder and helped him turn defeat into victory was now more than 10 meters high in the air, screaming excitedly. He seemed proud and wanted credit. Hee, what a clever little guy. With a little surprise, Xiao Han immediately took out an inner pill of the earth-fire armor-piercing beast and threw it directly into the air, and then looked at the equipment that burst out on the ground. #C540 Walk the air boots. After killing Xing Kai with 2 swords, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although there were only 2 more pieces of equipment on the ground after the thrilling counterkill, Xiao Han's face was still very happy. Hey! The legendary equipment was also exploded. While muttering softly, he immediately picked up the boots and wristbands on the ground. In fact, the equipment that exploded from Xing Kai was only a diamond wristband. Normally, after the 100-fold reward increase, all the equipment on him should be exploded without a single piece left. But if there is a legendary equipment on him, it will be different. After the 100-fold reward increase, the value of diamond equipment is almost the same as that of legendary equipment. It is precisely because of this that Xing Kai only exploded 2 pieces. However, Xiao Han is still very satisfied with the current result. After all, he is not short of legendary equipment. Even if 5 or 6 more pieces are exploded, there will not be too many that he can use. But legendary equipment is different. As long as it is not a weapon, a face towel, or a heart mirror, he can use it. Hey! It seems I have to find a way to kill him again. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han immediately turned his eyes to the green boots in his hand and looked at its attributes. Treading air boots, legend level 55. HP plus 55,000. Agility plus 3,200. Defense plus 3,200. Strength plus 3,200. Stamina plus 3,200. Special skill. Stepping air step. After using the skill, you can walk in the air with the wind under your feet. Increase the movement speed by 500%. Last for 10 seconds. Consume 5,000 energy points per second. Cool down for 60 seconds. Special effect. Extreme speed. Increase the movement speed by 100%. Special effect. Critical hit. Increase the critical hit rate by 50%. Special effect. Endless. Increase the critical hit effect by 50%. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a while, and after a while he opened his mouth and said, "Fuck! This pair of legendary boots can be regarded as very top-notch attributes. First of all, the stepping air step, which lasts for 10 seconds and has a Shorter cooling time is more practical than the flash of the lightning boots. Secondly, the special effects. The legendary and legendary equipment usually only have 2 special effects, and only a few rare top-grade ones have 3 special effects. Because of the 100-fold reward, he has handled quite a few legendary and legendary equipment, but there are only 3 with 3 special effects. They are the legendary Angry Dragon Ice Shield, the legendary Illusion Heart Mask, and the Angry Dragon Scepter. The Illusion Heart Mask is a growth-type equipment, which is nothing to say. The remaining 2 pieces of equipment were exploded from the Golden 3-headed python, which is an ancient relic and even has dragon blood in its body. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is for legendary and legendary equipment to have 3 special effects. Critical hit, endless. Xiao Han muttered excitedly, and a hint of eagerness flashed in his eyes. The Tiger Roaring Flame Blade also has a special effect that increases the critical hit rate by 50%, which adds up to 100%. This actually means that as long as the target he attacks does not have the explosion-proof special effect, he will be critically hit every time. Coupled with the 50% critical hit effect increased by the endless special effect, even if he only attacks normally, he can cause 250% damage to the target. With the current damage value of up to 150,000, the damage after the critical hit is about 320,000, and with the bonus of the critical hit effect it can deal about 400,000 damage. Once the violent special effect on the violent necklace is turned on, the physical attack is increased by 100%, and the damage per second can reach about 800,000. Just thinking about this, Xiao Han became a little excited. Hey! There are so many blood demon knights here. Now it's almost an hour and I can take 10 people to level 50. With a 100% critical hit rate, the damage is completely different from before. And this also made Xiao Han a little impatient. The more than 100 blood demon knights he just killed have also raised him to level 56, just meeting the equipment requirements. Lightning boots are actually mage equipment. He has wanted to change them for a long time, but there has been no replacement. He flipped his hand and threw it into the Rui belt, and Xiao Han hurriedly changed into the treading boots. At this time, his health value ushered in another surge. This piece of equipment alone increased by more than 60,000 points, making his total health value exceed 320,000. As for physical attacks, if the deep-fried Flame Thunder Wing Tiger Whip is not counted, it also exceeds 60,000 points. Hey! I wonder what expression Xing Kai will have now. Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han immediately raised his foot and took a step forward. At this time, he also had a sense of being down to earth. With the blessing of the special skill, he no longer hesitated, and immediately ran quickly into the sky, rushing towards the purple flame thunder. Wing horse more than 10 meters away. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The neighing sound, accompanied by the whispering and discussion around, immediately drilled into his ears. Fuck! How come Xiao Han can fly in the air? Are you blind? He just changed into a pair of boots that the boss dropped. Didn't you see it? I saw it, but so what? 4 days ago in the misty jungle, we had thousands of people besieging the Emperor level. Damn, if you are not from the Magic City, then I am still talking to you. Sitting on the back of the purple flame thunder wing horse, such discussions kept coming into his ears. He also understood that the treading air boots on his feet were exploded from a level 55 Emperor level boss by Xing Kai, who had gathered thousands of people. In order to kill the macaw, they even prepared for 2 days. Even so, more than 90% of the players in the Magic City who participated in that battle died before they barely killed it. In addition to the treading air boots on his feet, 2 manifestation talismans, a legendary level wristband, and 2 skill books were also exploded at that time. As for the grade of the 2 manifestation talismans, the players who were discussing did not know. This information may only be known by Xing Kai and a few of his confidants. Even the big bosses of the Greedy Wolf, Lian, and Daoguang Jianying guilds are unlikely to know. Listening to the discussions of those players, although Xiao Han knew where they were, he did not go over. He would not personally deal with these minions. They have at least 2,000 or 3,000 people and they can't be killed in a short time. The most important thing now is to upgrade. In his backpack, there is still a level 60 Angry Dragon Ice Shield. And the more than 1,000 Blood Demon Knights nearby have to find something for them to do, so he had to bring Wang Jun, Luo Xiaofei and others to pick up equipment. Patting the purple flame thunder wing horse, Xiao Han quickly flew to the place where more than 100 Blood Demon Knights were killed a few minutes ago. There are still a lot of equipment on the ground over there. C541 Planning 1. Stormwind City. Guests come to stay. Peng Lei, Wu Nanfeng, and Yun Yuyu looked at the gloomy look on Xing Kai's face and did not dare to take a breath. Before coming here, they had heard the sound of swords and swords. Originally, Han Xiao was almost killed, but a flash of lightning at the critical moment completely ruined all the previous preparations and efforts. Even the legendary air-treading boots were exploded. If the legendary level equipment explodes, you can quickly get another one, but the legendary level equipment is different. Last time they killed more than 4,000 mechas. What's more important is that the Emperor level boss, which is only level 55, is not that easy to find. Therefore, the possibility of obtaining another legendary equipment in a short period of time is really low. And in terms of attributes, the air-stepping boots are also very good. Not only do they have 3 special effects, but they also have a stunt that allows them to fly in a short period of time. The health value also dropped by more than 70,000 points due to the lack of this piece of equipment. Everyone knew that Xing Kai must be in a very bad mood at this moment, so they could only stand aside in silence. Speak. Don't ride like a dead man. A cold voice sounded in the box, and he immediately continued. How are you doing with the information I asked you to check? Tell me one by one. Boss, I went to check. There should be no mole. Knowing that the consequences of not speaking would be more serious, Peng Lei quickly continued. Greedy wolves, fierce flames, and swords will definitely not dare to do it. As for Yao Ri and Feng Yun Ba Tian, they actually have no motive for doing this. And I have found out that these 2 guys were unlucky when they were in Tang Town. They all met Han Xiao. At that time, there were many people at the resurrection altar, but many people saw that they were all left with only a pair of large underpants. Even many core members of the 2 guilds who came out together were also stripped naked. Is it so miserable? Xing Kai was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of this news, but he still asked doubtfully. Since there is no mole, how could Han Xiao be so accurate and directly find our hiding place? Land. I also checked about this. Peng Lei hesitated and said uncertainly. But the information found is actually just a guess. I am not sure. But at present, it seems that this is the only way to explain it. What's the explanation? Xing Kai's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, You tell me first and let Yuyu and Nanfeng come and discuss it in detail. Actually, we already know quite a bit about Han Xiao. Peng Lei did not give in and said directly. When he completed his first job, transfer, he also successfully awakened and became an evolver. It's just that he only evolved ears, so we didn't pay much attention to that aspect. But when I just checked this news, I found that our Demon City has a vision evolver. Even after entering the game, his abilities can still be used. It's usually difficult to see clearly a place 1,000 or 2,000 meters away, but as long as he stands at a high place, he can even see clearly a place 5,000 meters away. You mean Han Zhao's hearing has also been brought into the game? Ding Kui was stunned and asked hurriedly. But why can't my ability be used in the game? I don't know that either. Peng Lei shook his head and said with a depressed look, I actually checked this, but the time was too short and I haven't received any useful information yet. Then continue to investigate and make sure to figure this out. Ling Kui's eyes flashed fiercely and he said coldly, If I can also use my abilities in The game, I can kill Han Xiao in minutes. I know. So I've asked people to hurry up and check it out. Peng Lei was silent for a moment and continued. It is precisely for this reason that I feel that there should be no insiders in the room at that time. Also, almost all of the archers who were on sentry duty nearby were in the Magic City. They didn't dare to do such a thing. Well, if Han Zhao's hearing can also be used in the game, it really won't be too difficult to find us. Have you found the guy? Found it. Yun Yu quickly took a step forward and said with some pity. But before my people found him, the guy had already committed suicide. Humph. I'm a little self-aware. Xing Kai snorted coldly and continued. But he caused me to lose a piece of legendary equipment. How can he let it go so easily? Check to see if he still has a wife, daughter, or parents in the Magic City. If there are any, catch them all for me. Don't think that if you commit suicide, this matter will be over so easily. I know, but his wife and daughter also committed suicide. Yun Yu paused and continued. But he left a letter before he died, hoping that we could bury their family together. It's a pretty idea. Let's hang it on the city gate for 3 days and then pull it out to make feed. Xing Kai said nonchalantly, as if he had just dealt with a few chickens, and then continued with a matter-of-fact expression. After such a death he should know that I will not bury them together. Did the letter say anything else? Well, I knew I couldn't hide it from the boss. Yun Yu complimented and hurriedly continued. When he was luring the monster, he ran to the high tower, in the center of the city. In that place, I saw 2 blood demon knights who were taller in size. According to his guess, Shanmao said that the pressure from that thing was even stronger than that of the macaw he encountered a few days ago. If nothing unexpected happens, it is at least a level 70 Emperor boss. Emperor boss? There are actually 2? Xing Kai's eyes flashed and he said, with a little excitement, level 70 Emperor boss Han Xiao should be unkillable. What do you think will happen if we lure those 2 over together? That's a good idea. But Han Xiao has the purple flame thunder wing pony. Yun Yu frowned and continued. Even if we lure the 2 Emperor bosses over together, he can fly away at any time. Besides, the Blood Demon Knight is already very fast, and the Emperor level will only be faster. It's not easy to lure them over. I think what's more important is that Han Zhao's attack is extremely abnormal. If we work hard to lure them over once he kills them in a few seconds, what can we do? Hashtag C542 planning. 2. Worrying words echoed in the box, making everyone's expressions freeze. After a while, Peng Lei said uncertainly, that is an Emperor-level boss. No matter how powerful Han Xiao is, it is impossible for him to be killed by himself. Hey, I'm not afraid of 10,000, but I'm afraid of just in case. Yun Yu sighed softly and continued with a depressed face. That guy's attack exceeded 150,000. The macaw we killed a few days ago had a total of 50 million health points. By comparison, the life value of the 70-level Emperor-level boss should be around 80 million. Based on Han Zhao's instant damage, if he can hit every time, it won't even take 10 minutes. Coupled with the cooperation of Mad Dragon, Storm, and Blue Butterfly, do you still think it's impossible? Damn it. What you said is a bit scary. Peng Lei cursed and suddenly said, with a bit of pain, but is this how we settle today's account? Never mind. Xing Kai's face darkened, and he interrupted directly. How could I forget it? If I don't kill Han Xiao, I won't be able to swallow this breath. Now send hundreds of people over immediately. I want to see what is going on with those 2 bosses and their specific attributes. By the way, you just said that our Demon City has a vision evolver. That guy's ability can also be used in the game. Who is he? Oh, him. Peng Lei was stunned by Xing Kai's sudden change of subject, and said quickly, didn't you ask me to contact him before Han Xiao found out? That guy has good eyesight, is fast, and has a long range. If equipped, he should be able to help us. Are you talking about Leisha? If I hadn't heard Tanlang talk about it, I wouldn't have known that there was such a master in our magical city in perfect world. Yes, Peng Lei responded and continued. It's a pity that all his relatives are dead and we can't control him. Otherwise, we can train him well. That guy has a talent that increases movement speed. If he can really cultivate it, even if he is not Han Zhao's opponent, he can still help us contain him. After you have been with me for so many years, this is how you do things? Yuyo, you can find a way to get something to help him patch up and send him 5 women in every night from now on. If he refuses to take it, do you know what to do? I know. Looking at Xing Kai's gloomy face, Yun Yuyu said quickly, it won't be more than a month at the latest. I promise there will be good news. In 10 months, he will not be without relatives in the Magic City. As long as you understand. Xing Kai narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, Humph, when you come to me, there is no such thing as a tough bone. Han Zhao's speed was too fast just now, so forget it if he didn't catch up. Now, let him go and find out what's going on with the 2 bosses near the tower. Then we will decide whether we should give Han Zhao a break. Understood. I will contact Leisha now. Peng Lei responded and immediately called up the property panel to operate. Inside the private room, there was also some silence at this moment. What happened today was a huge blow to them, even more serious than the consequences of losing Tang Town. After all, that place had been robbed, and if it was gone, it would be gone. Although it was a pity, in fact, the loss was not too great. But today's matter is different. Although they didn't stay in the city ruins for long, just over an hour. But even so, 3 bronze-level manifestation talismans have been revealed, and there is even 1 silver-level one. What this means is clear to everyone. Now, Han Zhao, who specializes in targeting the Magic City, is over there, and they have no way to get past it. But there are at least 10,000 Blood Demon Knights in the ruins of that city. This is equivalent to at least a 4-digit manifestation of the talisman. If you can't get involved, the loss will be too great. So except for Leisha, the 2 bosses at the tower were their only chance. As time passed slowly, everyone except Peng Lei waited with peace of mind. Bite! Until a certain moment, a soft sound suddenly rang out, and the eyes of several people lit up. Peng Lei, who was looking down at the message, said, quickly, the attribute map has been sent. Please take a look. Before he finished speaking, he forwarded the picture he had just received to Xing Kai, Yun Yuyu, and others. Damn it! The 91-level Emperor boss. As soon as Wu Nanfeng clicked on the picture, he couldn't help but exclaimed, holy shit! 220 million health points. This is too scary. Heh, what's this? Yun Yuyu's eyes widened and she said with the same joy, look at its 3rd skill. The Blood Demon General who is in combat mode can recover 1% of his health every second. How much is this? 2 million and 2 million. A total of 2 million and 2 million. Peng Lei calculated in his mind and immediately said with excitement, such a boss. No one should be able to kill it now. Even if all the top 10 guilds in Stormwind City unite, they still can't kill this guy. Hey, isn't this good? Wu Nanfeng's eyes lit up and he said immediately, if we lure them over with this thing, the players of Mad Dragon, Storm, and Blue Butterfly won't be able to escape. And I just heard that Han Zhao seems to have formed a guild and is leading the members in the guild to upgrade. That guy doesn't know what's going on. Now every attack can cause a critical hit, and the damage is as high as 400,000. Those guys who follow him to gain experience can upgrade at a speed that is so fast. Mater, I guess his critical hit rate has increased to 100%. Thinking of the empty boots that were exploded by Han Zhao, Xing Kai's face sank again. But he still said, Yuyo, go buy a few of them now. Equipment with explosion. Free special effects. Otherwise, whenever we encounter Han Zhao in the future, even if we are just Touched by his attack, we will all be killed instantly. Peng Lei, go and study the plan now. I will make it impossible for that bastard to walk out of the ruins of the city alive today. And the guild he formed, take note of everyone. I want to kill them so they don't dare to leave the city. Hashtag C543 at worst I can just explode back. Hey! Finally level 60. Killing the elite blood demon knights for more than an hour without stopping. Not only brought Wang Jun, Shursun and others to level 50, but Xiao Han's own level also met the requirements for equipping the Raging Dragon Ice Shield. In fact, compared to the Earth Shield, this piece of equipment is slightly stronger in terms of attributes, but in terms of special effects, the Earth Guard is more useful. After all, it is immune to all physical damage and magic damage at the same time, and its duration is up to 10 seconds. If it weren't for the toughness effect on the Angry Dragon Ice Shield, he would still be more inclined to use the Earth Shield. More than an hour ago, it was also because the two pieces of equipment, the Medal of Command and the Shenming Black Gold Helmet, had 10% toughness that they managed to escape and finally completed the counterattack. Now that there is another piece of equipment that increases toughness, it is certainly not to be missed. He lowered his head and found the Angry Dragon Ice Shield in Rui's belt. After equipping it on his body, his health increased by 10,000 points again, reaching 330,000 points. The physical attack has also gone up a bit, but it's still less than 1,000 points. Xiao Han held the replaced Earth Shield in his hand and looked at Wang Jun beside him with a somewhat hesitant expression. In fact, he can still use this piece of equipment just like the Shenhua necklace and the Violent necklace, which can be used interchangeably. But in a few days, once he helps Lu Yen complete the Seal of the Abyss Blood Emperor and the construction of the town, he should prepare to go to Ice City. At that time, if the Veterans Guild does not have a few capable experts, even if the town is built, the possibility of holding it will not be great. After all, he had completely offended those guys in the Demon City to death. Therefore, this Earth Shield with 10,000 points of damage immunity is not suitable to be kept in your hands. A person's power is limited after all. After muttering softly, Xiao Han quickly made up his mind, stretched out his hand to hand over the Earth Shield, and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, I don't have any use for this piece of equipment, so I'll give it to you now. Here, let me use it?" Wang Jun was stunned and did not reach out to pick it up. He said hesitantly, "If I guess correctly, this should be a legendary piece of equipment. I don't dare to use this thing. I can't afford to pay for it if it explodes." "Haha, what are you afraid of?" Xiao Han chuckled, took a step forward, stuffed it directly into his arms, and then continued, "It doesn't matter even. If it explodes, you just need to write down his name. At worst, I'll just blast it back. With my reputation as the great demon king of explosive equipment, no matter who eats it, they will have to spit it out several times over. Take it and go back and change jobs quickly. If you come fast enough, you might be able to follow me and gain a few more levels of experience." "Hey, since you said that, I'm not polite, brother."
Wang Jun hesitated for a
moment, then took the shield with excitement on his face. "These remnant soldiers have received hundreds of pieces of equipment for free today. Since you have already taken so much before, there is no need to continue holding it now. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Moreover, Xiao Han still has a town-building order in his hand, and they can build a town only after their level is improved. Xiao Han would definitely not be able to defend the city on his own, and they had to become stronger as soon as possible." Holding the shield that Xiao Han stuffed over him, Wang Jun said nothing more, and immediately took a look at its attributes. Then he stared and exclaimed, "Fuck, the health value alone has been increased by nearly 50,000 points. It's too strong. With these 10,000 points of immunity, who can kill me in the future?" "Oh, don't be too happy too soon." Xiao Han shook his head, worried that Wang Jun would be so confident because of this piece of equipment that he would resort to suicide measures. He quickly said, although this equipment is good, even with it, you are not invincible. If I really want to talk about its origin, I broke it out from other players. More importantly, even though I was holding this shield while fighting, it almost broke in Xing Kai's hand just now. Although there are not many masters with over 10,000 attack points, it's not that they don't exist. The ones I've fought against can't be counted with 2 hands. Wang Jun's expression froze, and he suddenly said with a serious face, I don't know much about this game, so my eyelids are a bit shallow. But don't worry, I don't lack any of the caution you should have. In that case, that's for the best. Xiao Han nodded and said nothing more. He immediately took out 3 staffs and said to Sun beside him, Old Sure, I only have these magician's equipment for the time being. Just use it, you veteran. Haha. Then I won't be polite to you. Sun laughed heartily and continued happily. With the top quality equipment you gave me, I can go to Gu Laizi's place and have some fun just in time to attract all the little guys there to our guild. Among these 3 magic wands, there should be a legendary one. Hey, you'll know if you take a look. Xiao Han did not explain but continued, with a smile on his face. With these pieces of equipment, I believe your goal will be achieved. Hey, hearing you say that, it seems like there is a surprise, even though he hadn't seen the properties of the 3 magic wands yet. Sure. Sun was looking forward to it and immediately lowered his head and stopped talking. Then, the 3 pieces of equipment in the backpack were presented to him one by one. Although he had guessed before that at least one of the 3 staffs was legendary. But no matter what, he never thought that they were all legendary. Meteor Staff, Ghost Staff, Red Moon Staff, where did he get them? They are all legendary equipment. The number is a bit too outrageous. Looking up at the smiling figure in front of him, Sun couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. If he had been turned away at the beginning, how could he have such a harvest? Today, at least in the past half month, everyone in the community no longer has to worry about food. Even the hundreds of children under the age of 5 have enough mutant beasts for every meal. In the future, they will have a high chance of becoming evolvers. And all of this was brought by this seemingly ordinary man in front of him in less than half a month. Since he is now going to form a guild, I just need to cooperate as much as possible. Taking out the meteorite staff with the best attributes, Sun smiled and said, with the legendary equipment you gave me, I am sure that I can expand the core members of the veteran guild to more than 500 people in the shortest time. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Sure. Xiao Han's face lit up and continued. The construction of the town can no longer be delayed. I have another task on hand, which will be started in about 3 days. 3 days, that should be enough. Sun nodded and said with a smile, if there is nothing else, then Wang Jun and I will go back first. Well, be careful on the road. Xing Kai should have known that I created a guild now, and he might do something to you. #C544 It's the same trick again. After watching Wang Jun, Sun and 10 other veterans leave, Xiao Han quickly pulled 10 more guild members into the team, turned around and ran away. In less than a minute, more than 50 Blood Demon Knights were pulled back. Although he knew that Xing Kai had been offended more than an hour ago, he shouldn't let them go back like this. Moreover, there should be spies from other guilds in the Blue Butterfly, Crazy Dragon, Storm, and Purple Moon guilds. At this time, those who are interested should also know the news of their departure. If Xing Kai, Blood Evil, and Mo Yen want to take action, Wang Jun and Sun will definitely not survive. But even so, he did not send them back personally, because Wang Jun, Sun, and other veterans are now all level 50. Although they are not all diamond equipment, each of them has at least 1 or 2 pieces, and the rest are almost all dark gold. Such equipment level, no matter which guild, is the standard of core members. Xiao Han thought that it was enough to achieve this level. After all, he was not a mother and could not protect them all the time. Being killed once or twice might be better for them. With Xing Kai's domineering personality, he would definitely not be able to swallow this breath. I just don't know how many people Wang Jun and his 10 people can replace on the other side. While swinging his sword to kill a blood demon knight, Xiao Han muttered softly, then immediately stepped forward and used the fiery 5/ that had just cooled down. Minus 482,692. Minus 14,000. Minus 495,876. Using the fiery 5/ continuously, the level has been raised to LV7 and the additional damage has also increased from 24,000 points at level 6 to 35,000 points. If there is no critical hit, his single attack will be about 190,000. But since wearing the cloud-stepping boots, the critical hit probability has been increased to 100% so that he will have at least 7 or 8 critical hits in 10 attacks. This also indirectly shows that the Blood Demon Knight is immune to explosion. However, although it has the property of being immune to explosion, it seems not to be high, estimated to be less than 10%. A 5-hit slash of flames instantly made the Blood Demon Knight's health bar almost disappear by 2/3. He waved his hand and slashed twice more, and at the same time he was very lucky to have a 3-hit combo. The Blood Demon Knight with 3.6 million health points had his health bar emptied instantly, and with a click, he fell heavily on the ground paved with bluestone slabs. Xiao Han had long been accustomed to this scene, because he didn't hear the prompt sound of the explosion of the embodiment talisman, and he didn't even take a second look. He turned around and slashed at another Blood Demon Knight. Bang! 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 After the rage and crazy attack were turned on, his damage to the Blood Demon Knight was even more explosive. As long as the combo was triggered, one could be killed in 2 or 3 seconds. Several veterans who had just joined the team in the stone house nearby were stunned by the crazy soaring experience value. In just a short while, they all upgraded by 3 or 5 levels. Oh my god! This upgrade speed is really heart-pounding. Who said it wasn't? Think about when we upgraded ourselves, it was so miserable that we couldn't even take out the copper coins to buy potions. Speaking of this, Mr. Sure is really foresight. Yes, without Xiao Han, how could we live like this now? My kid has mutant beast meat to eat every day. Xiao Han didn't care about the discussion on the side, he just attacked without distraction. I don't know how long it has passed, and suddenly there was silence around me. All the Blood Demon Knights were killed. Not only were there nearly 100 more pieces of equipment on the ground, but they were also covered with silver coins. Get to work! At this time, dozens of figures in the stone house rushed out immediately. However, Xiao Han didn't look at it for a long time, but cast his eyes to a place more than 10 meters away, frowning slightly. Strange. How did they get here? Could it be that, in just a short while, Shueisha, Dewang, Moyan, and the core players of the Sun, Moon, and Wind Cloud guilds have all died? With this thought in mind, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up, and while walking quickly, he said with a smile, "It's rare that all of you are here. Do you have any good news to tell me?" "Hey, those guys are all dead." Bao Fengrui grinned and said with a wretched smile, "Although the probability of equipment being exploded is not as outrageous as being killed by you, it is also very good. There are 732 pieces of equipment in hand now, including 34 diamond equipment. We have discussed, okay, you take 40% of it, and the remaining 60% will be divided equally among the 4 guilds." Oh, how embarrassing! Xiao Han did not refuse. After all, he was not alone now, but he was still a little strange in his heart, so he asked, "If I am not mistaken, they have at least 2,000 people. How come they all died so quickly?" Hee. This is all thanks to Guanglong. Lan Xiaodai covered her mouth and chuckled, saying happily, "His idea is too bad, so it will be so fast." What idea? Xiao Han was a little curious, so he asked directly, "You won't Just lead people to kill them. No, if you really do that, the loss will not be small. Kuang Long shook his head and continued. And there are so many blood demon knights around. Once you get in, it will not be so easy to get out. So we recruited all the nearby individual players at the cost of 10 gold coins to die once. Then when I saw someone there, I asked them to lure the blood demon knight to that place. You also know the result. Damn it! You are such a thief? Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh, and then immediately said, But what do you mean by coming here? You are here to deliver equipment, right? You can say yes, you can also say no. Bao Fengrui replied and said with a grimace, Actually, there are not only 732 pieces of equipment that were exploded, but there should be 400 to 500 pieces. We can only look at it, but we can't take it out. What does this mean? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. A look of confusion flashed across his face, but then he understood and immediately asked, Are there blood demon knights near those equipments? But even if that's the case, wouldn't it be better to send someone to lure the monsters down? Hey, we also want to do this, but things are not as simple as you think. Z. Yuan sighed and continued. Now everyone knows that we played a big game and wiped out 5 people. Guild. So there are now tens of thousands of people gathered around that area. For the remaining hundreds of pieces of equipment, it's best to leave them with the Blood Demon Knight, and it would be the best choice for you to pick them out yourself. Oh, that's okay. Xiao Han sighed with emotion, nodded and said, It just so happens that my affairs here are over. Let's go there now. Clatter, clatter, clatter. But as soon as he took 2 steps forward, he heard the rapid sound of horse hooves running towards the side at an extremely fast speed. What's going on? Who is attracting monsters here? A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han immediately stepped into the air with his feet, like a light bird, standing 100 meters in the air. In an instant, at this time he also saw 2 extremely tall blood demon knights 1,000 meters away, running towards this side quickly. Damn it! Here comes this move again. This horse riding is not over yet. Hashtag C545 Blood Demon General. Because he had been to the Demon Ceiling Tower before, Xiao Han had some guesses about what the 2 figures running towards him were. If nothing else, they should be the Overlord-level Dark Demon Generals from back then. It's just that, as the Black Demon Knight turned into the Blood Demon Knight, those guards who were forcibly infused by the Abyss Blood Emperor should all have now become Emperor-level Blood Demon Knights. If you attract 2 at once, it will be a bit troublesome. Although he was very confident in his own strength, Xiao Han did not feel that. He had the ability to deal with 2 Emperor-level bosses at the same time. Although he has killed 2 bosses of this level, he did not do it alone. At the Elf Ruins, the level 80 Charming Queen was very strong. Without the help of Gao Hu, Qian Hai, Zhao Pingfeng and others, as well as Su Shan's powerful healing and resurrection abilities, it would have been impossible to kill him. The red flame-cracking armored beast we met yesterday was only lucky enough to be killed because of the blood-eating worms and Wang Man. You must know that Gao Hu, Qian Hai, Wang Man and others are all very strong. At least in today's Stormwind City, they should be the top masters. They are much, much better than Xingkai, Fengyun Batian, and Yari's guild bosses. It is precisely because of this that the Charming Queen and the Red Flame Cracker were killed. Now without their help, Xiao Han doesn't think he has the ability to kill 2 Emperor-level bosses independently with only his own strength. Looking at the figure who was shooting arrows and running quickly from 1,000 meters away, his expression was a little solemn. That guy is very fast. He seems to be a little faster than me. After muttering softly, Xiao Han straddled the back of the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse and immediately shouted to Kuanglong, Baofengrui, Lan, Xiaodai and Ziyuan below. Don't want those equipments, let's give them to them. Your people must run for their lives. There are 2 bosses over there who have been lured over. If nothing else, they should be at least Emperor level. After saying this, Xiao Han didn't care about the reactions of others and immediately flew towards the archer who was running towards him. At this time, after hearing what Han Xiao said, the expressions of Guanglong, Baofengrui, Ziyuyan and others below all froze, and without any hesitation, they began to send messages to their guild members, instructing them to leave as soon as possible. The 71-level elite Blood Demon Knight was already difficult to deal with. They really couldn't imagine how powerful the Emperor-level boss would be. If there is only one, maybe by cooperating with Han Xiao, it is even possible to kill him, but if two appear at once, it is better to run away for your life. Roar. While flying at high speed, one of the two Blood Demon generals in the distance suddenly roared, then suddenly raised his right hand, and the bloody spear in his hand was immediately raised high. Whoosh! The next second there was a flash of red light in the distance, and the bloody spear turned into a meteor and was thrown out. And almost at the same time, the figure running in front suddenly shook at a high speed and turned into two identical figures, running in both directions. Holy shit! What kind of skill is this? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with surprise, and at the same time, he became more curious about the archer who was against him. However, his gaze at this time only stayed on him for less than a second. Boom! As a bang came, one of the archers was shot by a bloody spear, but then it turned into a white smoke and disappeared. Without any obstruction, the spear clicked and penetrated deeply into the bluestone ground, leaving only a section of the spear tail which was still vibrating violently. That gun should be at least legendary level. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han made a false grab with his left hand, and was ready to capture the dragon claw, but his expression was a little hesitant. Now if you grab the bloody spear directly, it will only be of legendary level. Weapons of this level are of little use to him, and if it could be killed and the bloody spear exploded, it would at least be a piece of spiritual weapon level equipment. Forget it. Let's wait and see. In 3 days at most, he will come with Lu Yen. Even if the Blood Demon General is an Emperor-level boss, he will definitely not survive. Now, it's better to find a way to lure them away first so as not to let the veterans in the guild be affected. But before that, we have to deal with the archers below. Otherwise, this guy has been shooting arrows to attract hatred, and he would not be able to lure away both Emperor-level bosses at the same time. Humph. I have a flying mount, but you still dare to play this trick with me. With a slight snort, Xiao Han used his beast control skills to communicate with the purple flame thunder wing horse, and immediately chased after him. However, there was a flash of light in his eyes, and he glanced at the attributes of the Blood Demon General. Blood Demon General, Emperor level 91, HP plus 220 million, physical attack plus 180,000, physical defense plus 230,000, magic defense plus 210,000. Skill: brutal collision, movement speed increased by 1,000%, knocking up all targets along the way, causing 200% damage and producing a 2-second stun effect, cooling down for 10 seconds. Skill: full strength attack, throwing weapons, causing 1,000% physical damage to the target and at the same time causing serious injury, losing 5% of health per second, no cooldown, but weapons must be equipped. Skill: Blood Ancestor Blessing. The Blood Demon General in combat will be blessed by the Abyss Blood Ancestor, recovering 1% of health per second. Skill: War Trampling. Cooperate with the mount to stomp the ground, causing 200% physical damage to all targets within a radius of 100 meters and stun for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Introduction: the transformed Blood Demon General has extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. He is the most loyal warrior of the Abyss Blood clan. The Blood Demon Stone contained in his body allows him to have a certain chance of resurrection even if he is killed. Because of the exploration technique, the attributes of the Blood Demon General are clearly presented in front of him. But at this moment Xiao Han would rather not see it. This is too much. Recovering 1% of health per second means that the Blood Demon General in combat can recover 2.2 million points of health per second. Then if he wants to kill it, his physical attack must exceed 2.2 million to kill it. What's even more abnormal is the skill of war trampling. The attack range is actually 100 meters. You must know that at this stage, whether it is an archer or a magician, their effective attack distance is less than 100 meters. In this way, even if the human wave tactics are used, it is estimated that these two guys cannot be killed. Fuck. This is just a boss that is mass-produced. Xiao Han couldn't help but complain in his heart. Now he has completely lost the idea of killing them. Even if they will 100% explode with the materialization talisman, and there is a high probability that it is legendary or above, he has no such thoughts. C546 being targeted. The archer ran very fast, and even with a flying mount he still couldn't catch up immediately. Who is this guy? How come I've never heard of him in Stormwind City? Seeing that the distance between the two sides could not be shortened to less than 50 meters, Xiao Han muttered depressedly and immediately asked the purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse to use the Thunder Wing Crazy attack. Ha! The purple wings full of lightning slapped violently, and the speed instantly soared 30 times. Although the archer was running very fast, he was caught up immediately. The threat of the Blood Demon General was still there. Xiao Han didn't want to waste any more time, so he pointed directly. Boom! On the finger wearing the purple fire thunder ring, a purple arc of light flashed violently, and it caught up with the running figure at a speed faster than lightning. Whoosh! But before the lightning fell, a black arrow suddenly shot out of the air, making the purple arc of light that had locked the archer seem to have an automatic tracking function. It turned a corner without any warning and hit the arrow. Tisk! That's it. The archer holding the black longbow laughed disdainfully, then bent the bow, and put the arrow on it and shot another arrow. Before Xiao Han could react, the purple flame thunder-winged horse flapped its wings and swiftly avoided the blue arrow shot from below. He was not angry about such a provocation, because when the strength is strong enough, there is no need to be unhappy about the provocation of a small ant. Perhaps this ant may be a little stronger, reaching the level of a stink bug. But even so, it is still a stink bug, and it can be crushed to death by just stretching out a finger, so why bother to get angry? Hee. Who gave him the courage? With a sneer in his heart, Xiao Han calmly communicated with the purple flame thunder-winged horse, and immediately chased after it again like lightning. Boom! After entering the attack range, a purple thunder fell down, and the attack that should have hit was actually deflected by an arrow. This happened again and again, and the Blood Demon General was constantly chasing after him. A chill flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he said coldly, "You are quite capable, but let's see how you can dodge this time." The moment the voice fell, the surroundings of the purple flame thunder wing horse had turned into a thunder field. Boom! 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 The purple lightning, like a violent storm, directly covered all the space, within a radius of 10 meters from the archer. At the same time, Xiao Han had already stretched out his left hand, waiting for the figure below to be paralyzed by lightning. At the exit of the canyon, carrying the earth shield, Wang Jun looked at the crowd around him who were walking towards the depths of the canyon in an endless stream and frowned slightly. Because Xiao Han is powerful and has a flying mount, he does not have to fear the revenge of Xing Kai, Tan Lang, Dao Guang Jianing and others. But they can't. Even if they have reached level 50 and even changed into a good set of equipment, they still need to act cautiously. Since the guild has been formed, it is also tied to Xiao Han. In the absence of a way to vent their anger on Xiao Han, Xing Kai, Peng Lei, and other players in the Magic City will definitely attack them. If they are strong, it will be fine and they can kill back without fear. But now that they don't have that kind of strength, they can only be a little more wretched, cautious, and careful, and try not to give those who have bad intentions a chance. But there are too many players around and it is impossible to tell which ones are dangerous for a while. Holding the earth shield, Wang Jun carefully explored for a long time before talking to himself. Old sure, no danger has been found for the time being, but the brothers still have to be careful. My opinion is to let them come out one by one. If Xing Kai, Lian and Dao Guang Jianying want to attack us, they will not be wiped out. After reporting the situation nearby, Wang Jun looked around and quickly found a small mound of 4 or 5 meters high and climbed up directly. Only by standing high can the sight be farther, and if there is any danger, it can be discovered in time. Although it would be very dangerous to put himself in such a conspicuous place, he was holding the earth shield in his hand. The Earth Guardian is a special skill that can provide 10 seconds of physical immunity and magic immunity. Even if he is targeted, he can have enough reaction time, and in this way it is easier to attract more attention. Then other people coming out of the canyon will receive relatively less attention, and the possibility of coming out safely will be higher. Standing on the small mound, Wang Jun continued to observe carefully. After a while, a figure holding a longbow rushed out of the canyon at a very fast speed. Then, like a light-footed civet cat, in the moment of rushing out of the crowd, it bent down and disappeared in the weeds more than half a person high. Seeing that there was no tail following him, Wang Jun also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly contacted Shi Lao to tell him the situation here. However, even if he had not found any danger for the time being, he did not dare to be careless. A pair of small eyes carefully observed the movements everywhere. Soon, another familiar figure rushed out of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. Like the figure that disappeared in the weeds before, he was also an archer. The moment he ran out, he found a place without any hesitation and hid himself. At the same time, more than 100 meters away, Xing Kai looked at the figure on the small mound and said gloomily, "How is it, haven't they all been locked?" "Well, they are too cautious." Peng Lei nodded and said depressedly, "And there are too many people in the canyon. Even if there are relatively fewer people coming out, it is not so easy to find them. Fortunately, we have locked 6 of the remaining 7, and only the old man has not been found." "Then don't wait. Kill all the ones that have been locked for me first." Xing Kai pointed his hand and pointed at the figure on the small mound in a cold voice and continued, "The shield in that guy's hand seems to be the one that Han Xiao used before. Quickly transfer 50 mages to me and kill him for me in seconds. This time, I don't want any accidents to happen. Li Zhe has already taken action. Han Xiao should not be able to come over in a short time. This is the opportunity he gave you to fight for." "I know. I promise not to fail," Peng Lei responded, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He immediately opened the friend list to connect. #C547 ambush. Beep, beep, beep. On a small mound less than 5 meters high, Wang Jun stared at his surroundings and carefully observed the situation around him, when a rapid, ringing sound suddenly rang in his ears. Knowing that someone was contacting him, he quickly took a look, only to find that it was Long Jing who was walking out of the valley. After he was connected, he asked strangely, "Why are you contacting me if you don't hurry up and find a place to hide?" "Something is wrong. There seems to be someone staring at you at 6 o'clock. Something is wrong over there at 9 o'clock. You should be careful." While talking, Long Jing quickly observed the surrounding situation, although he was not sure whether he was wrong. But it's always a good idea to err on the side of caution. What's more, even if you don't encounter any danger along the way, it is extremely necessary to maintain this habit. And it has become his instinct. It is precisely because of this habit that when going out to hunt in the city, you are rarely ambushed by increasingly smart mutant beasts. Even if there are casualties, they are usually caused in battle. "No, I'm being targeted too." Looking back out of habit, Long Jing suddenly found that at least 3 people were staring at him unabashedly. After the two sides' eyes met, their expressions immediately became ugly. But for some unknown reason, they all turned their heads to one side, pretending to be nonchalant, and continued to walk slowly towards him. They came out after me. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Long Jing murmured softly, "It seems that I was already targeted when I was in the canyon." With this judgment in mind, he no longer hesitated and immediately shouted to Wang Jun, who had not hung up the call, "I was targeted. I was targeted when I was in the canyon. Hurry up and inform the brothers inside and ask them to be careful." Before the hurried words even finished, Long Jing turned into an arrow and plunged into the grass not far away. On a small mound 100 meters away, Wang Jun noticed something was wrong, and immediately hung up the call. After sending a message to Shursun, he turned over and opened the chat interface. Call. But before he could send a message that all guild members could see, dozens of fireballs hit him from the left and right. These fireballs even contained some rocks, water arrows, and even rarely seen wind blades. "You damn thing, you really think highly of me." Cursing in a low voice, Wang Jun knew that he should not be able to escape. People were attacking him from all directions, and an encirclement should have been formed long ago. Since you know you can't escape, you can kill one to get enough and kill two to make money. After looking around for a moment, he found that among the more than 10 mages near the canyon, there were only less than 3 warrior players protecting them. In other directions, there are more than 10. "Oh, you are sure that I will run away?" A cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Jun's mouth curved with a ruthless look, and he sneered and murmured, "In this case, I'll take action on you." After saying that, he jumped off the small mound in a flash and rushed straight towards the canyon. What does he want to do? Why doesn't he follow the rules? In the direction leading to Stormwind City, a knight frowned with a look of surprise on his face, but he quickly said, "Don't be stunned. Hurry up and catch up with me." The sudden battle also caused the nearby players who were walking towards the canyon to stop curiously. After observing it for a while, they started talking excitedly. "Hey, why does that guy look so familiar? He seems a bit like the Blood Flame of the Demon Flame Guild. What does it mean? Is that unlucky guy? I saw him at the Resurrection Altar in Stormwind City just now. I didn't expect him to attack others so soon. Yes, I just don't know who the soldier they are targeting this time is. Look, that guy's strength is not weak. He actually did more than 9,000 points of damage with one knife. Although the boots he wore were only dark gold level, they had a special effect that increased his speed by 50%, making him faster than many people. Although more than a dozen fireballs and wind blades hit him, damage values continued to float above his head. However, without the full armor-piercing special effect coupled with the 10,000 damage reduction points of the Earth Shield, the total number of health points he lost was less than 2,000 points, or even less than 1/20th of the total health points. With this discovery, Wang Jun's worries were immediately relieved. Only then did he understand. Just a piece of legendary Earth Shield has already made him a master that most people can't match. Seeing the shocked looks in the eyes of the more than 10 mages, Wang Jun ran faster. At this time, the faces of the 3 warriors protecting the mage became very ugly, but they still braved the situation and came forward. When, holding up his shield to block 2 swords and 1 sword, Wang Jun also had 3 bright immunities floating on his head. This expected result made his face light up. Although there are many masters in Stormwind City, as Xiao Han mentioned, most of them attack ordinary players with less than 10,000 points. Now, with the 10,000 points of damage immunity on the Earth Shield, it is not an easy task to kill him before the Real Masters come. Bang! While being hit, he also hit a warrior player in front of him with a knife, causing his health bar to disappear by 1/3 instantly. Seeing this, Wang Jun followed the warrior player who was retreating quickly, and stabbed him twice. Ding! Amid the system prompt, A piece of gold equipment fell to the ground with a click. At this time, although Wang Jun wanted to pick it up, he knew that he couldn't do so. There were still 2 warriors and a dozen mages in front of him who had not been dealt with. Once he bent down to pick it up, it would give them a chance to escape. A few dozen meters behind him there were more knights, warriors, mages, and archers coming. So it was clear what to choose. Snap! Kicking the golden wristband on the ground to the crowd watching the excitement not far away, Wang Jun slashed at another warrior on the left with a knife. At the same time, after receiving the news, the veterans in the canyon all looked gloomy, and then rushed directly to the crowd that was walking into the depths of the canyon. But there were still a few places that were surrounded before they could act. In the gray-black weeds outside the canyon, there were also hundreds of knight players standing in the front, walking in rows. Whoosh! 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 The next second, 3 arrows suddenly flew out of the bushes at the same time, hitting the same target at the same time with great accuracy. #C548 Absolute Barrier. In the ruins of the dilapidated city, countless lightning bolts danced like silver snakes, and instantly transformed into a bright purple thunder field. Boom! 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 Amid the roars, Xiao Han opened his left hand slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared in the corner of his eyes. If it weren't for the guy's speed being too fast, he would have jumped down directly without being able to catch up, even with the speed blessing of stepping on the air and stir-fried tendons. And now, he can only rely on the help of the purple flame thunder wing horse. In the sky full of thunder and lightning, he didn't believe that the archer below could lead away all the attacks with just 1 arrow. All the space within a radius of 10 meters was now completely covered by purple lightning. These lightning bolts don't even need to hit all of them. Even if they only hit 3 or 5 times, there is a high probability of paralysis. And this is exactly the opportunity he was waiting for. A very good group attack skill, but it's a pity that it doesn't work on me. The dragon claw was ready, but the archer's calm chuckle came to his ears. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until the next life. The moment the voice fell, the figure in the thunder domain suddenly flashed and disappeared directly. At this time, a figure holding a black longbow suddenly appeared next to a stone house 100 meters away. Flash? Teleport or some other skill? The expected paralysis effect did not appear. Xiao Han couldn't help but frown slightly, and the surprise in his eyes became more intense. Every time he attacked, he felt that he should be able to catch it easily. But the result after the attack was disappointing, and he was even mocked by this unknown archer. Humph! Let's see how many life-saving skills you can have. The roar behind him was still ringing, but Xiao Han couldn't care less at this time. He controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse and immediately chased after it. The speed of the thunder wings attack was not much slower than that of flash or teleport. During the high-speed flight, a man and a horse quickly caught up. Whoosh! 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 However, the archer below was not to be trifled with. As the bowstring vibrated rapidly, 3 arrows were shot in a row in the shape of a pin. Character. Chirp. The purple flame thunder wings horse did not need any instructions at all. Flapped its thunder wings downwards and suddenly pulled up more than 10 meters, easily avoiding the arrows. Then, the purple wings were retracted, and it dived towards the archer at a very fast speed. Boom! Even during the flight, another lightning bolt fell. However, at this time the familiar black arrow was shot out by the black longbow again, pulling the thunder spell and colliding with each other. This is a bit troublesome, but do you really think I can't do anything to you? Being ridiculed again, and that guy is an archer who can be seen but not touched. Xiao Han gradually became impatient. Such a battle is really too aggrieved. Fortunately, he has enough legendary equipment and many skills that can be used, so he is not completely helpless against that guy. Sitting on the back of the purple flame thunder wing horse, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he silently took off his air-stepping boots. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, a loud hissing sound sounded again. Accompanied by this, a chain of lightning turned into a bright purple silver snake, rushing towards the target at a speed faster than lightning. The archer below also reacted very quickly, and drew the bow and arrow almost in one go. In mid-air, Xiao Han, sitting on the back of the purple flame thunder wing horse, pulled out a happy arc at the corner of his mouth at this time. Before the smile on his face faded, he suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was holding the tiger roar flame blade and standing less than 5 meters behind the archer. Fuck, you can actually teleport. Seeing the cold owl suddenly appear in front of him, Leisha couldn't help but exclaimed. Being approached by a warrior is no different from seeking death. However, the two were 5 meters apart at this time. Although he was a little surprised by his confidence in his own speed, he was not panicked. In fact, he had heard of this great devil cold owl a long time ago. Seeing him at this time, he was a little disappointed. If he was not in the Magic City and needed to hide his strength in the game at all times, he would not have been able to take such a limelight. Now that Peng Lei knew about it, there was no need to hide it anymore. Today, let me become famous in one battle. Muttering softly, Leisha's eyes flashed with excitement, and at the same time, his body split into two again, running in 2 different directions. Heh! Become famous in one battle? Although the archer's voice was not loud, Xiao Han still heard it and grinned. It's a nice thought, but are you really confident that you can do it? You'll know if you try. While running, Leisha said without giving in, confidence comes from strength. Without some tricks, do you think you dare to come over? That's right. Then I hope you have enough life-saving tricks. The moment the voice fell, Xiao Han stopped talking nonsense, swung his arm, and the tiger roar flame blade slashed in the air. Although the blade did not hit the target, an illusory red tiger immediately appeared above his head, making a gesture of holding its head high in chest. Damn! A group attack type of sonic skill. Before the tiger roared, Leisha remembered Han Zhao's signature skill, and his face changed suddenly, because no matter how fast the speed is, it can't be faster than the speed of sound propagation. More importantly, although his dodge attribute is very high, it has reached 120%, but when facing this kind of attack, it can't produce an evasive effect. So this skill is absolutely a sure hit for him. Roar! As the red tiger quickly formed in the air, a sound wave visible to the naked eye also quickly spread around at this time. Humph! Having a clone is amazing. At this time, seeing the archer's face suddenly become ugly, Xiao Han snorted and said softly, no matter how many clones you have, as long as they are within my attack range, they will die. In order to kill this guy with one blow, he even used the violent just now, which directly increased the physical attack by 100%. Now even if there is no critical hit, it can cause more than 300,000 damage to all targets within a radius of 20 meters. He didn't believe that this couldn't kill this guy in 1 second. Absolute barrier. But at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded in his ears, and a golden shield suddenly appeared on the archer's body. As the sound wave passed over the surface of the shield, not even a ripple could be aroused, and a snow-white immunity appeared on his head. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. He had never expected that the archer in front of him had endless ways to save his life. Damn it! I really don't believe that I can't kill you today. This is the first time he has encountered such a difficult opponent, but even so, there is still a way out. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Xiao Han handed the tiger roar flame blade to his left hand, and quickly raised his right hand. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! But at this moment, nearly 100 arrows shot at him at the same time. #C549 Phantom Magic Bow. Xiao Han was not surprised by the sudden appearance of arrows, because he had already heard the sound of someone coming. He just kept fighting with the archers and couldn't be distracted for a while And even if the people who come are some guys with bad intentions, he doesn't have to worry too much, because the purple flame thunder wing horse was flying above his head. And he also had life-saving special skills such as command, guardianship, and ice. Shield in hand, no one could kill him in a short time. If you want to leave, no one can keep you. So even if I knew someone was coming, I planned to kill the archer first and then go over to take a look. Originally, he thought that as long as he entered the attack range, a tiger's roar in the forest would definitely kill him. But after all, I still didn't expect that that guy could actually use an absolute barrier. At this time, the golden shield on the archer finally disappeared after lasting for a second. And the hundreds of arrows shot from the sky also flew over at this time. Dodge! 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 A series of white Chinese characters continued to appear from the top of the archer's head, but Xiao Han showed a look of surprise on his face. He originally thought that the target of these arrows must be him, because Kuang Long, Bao Fengrui, Lan Xiaodai, Zi Yuan and others had already retreated. There was no way they could come to help him. So since it's someone he doesn't know, of course he won't be his reinforcements, because in Stormwind City, there are really not too many people who can be considered friends with him and are relatively close to him. But of the hundreds of arrows that were shot, none of them hit him, because their attack targets were surprisingly the same. All of them were the slippery archer. Whoosh! 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 In a series of air-piercing sounds, although most of them missed, only 3 or 5 arrows caused less than 10,000 points of damage to the opponent. However, just these 3 or 5 arrows made the archer's body suddenly freeze, and a layer of frost appeared on his body. Oh, what a surprise! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. After fighting with the archer for so long, his only goal was to control the archer for even half a second. But despite all the means, it still failed to come true. But now, it was frozen because of the nearly 100 arrows fired in unison. Of course, Xiao Han would not miss such an opportunity. No matter who shot these arrows, he had to deal with the archers first. Passing the tiger roaring flame knife back to his right hand, he opened the 5 fingers of his left hand and suddenly grabbed it forward. An illusory dragon head immediately emerged from his palm. It expanded at an extremely fast speed during the flight, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge creature, swallowing up the archer holding the black longbow in one gulp. At this time, Xiao Han's palm suddenly shrank back. Even though the illusory dragon head had flown out, it was still under his control and was pulled back directly. At the same time, the archer who was swallowed by the dragon's head was also pulled back together. Bang! The moment he was pulled back, Xiao Han also grabbed his throat. Ahem, shadow clone. Even though he was caught in the hand, the unknown archer was still struggling fiercely and even wanted to use his skills. But it's a pity that the dragon-capturing hand has its own confinement effect. As long as it is caught in his hand, no skills can be used. Oh, it seems I don't have to wait until the next life to kill you. With a smile on his face, Xiao Han also saw a familiar figure not far away, slowly walking over under the strict protection of dozens of players. I didn't understand what he wanted to do for a moment, so I simply stopped thinking about it and slashed at the archer holding him with my left hand. Minus 125,980. The moment the damage value appeared, Xiao Han was very surprised. At this time, a system prompt also rang in my ears. Ding, you killed Lija, which is a malicious killing. You will get the Diamond Equipment Ice Crown, trigger a 100-fold reward, and get the Legendary Equipment Phantom Demon Bow. With such a voice ringing in his ears, Xiao Han's eyes widened and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! It's another piece of legendary equipment. Although the sound was not loud, almost all of the dozens of people who were slowly walking overheard it. Although he didn't know whether what Han Xiao said was true or not, his eyes suddenly opened wide and he stared at the 2 pieces of equipment on the ground. It's fake. That archer actually exploded a piece of legendary equipment. It's hard to say. Don't forget, after the city defense battle the day before. Yesterday, Han Xiao the bastard already has a brand new nickname. Yes, all the equipment I was wearing was reduced to a pair of big pants. In the midst of the discussion, a group of players actually wanted to grab the 2 pieces of equipment on the ground. But after all, that thing was at Han Xiao's feet. They had no chance. They could only watch the black long bow being grabbed into the hands of others. At this time, Xiao Han was already looking at the properties of the Phantom. Demonic bow with excitement on his face. Phantom bow, legendary level 55. Attack plus 6,400. Strength plus 3,200. Agility plus 3,200. Energy plus 3,200. Stamina plus 3,200. Special skill. Phantom clone summons a clone with 30% attack power, can switch positions with the clone at any time, consumes 2,000 energy points, can store 5 clones and generates 1 clone every 10 minutes. Special effect. Penetration ignores 10% of the target's defense. Special effect. Rapid fire when shooting at full speed can shoot up to 3 arrows per second. Seeing such attributes, Xiao Han's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he immediately thought of Long Jing. I heard from Wang Jun that the guy is an ace sniper in reality. Although he is only level 50 now, as long as he completes the job transfer task, there are thousands of elite blood demon knights and it is not an easy task to bring him to level 55. Although he is still a little rusty in the use of bows and arrows at this time, it is only a matter of time. Since he was able to become an ace sniper before, he should be able to become an ace archer now. Hey, with these equipment, the strength of the veteran guild will also grow rapidly. Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han immediately put the phantom magic bow into his backpack and also picked up the ice crown on the ground. This is a diamond equipment and it can also be used by archers, so it's just right to give it to Long Jing. After dealing with these 2 pieces of equipment, he turned his eyes to the side and said with a puzzled look, Taizong of the Tang Dynasty, it's been a long time since I saw you. But what do you mean? I don't understand it. Hee. Is this difficult to understand? Taizong of the Tang Dynasty laughed and continued, since I can't beat you, I can only admit my defeat. And the 2 boss over there should be emperor level. Although your strength is very strong, I think it should be unlikely to eat it alone. How about it, are you interested in cooperating and dealing with those 2 big guys?
Dièse c'est 550 coopération intention.
Seeing Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty say this, Xiao Han was a little surprised. If he really wants to cooperate and is not playing some conspiracy, this person's big heart is quite impressive. The last time he attacked Tang Town, this guy threw away all the equipment below legendary level and replaced it with silver and gold equipment. In the end, he was able to avoid having all his equipment exploded. But the core players around him did not escape this disaster, and not one of them was left with anything but a pair of big pants. Not only does this guy not hold grudges now, he even shows his kindness to seek cooperation. Xiao Han didn't expect this kind of coquettish operation, and if this kind of thing happened to him, he would definitely not bow down so easily. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of horse hooves behind him continued to sound, mixed with 1 or 2 roars. At this time, General Blood Demon was less than 100 meters away from here. Although he didn't mind cooperation after thinking about General Blood Demon's attributes, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, if we cooperate, let's forget it. You're right, those 2 guys are both Emperor-level bosses. But if you want to kill them, the human sea tactic will not work. Moreover, the more than 100 archers behind you are not enough to even fill a gap in the teeth of one of them. Isn't it enough to squeeze the teeth? Taizong of the Tang Dynasty repeated, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Although he was a little skeptical about what Han Xiao said, he more or less believed it, because although the attributes of elite-level blood demon knights are a bit higher than those of boss at the same level, they are actually still within an acceptable range. The only thing that is more disgusting is the skill of Blood Demon Blessing. It unreasonably restores 50,000 health points every second, and it doesn't even have a cooldown time, and it can still exist. If the 2 Emperor-level bosses also have such skills, 80% of them will be enhanced versions, so the possibility of using human C tactics to deal with them is really low. But it's not enough to fill the gap between teeth. What does this mean? Several speculations quickly flashed through his mind. Taizong of the Tang Dynasty frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Those 2 Emperor-level bosses, don't they have group attack skills?" "Heh, you're not that stupid." Xiao Han chuckled and continued. "That thing's physical attack is as high as 180,000 points, and it also has a group attack skill called War Trample. As long as the horse's hoof steps on it, it will instantly kill all targets within 100 meters. As he spoke, he curled his lips, showed the detailed information he had seen before, and continued with a smile. "How are you surprised by this? Attribute, 22 million health points, and an enhanced version of the Blood Demon's Blessing, which restores 1% of health points every second. Now, do you still have any thoughts about it? If I were you, I would have led the people away a long time ago. If we had delayed for a while longer, we might not be able to escape even if we wanted to. Damn it, blessed by the Blood Ancestor." Seeing the Blood Demon General's attributes, Taizong of the Tang Dynasty couldn't help but cursed, and then said in a deep voice, "This skill is really disgusting, but this shouldn't trouble you." "Ha! Then you think too highly of me." Xiao Han shook his head and said with a smile, "Although my strength is pretty good, there is nothing I can do against these 2 perverted guys. There is no deep hatred between us. I will not attack you today. The Blood Demon General has already arrived. I have to find a way to lead them to other places. You'd better leave quickly." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to greet the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The purple flame thunder wing horse neighed twice, then flew over and landed on the ground, while Xiao Han got on his horse without any hesitation. "Wait a moment." Seeing that Han Xiao was about to leave, Taizong of the Tang Dynasty quickly shouted, "If I can help you contain one, you should be sure to kill the remaining Blood Demon General. I know you have a skill that can seal the energy in other people's bodies. If this skill can also be used on the Blood Demon General, then neither War Trample nor Blood Ancestor's Blessing can be used. Is this what Zuoshang told you?" Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then immediately stopped the Xian Liiju and said in a deep voice, "If I guessed correctly, he should be here too." A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately listened. But there were too many various sounds around, and Xiao Han had no way to find them out without Zuoshang taking the initiative to speak. As for helping to contain a Blood Demon General, it was impossible for Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty to do it. Even he himself was not sure he could contain any of them. But if Zuoshang was here with his extremely abnormal damage reduction passive, it might be possible to do it. And he can also use the sealing technique on another Blood Demon General. Without the blessing of the Blood Ancestor, which restores 1% of his health every second, although it is not easy to kill him, there is still a chance. If you can solve one now, then the actions in 3 days will be easier. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was suddenly moved and said directly, "If Zuoshang is here, I am indeed sure to kill one of them. But there is no time for us to discuss this now. The 2 Blood Demon Generals are coming soon. I will lure them away first. If you really want to cooperate, let Zuoshang come to see me. We need to discuss the details." "Okay." Tang Taizong nodded and said with a smile, "I have asked someone to contact him. He should be here in a few minutes." Xiao Han still had some expectations for cooperation, but at this time there was no need to say anything more. He just let the purple flame thunder wing horse soar into the air. After all, Zuoshang hadn't come yet, so it was all empty talk. And the blood demon general who was running over couldn't be ignored. There were more than 1,000 blood demon knights just a few hundred meters away. To be on the safe side, we still had to find a way to lead these two emperor-level bosses far away to other places. After all, judging from the names alone, one was a general and the other was a knight, which should be a subordinate relationship between superiors and subordinates. After sealing a single blood demon general, he was still sure to kill it, but if there were more than 1,000 blood demon knights, he could only flee in panic. Roar! Flying high in the sky, Xiao Han immediately saw the two red figures running towards him. Before he could rush over, he heard a roar. At the same time, the blood demon knight on the left suddenly raised the blood-red spear in his hand. Whoosh! The next second, a red light like lightning suddenly appeared, with a sharp, whistling sound, and shot straight towards this side.